looking good. What are you doing to your igloo?
That's too far away.
Uh-oh. It's nighttime, so there's mobs. No, I haven't put the bed. Break my bed? Why'd you break my bed? No, I put it there because you went to sleep, and I needed somewhere to sleep so we could wait till daytime. Alright.
Yeah, I broke it.
Okay, well, I have a new bed. Build a torch, melt the snow. It's your house also, so if you ever feel like you need somewhere to sleep, you can also sleep in my house anytime, any place.
But not you read. I'm not.
I will fly you to Texas if you want to come sleep in my bed here.
I'm not in Texas. Wait.
I don't think there's countries and states in Minecraft. What country do you live in?
What country do I live in?
You tell. I'm asking you. No, that's not your country. That's your state.
My state.
Yep, that's right. So, what country are you in? If you live in a state, we're trying to build it with your creeper. Oh, it got bigger. It's huge. Look at my house. Oh, the bug me. Look at my house. Got two beds. So, well, we're getting there. I made it small, but I made it big enough so we both have the space to hang out. And we've got a window. Like that. It's a nice window. Thanks. Oh, I'm gonna make it so there's a ton of them.
I need to change my skin to the IPS skin I have.
Whose skin is that?
Hey Dad,
Yes, bub.
do bunnies live in where we are at? Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. Somebody's at the boat.
outside vehicles.
Oh, I see it now.
Like this door now. That
That-
leads to nothing.
That's the door to both of our houses.
Well, you're connecting houses?
I'm connecting the houses. Is that okay?
The door to the other side.
Which side? Like over here? Where I am?
Yeah. Move the door to like one close to the
My space bar. Oh, okay. My phone is on my space bar, so I kept flying up for a second.
this roof to the I can't fit. Can't.
Okay, we can fix that.
You have to. Wait, you could do that? No.
Well, if I put the door right here, and then, oops, and then put some. Oops, keep hitting the button that makes all the input. We'll put it right here. Ooh, that is like dripstone. I'm gonna make a ice skylight right here. Yes. Oh, I know. I've been playing with you a couple days. Oh, where does water come from? Yeah, I'm getting it.
I'm trying to swim, but I can't. Can't swim. This water has too much force to it.
Trying to fix it. Trying to fix it. Fix it? Nice. Still more.
Still more. Baby button. This is fair. It's a great buddy.
You got a rare bunny?
It's
That's
Oreo.
It's an Oreo bunny? That's super awesome. I'm gonna try and make a sky hole for the fire.
Dad, you can.
Let me see. Do that. Whoa. What is that? Oh, you got a snow rabbit? Very cool. I'm gonna make a chimney for the fire. Is that okay?
Wait, be careful, Snowy.
I'm
You're
gonna,
gonna get caught by fire.
I'm gonna get rid of this torch.
I need to make an enclosure.
Okay, this is your house. You wanna make a door? That's your job. I'm working on building the chimney for our fire. Can I knock down these 2 blocks right here that I'm looking at? Can I get rid of these 2 blocks right here?
You have 2 blocks.
These,
No.
No? Okay.
It's strictly not allowed.
Directly not allowed? Well, I'm working on building us a chimney so our fire still works and we still have our snow
We don't need chimneys, remember?
Well, I think it would look cool. We're making an igloo place. Well, can you let Dad learn a little bit before you get on your defensive side of everything? Help? What do you need help with? I'm not sure how to unleash the bunny. That's good at building things, not unleashing things. Well, if you give it some food, will it be your bunny? You know, like you give dogs a bone and they become your dog? That's not how it works with bunnies.
I just need to create my own property.
Oh, you're sleeping.
Are you wondering why I have to connect with these bees?
I'm still working on the chimney, so not really.
They make it longer now. Maybe better.
In bed, I'm still working on our chimney. This will be like our living room where the fire is, okay? Is that okay? Oh my goodness, there's a fire here.
Make some sense. Oh, there goes a wall. That I need more snow.
I'm throwing snow down into the fire. Above you. Too close to the fire. What the fuck?
It keeps melting.
I see that. I'm working on it. I'm trying to make it so it doesn't melt. I know. I would have given you my headphones if I knew your headphones weren't that great. What is melting?
There we go. Explain it.
I'm trying to make it so it doesn't melt. I'm trying to make a chimney, like an igloo chimney. So it's still like intact to the biome, but it doesn't melt, you know?
There you go. That's all. Oh, what is wrong with this?
Alright, what do you think of this little house we got here? multiple bedrooms. Oh, I know it's not done yet, but it's not melting. We've got a bedroom for Dad and a bedroom for daughter. It's got skylights and windows, and we have a fire right here to stay warm. We have a nice chimney up above, so we don't freeze.
And I'm not taking too much room just in case I need to.
You can take as much room as you want, Jared.
Yeah, but I need my room for myself too.
I know. I'm not taking away your space. You can have your own space. Look, we've got. Ooh. Well, we build a crafting table here.
I need some very simple stuff.
Okay, I built a crafting table right here.
Right now, and I need a wood spawn net.
Okay.
And I need a bow. Okay, ready for what I'm doing? Oh my gosh, how do I get to get it? I don't know how to get it.
I'm gonna build a trapdoor. I'm gonna make a trapdoor right here. And we're gonna have an underground tunnel where we can have a secret underground layer. How's that sound?
Oh, this is not. This is the word. This is that. Let's use survivors. Let's finish our house.
Yeah, let's build the house and then we'll move into survival and we'll have an emergency underground layer.
Well, I found a wolf.
You found a wolf? Can you tame him?
What's this? Yeah, I don't have any bones.
Yeah, we're so creative. Nice. Oh, look, you have a bunny. You have 2 bunnies in the enclosure. Pretty good at Minecraft, I'll tell you that. I mean, I could have told you that. Well, you gotta learn to read a little bit better, it'll be fine. Same here, kid. I'm still figuring all this out with you, so this is something we can both learn together. Can I make ice stairs?
What?
Is it possible to make ice stairs? No. Alright, we'll make stairs. Make trapdoors. Where trapdoors are? Oh, there's trapdoors. I found them. We're gonna put a trapdoor right here. And then we're gonna replace all these blocks with no, not these blocks, these blocks with snow. Oops. That needs to be up a little. Like that one. Okay, like that. And then we need not there, not there. Okay, I'm trying to get a I need to dig down. He's okay. I'm not worried about him.
Worry.
You can kill him if you want.
You can.
No, I don't care if you kill a zombie. Why would I care if you kill a zombie? Why? Yeah, tell me about it. Ooh, that would be cool. Oh, yeah. Come up and look. I'm trying to get the underground bunker built. That needs to be. Coming.
It's cold down here. We need to make it at least like a few lanterns. Keep us cozy.
Ooh, your house still
Okay.
needs it.
Go here.
Can I close
Just in
this?
case of emergencies.
Can I close this window up on the top of your house? This one right here?
There's a window.
It's nothing right now. You see that? Yeah, I got you.
I need it though.
Alright.
Okay, let me go grab the trap door. Just in case of emergencies, we need to put a trap doors there.
That's fine. Yeah, totally fine.
These trap doors. You're gonna be trapped just for a second.
That's fine. I'm gonna
Okay.
work on building our bunker.
Okay, let me
This will be
fix
our fallout shelter, you know?
Have you fixed them properly? Here. We need secure houses. Like really secure houses.
Well, we're gonna build really secure houses, and we're gonna also build a bunker on the side of this mountain, so we're super duper safe. Especially if you have the doors closed.
Okay, almost done.
Does that sound like a good idea? No, he's just hanging out down here with me.
Thought I saw the song of White Lines. And he has a tent.
You mean Ben? Okay, I'm digging the side of this mountain, and we're gonna build a bunker. Okay. I'm super deep in the mountain now. It's okay. I'm about to make a really confusing bunker that only you and I are going to watch. I went 10 squares down, and then I moved over a little bit, and then I went 5 more squares down. And then I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to block this off. And hold on. Stop. Yeah, we need to get rid of this block. Now we're going to go 3 more squares down. Okay, 5 more squares. 10 more squares down. Keep going down. Okay, stop. Okay, that's good.
just a few more than 10 more than 10 more.
Okay, Okay, build a house here. Build a base here.
Base. This is gonna be an emergency base.
Yep. This is gonna be our fallout shelter. Okay. What color do you want your bed to be? That's fine. You can come down here. I'm gonna build some ladders. I'm gonna build some ladders so we can get down here. Okay. Oh yeah, they teleport to where you are if they're if
It
you
looks
own
like
them.
he just fell.
Okay, I want you to build this base as awesome as you can. This is gonna be our starting point. I need to go. I need the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
I'm gonna build some of the place, okay?
Okay, build this place up while I go to the bathroom. Okay.
This is going good.
Yep, I'm done. I'm back. Oh, nice. Okay, now we need to get. Now we need to have a way to get out of here, right? Oh, nice. You have a bed for both of us. Why is there trapdoors above both of our beds? You built trapdoors above both of our beds. I'm sorry I had to break your lantern, but no way. You have to build ladders.
I put barrel over my bed still work. What's the thing? It just makes you go so you can see the side of the bed.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm building a ladder so we can get back out of here once we're back on creative. Oh, wait, wrong side. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Needs to be. Nope, nope, that one. Wrong spot. Okay, we're gonna do it here. This wall.
I didn't know I need more that stuff.
Put the ladder out of here.
Can I go and actually survive this way?
Okay, but
Or not?
we'll still build a super sweet base if you change your mind.
Wait till I come in. One night time. I want to glitch out.
Well, I'm building a ladder so we can get out of here. You can do your thing. I'm just trying to build this ladder real quick. So if you ever change your mind, you want to go to survival. There's that ladder. And then I'm gonna put a door, a trap door.
Dad,
I'm coming.
come here. I found something. I didn't find anything. Just come here. I'm in the hole in the deep tunnel.
Oh, what are you doing?
Digging straight down.
Digging straight down.
It's an emergency thing, okay?
Okay.
You wanna dig this way?
Well, if we dig this way, we'll have 2 entrances into our underground layer.
Or you wanna just dig one out of that way? Then we go and have a campfire?
Uh-oh. There's a mine
This
under
is
here.
only to like
There's a bunch of water up here, so we're gonna block this out. Oh, nice. With the fire.
Try some good milk.
I love milk.
Not some.
No way. You're right in the way of the ladders. We're gonna build a trapdoor right here. This should be right above, right underneath Dad's base. So, yeah. We'll have underground layers.
Much better than whenever this is much better than our survival base. Remember?
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Like we have emergency windows.
Yeah, in case the mobs decide to show up.
Decide to overrun the place. And then, like, Benny,
Should be almost too late.
it's nighttime now.
Yeah, you guys see the hole into Dad's base. Yep, there it is. I'm gonna put that door right here. If you want to replace it with something better, you can. Actually, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna break it.
Sleeping right now.
Okay.
Sleeping in the game. Challenge.
Oh, I know. You can dodge me all you want.
So, like, actually try. Want to do something?
Yes.
Where I just put something?
No, 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 no. If I'm not mistaken, they go straight up from here.
Oh my god, and it's dark. That's what it looks like.
That's fires.
But they're not like real fires. Remember? They're with the bat cave. These standards wrong.
I'm sorry. You can fix it if you need to.
Okay, Dad, you're gonna need to add a ladder right there.
Yep. Do you have ladders?
Here, I need a ladder.
Good
I
ladder.
don't have one. I don't have one.
Quiet for right now.
Snowing, Dad.
I see that. We're gonna close this off. We're gonna make super tunnels from this entrance to Dad's place.
Dad, where's the door? Where's your house?
My house is right here, where I'm standing. And then if we go over here to where I am, we should have some doors over here. If I'm not mistaken. Which I am.
Dad, it's snowing.
This is why I wanted to build out of glass so we can find it.
I'm trying to buy you. Okay. I figured out how we're gonna.
Figure out how we're gonna find it. Can we go
Oh,
find
now
it?
it's right in the bed.
Go to the bunny cage. Oopsie.
Crossing the snow, Dad. I'll collect it out. Wait, that my bucket is really fast.
Nice. Here's your window right here. Let's pull the door right here.
Now it's going into the door. I found it.
Actual door.
I found the door. Yes, it's right here. Just gotta break into the house and then break out that.
Well, now we're not going to break in or out. We should be good to go. We should have a pretty sick fort right here, right now. Put an underground lair.
Okay, this is. Oh, Dad, there's zombies.
I see that. That's what I just said.
Here,
Okay, well, I'm gonna put you in charge of the fire, so we don't have to worry about that. Sound good? You build all the lights. We've got ladders down to our underground bunker. I'm gonna put some. Do you want to put a trapdoor on the big ladder? No. Yes. Hold on, let me build this trapdoor real quick. Trap a door. Hold on. I want this guy to be out there. Yeah. I'll put the ladder here. I'm coming. Someone's talking about it.
You're in charge of following me when I say, okay?
Yeah.
Deal?
Deal.
I'm in charge of the phone. You're in charge of following me.
I'm also in charge of ladders and trapdoors, okay?
Yeah. Got it? Let's go now.
It seems pretty decent at it. I wouldn't say I'm great, but I can make a ladder.
Go back up. Oh, you know what I did play?
This one.
Good try. And I like screaming.
That's right now.
I like playing with the little chickens. Remember? We did chickens like that? That I had to stick it down. They had chicks, by the way.
Chicks?
Yeah, there's chicks now.
See all the pictures of baby chicks I sent you?
It's kind of switch about the chicken.
Speaking of chicks, I'm not trying to. That's fine. Coming down. Oh. Your phone down.
Reckless Ben is headed to federal court, finally, and he's agreed to mediate with Bricks and Minifigs Corporate. Things are starting to look up for our quixotic YouTuber. But he's not out of the woods yet. Far from it, in fact. Despite the parties stipulating to remove most of the temporary restraining order limiting Ben's speech, which ordered him to take down videos and to not publish his forthcoming Part 3 expose, the original state court judge rejected the joint request, and that is just the half of it. Because as you may know, on May 28, 2026, a Utah judge signed an order forbidding YouTuber Reckless Ben from posting any false, misleading, harassing, interfering, defamatory, or unlawful content about Bricks and Minifigs, the chain of LEGO resale stores that Ben claims stole $200,000 of LEGO collections from an elderly man. The order also required him to remove his existing videos from, quote, any online streaming platform. This all happened ex parte. The judge signed the restraining order without hearing a word from Ben or his lawyers and required the plaintiffs to post no bond because he concluded that Ben, quote, will suffer no legitimate harm from being silenced. But as many legal commentators pointed out at the time, Ben stood to suffer quite a bit of legitimate harm because large portions of that order were, in most estimations, flatly unconstitutional. But here's the twist. After defendants hired counsel, the parties themselves went back to the drawing board. They jointly asked the court to replace the original order with a dramatically narrower injunction that restores Ben's ability to report on the case while they go to mediation. And then, just days later, Ben removed the entire lawsuit to federal court. Now that is good news if you're on Team Reckless Ben, but it's maybe not quite as good news as what some people have made it out to be, and they're drawing conclusions that they probably shouldn't. So let's talk about what happened, why the original TRO was so legally problematic, and why even the plaintiffs now appear to agree that it went too far, and what happens now that they're in federal court. Bricks and Minifigs is a Utah-based franchise chain that specializes in buying, selling, and trading new and used LEGO products. The company operates through independently owned franchises across the United States, and in November 2023, Brian Mansell consigned his Father Ed's Star Wars collection to the Salem, Oregon store, which was then operated by Crystal Law and Benjamin Gorman.
I don't see. First one getting kicked out. He was like, yo, dude, we need to pay this dude all this fucking money. We're still kind of under a consignment deal with this guy. And he needs to be paid out. I do my safety verbatim. You're a non-oath. Consensual agreement on camera. She's in the right to say, hey, you have a deal with this guy. We need to fulfill the contractual obligation we made with him.
When the Gormans announced they were leaving the country, BAM repossessed the store, and Mansell's unsold Legos disappeared. And as you probably also know, YouTuber Reckless Ben Schneider started working with Mansell and the Gormans to find out what happened. He made videos, investigated leads, interviewed ex-employees, filed small claim lawsuits, and traveled to Utah to confront the people who were involved. And on May 21st, 2026, he published a video titled, "I Tracked Down the Thief Who Stole $200,000 of Lego," allegedly branding Bricks and Minifigs the thief and accusing the police of, quote, actively working with the thieves to cover it up. Now, Bricks and Minifigs ownership, Amon and Matt McNeff, did not appreciate any of this. And on May 26th, they decided to throw the kitchen sink at the problem by filing a lawsuit alleging that Ben and his associates engaged in trespass, stalking, impersonation, interference with customers and franchises, and harassment of employees and their family members. Bricks and Minifigs even threw in a civil RICO claim, theorizing that Ben was a real-life Tony Soprano, colluding with a pack of foot soldiers to extort BAM out of hundreds of thousands of dollars and damage the company's business and reputation. And the same day that plaintiffs filed their complaint, they moved for a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction, and the court granted the TRO without hearing from the defendants. This is what's known as an ex parte order. It means the court was asked to act on an emergency basis, and it did. But an ex parte TRO, especially one that deals with free speech, is a serious remedy that courts are supposed to disfavor. And even though this was in Utah State Court, those courts are still bound by the Constitution and the First Amendment. Now, courts can only grant ex parte relief when a plaintiff presents evidence of immediate and irreparable harm. Typically, this happens when there's an emergency, like an allegation of domestic violence, or a threat to expose a trade secret, or a neighbor cutting down a tree on your property. And admittedly, when you're talking about intellectual property, that is a circumstance where courts can find irreparable harm. But the nature of the proceeding means the judge hears only one side of the story until a later hearing can be held, and they are extremely disfavored when the thing being restrained is speech. The Supreme Court has long cautioned that when government actions restrain speech, procedural safeguards are critically important, especially where an order is entered without a full adversarial hearing. For example, in Carroll versus Princess Anne, the court vacated an ex parte injunction restraining a white supremacist group from holding a rally, emphasizing that prior restraints on expression require strict procedural protections. Ex parte relief is not forbidden altogether, but it should be reserved for extraordinary circumstances where notice is impossible or would defeat the purpose of the injunction. Now, as you probably know, tens of millions of people around the world are following the story on YouTube, and it's fascinating to see how legacy news outlets are handling this Lego case. Or in this case, the lack of any meaningful coverage at all. When the story first broke, only internet-facing blogs like Kotaku and Know Your Meme picked it up. But when Bricks and Minifigs sued Reckless Ben and the story blew up on YouTube, the few news outlets that picked it up were almost exclusively from the center and right-leaning sources, mostly focusing on regional Bricks and Minifigs locations closing as a result of fallout or the First Amendment implications of the case. In fact, the most covered Lego crime story of the past few months on legacy media was about a guy who stole $34,000 worth of Lego from Target by stuffing boxes with pasta. That was covered by 40 outlets, equally balanced along political bias lines. This bird's eye view of the media explains why you get different answers when you ask people if they've heard about the big Lego story, and that's why we've been using ground newsing or interfering is heavily disputed. And remember, even allegedly defamatory speech ordinarily cannot be enjoined before a final adjudication that it is, in fact, defamatory. And by requiring Ben to obtain judicial permission before speaking, or else risk contempt if a court later disagrees with his characterization, the order imposes the kind of prior restraint that the Supreme Court has consistently held to be presumptively unconstitutional. Now, that being said, like I mentioned before, courts do find irreparable harm more often in an IP, intellectual property context. So, for example, some of Bricks and Minifigs' claims relate to the use of their trademark. And sometimes courts find irreparable harm in trademark cases because trademark law is designed to protect interests that are difficult or impossible to quantify in monetary damages. And that's because courts reason that sometimes when a trademark is infringed, the injury often affects reputation, goodwill, and consumer perception in ways that cannot be reconstructed after the fact, and cannot be properly compensated with monetary damages. But still, this TRO went way further than the use of Bricks and Minifigs' trademark. And the injunction is even more troubling because it bans future speech about matters of public concern. Criticizing a business, alleging consumer fraud, and reporting on litigation are at the heart of the First Amendment. And courts can't, or at least they shouldn't, silence speech first and ask whether it was protected later. Paragraph K goes even further than paragraph J. It orders Ben to remove his existing videos and prohibits him from maintaining not only the publications identified in the complaint, but also, quote, any other video, audio, or other form of publication posted, quote, on any online streaming platform that in any way relates to the dispute. And the judge made a preliminary factual finding that Bricks and Minifigs was likely to succeed.
So do some training exercise.
On the merits, meaning that Ben's videos. Reckless Ben is headed to federal court, finally, and he's agreed to mediate with Bricks and out of the woods yet. Far from it, in fact. Despite the parties stipulating to remove most of the temporary restraining order limiting Ben's speech, which ordered him to take down videos and to not publish his forthcoming. Reckless Ben is headed to federal court, finally, and he's agreed to mediate with Bricks and Minifig's corporate. Things are starting to look up for our quixotic YouTuber, but he's not out of the woods yet. Far from it, in fact. Despite the parties stipulating to remove most of the temporary restraining order limiting Ben's speech, which ordered him to take down videos and to not publish his forthcoming Part 3 expose, the original state court judge rejected the joint request, and that is just the half of it. Because as you may know, on May 28, 2026, a Utah judge signed an order forbidding YouTuber Reckless Ben from posting any false, misleading, harassing, interfering, defamatory, or unlawful content about Bricks and Minifigs, the chain of Lego resale stores that Ben claims stole $200,000 of Lego collections from an elderly man. The order also required him to remove his existing videos from, quote, any online streaming platform. This all happened ex parte. The judge signed the restraining order without hearing a word from Ben or his lawyers and required the plaintiffs to post no bond because he concluded that Ben, quote, will suffer no legitimate harm from being silenced. But as many legal commentators pointed out at the time, Ben stood to suffer quite a bit of legitimate harm because large portions of that order were, in most estimations, flatly unconstitutional. But here's the twist. After defendants hired counsel, the parties themselves went back to the drawing board. They jointly asked the court to replace the original order with a dramatically narrower injunction that restores Ben's ability to report on the case while they go to mediation. And then, just days later, Ben removed the entire lawsuit to federal court. Now that is good news if you're on Team Reckless Ben, but it's maybe not quite as good news as what some people have made it out to be, and they're drawing conclusions that they probably shouldn't. So let's talk about what happened, why the original TRO was so legally problematic, and why even the plaintiffs now appear to agree that it went too far, and what happens now that they're in federal court. Bricks and Minifigs is a Utah-based franchise chain that specializes in buying, selling, and trading new and used Lego products. The company operates through independently owned franchises across the United States, and in November 2023, Brian Mansell consigned his Father Ed's Star Wars collection to the Salem, Oregon store, which was then operated by Crystal Law and Benjamin Gorman. When the Gormans announced they were leaving the country, BAM repossessed the store, and Mansell's unsold Legos disappeared. And as you probably also know, YouTuber Reckless Ben Schneider started working with Mansell and the Gormans to find out what happened. He made videos, investigated leads, interviewed ex-employees, filed small claim lawsuits, and traveled to Utah to confront the people who were involved. And on May 21st, 2026, he published a video titled, "I Tracked Down the Thief Who Stole $200,000 of Lego," allegedly branding Bricks and Minifigs the thief and accusing the police of, quote, actively working with the thieves to cover it up. Now, Bricks and Minifigs ownership, Amen and Matt McNeff, did not appreciate any of this. And on May 26th, they decided to throw the kitchen sink at the problem by filing a lawsuit alleging that Ben and his associates engaged in trespass, stalking, impersonation, interference with customers and franchises, and harassment of employees and their family members. Bricks and Minifigs even threw in a civil RICO claim, theorizing that Ben was a real-life Tony Soprano colluding with a pack of foot soldiers to extort BAM out of hundreds of thousands of dollars and damage the company's business and reputation. And the same day that plaintiffs filed their complaint, they moved for a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction, and the court granted the TRO without hearing from the defendants. This is what's known as an ex parte order. It means the court was asked to act on an emergency basis, and it did. But an ex parte TRO, especially one that deals with free speech, is a serious remedy that courts are supposed to disfavor. And even though this was in Utah state court, those courts are still bound by the Constitution and the First Amendment. Now, courts can only grant ex parte relief when a plaintiff presents evidence of immediate and irreparable harm. Typically, this happens when there's an emergency, like an allegation of domestic violence or a threat to expose a trade secret, or a neighbor cutting down a tree on your property. And admittedly, when you're talking about intellectual property, that is a circumstance where courts can find irreparable harm. But the nature of the proceeding means that the judge hears only one side of the story until a later hearing can be held, and they are extremely disfavored when the thing being restrained is speech. The Supreme Court has long cautioned that when government actions restrain speech, procedural safeguards are critically important, especially where an order is entered without a full adversarial hearing. For example, in Carroll versus Princess Anne, the court vacated an ex parte injunction restraining a white supremacist group from holding a rally, emphasizing that prior restraints on expression require strict procedural protections. Ex parte relief is not forbidden altogether, but it should be reserved for extraordinary circumstances where notice is impossible or would defeat the purpose of the injunction. Now, as you probably know, tens of millions of people around the world are following the story on YouTube, and it's fascinating to see how legacy news outlets are handling this Lego case. Or in this case, the lack of any meaningful coverage at all. When the story first broke, only internet-facing blogs like Kotaku and Know Your Meme picked it up. But when Bricks and Minifigs sued Reckless Ben and the story blew up on YouTube, the few news outlets that picked it up were almost exclusively from the center and right-leaning sources, mostly focusing on regional Bricks and Minifigs locations closing as a result of the fallout or the First Amendment implications of the case. In fact, the most covered Lego crime story of the past few months on legacy media was about a guy who stole $34,000 worth of Lego from Target by stuffing boxes with pasta. That was covered by 40 outlets, equally balanced along political bias lines. This bird's eye view of the media explains why you get different answers when you ask people if they've heard about the big Lego story, and that's why we've been using Ground News, the sponsor of this portion of the video, for years. Ground News is an app and website that aggregates news from thousands of sources around the world in one place. It even aggregates from podcasts like when Reckless Ben appeared on the H3 podcast. And for every story in the news, Ground News breaks down the bias, factuality, and ownership and allows you to compare how different sources cover the same story. So you don't just react to the headlines, you understand the structure behind them. That's critical for anyone who values truth over political bias. And Ground News has even been recognized by the Nobel Peace Center for its impact on media literacy. So if you care about the truth, context, and evidence like I do, I recommend you check out Ground News. It's the tool that I personally rely on to stay on top of breaking news with clarity. And as a legal eaglet, you can get 40% off the plan that I use, the Unlimited Access Vantage plan, by scanning the QR code or by clicking on the link below. And by subscribing, you'll be supporting an independent news platform that's working to make the media landscape more transparent and balanced. So sign up for Ground News today, or I'll see you in court. And the TRO against Ben Schneider was rife with First Amendment problems. Now we're going to go into this a little bit, but if you'd like to go into even more depth, friends of the channel, Emily Baker and Leonard French, have gone into quite a lot of detail about the First Amendment problems with this TRO. But let's start with paragraph 5J, which enjoined Ben from, quote, creating, posting, publishing, and disseminating, or any republication thereof, any false, misleading, harassing, interfering, defamatory, or unlawful images or content respecting plaintiffs. Paragraph J is a prior restraint on speech, which is a form of government censorship that allows the state to censor someone's speech or expression before it actually takes place, or at least before it's published. And you might be wondering how the First Amendment is relevant in a dispute about a private business and a private YouTuber. Well, the First Amendment is implicated because the speech restriction comes from a court order, and the order itself is a government action. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly described prior restraints as, quote, the most serious and the least tolerable infringement on First Amendment rights. The court outlined this principle in Neer versus Minnesota. Their Minnesota court permanently enjoined a newspaper from publishing future issues after it accused local officials of corruption. And the court struck down the injunction, holding that the First Amendment generally forbids courts from suppressing future speech, even if earlier publications were allegedly defamatory or otherwise unlawful. And the remedy for unprotected speech is ordinarily a lawsuit after publication, not a judicial order forbidding publication in advance. And there are a few narrow circumstances where a prior restraint may be permissible. For example, in the Pentagon Papers case, the federal government sought an injunction preventing newspapers from publishing classified documents concerning the Vietnam War. But even though the materials were classified and implicated national security, the Supreme Court refused to grant the injunction because the government failed to meet the heavy burden of justifying censorship before publication. And that case illustrates just how demanding the constitutional standard is. If the government generally cannot prevent publication of classified national security documents, it's very hard to suppress speech merely because a private plaintiff alleges it's false, misleading, or defamatory. Generally, the idea in a business dispute is that if you can give someone money as a remedy for their damages, then there's no irreparable harm. And a case that's pretty analogous to Ben's is Organization for Better Austin versus Keefe. Their community activists distributed leaflets criticizing a real estate broker's alleged blockbusting practices and urged members of the public to pressure him. Blockbusting was a practice where developers and brokers encouraged white families to sell their houses at a low price by provoking racial hysteria. The brokers would then sell the house at a substantially higher price to black families. And Keefe got an injunction prohibiting the activists from distributing flyers about him or his business. The Supreme Court unanimously reversed, holding that the injunction constituted an unconstitutional prior restraint on speech. Even if the leaflets caused economic harm or invaded Keefe's privacy, those concerns did not justify suppressing speech in advance. And paragraph J suffers from the same constitutional defect. Rather than prohibiting specific unlawful conduct, it broadly forbids Ben from creating or publishing any, quote, false, misleading, harassing, interfering, defamatory, or unlawful content about the plaintiffs. And of course, whether Ben's speech is actually misleading, harassing, or interfering is heavily disputed. And remember, even allegedly defamatory speech ordinarily cannot be enjoined before a final adjudication that it is, in fact, defamatory. And by requiring Ben to obtain judicial permission before speaking, or else risk contempt if a court later disagrees with his characterization, the order imposes the kind of prior restraint that the Supreme Court has consistently held to be presumptively unconstitutional. Now, that being said, like I mentioned before, courts do find irreparable harm more often in an IP, intellectual property, context. So, for example, some of Bricks and Minifig's claims relate to the use of their trademark. And sometimes courts find irreparable harm in trademark cases because trademark law is designed to protect interests that are difficult or impossible to quantify in monetary damages. And that's because courts reason that sometimes when a trademark is infringed, the injury often affects reputation, goodwill, and consumer perception in ways that cannot be reconstructed after the fact, and cannot be properly compensated with monetary damages. But still, this TRO went way further than the use of Bricks and Minifig's trademark. And the injunction is even more troubling because it bans future speech about matters of public concern. Criticizing a business, alleging consumer fraud, and reporting on litigation are at the heart of the First Amendment. And courts can't, or at least they shouldn't, silence speech first and ask whether it was protected later. Paragraph K goes even further than paragraph J. It orders Ben to remove his existing videos and prohibits him from maintaining not only the publications identified in the complaint, but also, quote, any other video, audio, or other form of publication posted, quote, on any online streaming platform that in any way relates to the dispute. And the judge made a preliminary factual finding that Bricks and Minifigs was likely to succeed on the merits, meaning that Ben's videos would likely be deemed defaming of the company and its officers. But American courts generally do not order speech removed as defamatory until the plaintiff has actually proven that the statements are false. And here, of course, there's been no trial, no discovery, no cross-examination, and no finding that any statement is false. And they haven't even heard from Ben's side yet. And that's especially significant because the facts remain hotly disputed. And because everyone thinks they're smarter than lawyers, they've been going online and granting interviews and muddling up all of the facts. If you watched our video about the McNeff's interview with CoffeeZilla, you know that the company already walked back some of its claims that Ben and Brian fabricated some aspects of the story. And of course, the judge in this case, Judge Graff, heard only the plaintiff's version of events before concluding that they were substantially likely to prevail. That's not untoward, that is what happens in an ex parte hearing, but it highlights why a judge should be very careful in these circumstances. We can contrast this with what happened in the E. Jean Carroll litigation. Even after 2 juries found Donald Trump liable for defamation, the court did not broadly prohibit him from discussing Carroll. Instead, when Trump continued making allegedly defamatory statements, those statements became the basis for additional claims and additional damages. And the few courts that have upheld injunctions against defamatory speech have done so only after a final adjudication on the merits, and only as to the specific statements found to be false. So for example, in a case called Balboa Island Village Inn versus Lehman, the California Supreme Court upheld a narrowly tailored injunction entered only after the trial and limited to statements that had actually been adjudicated defamatory. That's in contrast to paragraph 5K, which was entered ex parte before any finding of liability and sweeps far beyond any particular statement. And rather than identifying any specific statements found to be unlawful or putatively unlawful, paragraph 5K reaches, quote, any publication on any streaming platform that in any way relates to the underlying dispute. That language encompasses everything Ben has posted about this controversy on all platforms. Additionally, there are a whole bunch of other issues. Paragraph 5A barred the defendants from making, transmitting, soliciting, encouraging, or facilitating death threats, bomb threats, or other threats against the plaintiffs and related individuals. Now, prohibiting Ben from making or transmitting true threats is uncontroversial. True threats are not protected by the First Amendment, and arguably, an intentional death threat or bomb threat would probably fall outside of constitutional protection. The problem is the rest of the language, soliciting, encouraging, or facilitating. The complaint argues that Ben is responsible for anonymous threats sent by third parties, including emails like this, quote, I will be mailing you guys some explosive Lego sets, super hot items, so hot they're about to go boom. Your CEO has 2 days to step down before random stores are gonna get fun packages. You've been warned. That is a bomb threat. But there's no evidence in the complaint that Ben wrote it or directed anyone else to send it. Instead, the injunction appears to assume that criticizing a company can make someone legally responsible for the independent actions of their anonymous viewers. But there's simply no indication that these threats originated from Ben or other defendants. And the court should not hold Ben responsible for other people's threats unless the plaintiff can prove incitement, and that's a very high bar. Ben's videos have undoubtedly convinced some people not to do business with Bricks and Minifigs, but that's protected by the First Amendment. And the fact that anonymous viewers allegedly responded by sending threats doesn't automatically make Ben legally responsible for what other people chose to do, even if the criticism was especially harsh. And the rest of the TRO has similar problems. No one has a right to trespass, so paragraph 5C, which bars Ben from entering the plaintiff's property, is unobjectionable in principle. But it goes much further. It prohibits Ben from coming within not less than 1,000 yards of any Bricks and Minifigs store, office, warehouse, franchise location, parking lot, employee home, or franchisee home. And 1,000 yards is more than half a mile. So what we have here is a Utah judge drawing a half-a-mile bubble around every Bricks and Minifigs location in the country, then barring Ben from public sidewalks, public streets, and other stores within those zones. And Ben obviously can't film within those zones either. And that creates two legal issues. First, Utah Rule of Civil Procedure 65A requires injunctions to describe the prohibited conduct with reasonable detail, yet the order never identifies the locations covered by these exclusion zones. Second, the restriction is dramatically overbroad. Instead of simply prohibiting trespass, it sweeps in a substantial amount of lawful activity, including filming from public places and traveling or visiting nearby businesses. Section 65D also sweeps too broadly. It bars defendants from, quote, impersonating plaintiffs or any franchisee, law enforcement, a court officer, a delivery service, a customer, a government entity, or any third party to obtain signatures, access statements, employee information, customer information, or business disruption. Now, it is, of course, illegal to impersonate a police officer, but as Mark explained in his video about Ben's arrest, it's not necessarily legal to assume a persona for the purposes of serving legal documents. This happens all the time. Someone pretends to be delivering flowers when their real purpose is to serve legal process on a party who's been dodging service. And this part of the TRO also prohibits Ben from impersonating the plaintiffs, the McNeffs, Brandon Best, and Josh Johnson. Now, impersonating someone is not inherently illegal, and in some cases it's protected by satire and parody. Remember those Afro Man videos where he mocked and impersonated the police? A jury eventually concluded that Afro Man did not defame the officers with his videos and public statements. Though, of course, impersonation can become unlawful if it's used to commit fraud, deceive someone into surrendering money or property, or obtain some other illegal benefit. But this TRO doesn't draw those distinctions. Instead, it broadly bans impersonation, even though the Supreme Court has repeatedly recognized that false statements standing alone are not categorically excluded from First Amendment protection. Paragraph E bans touching, altering, covering, defacing, or placing signage or any other form of communication, i.e. electronic, social media, etc., affecting plaintiff's property, including signs falsely stating or implying that plaintiffs stole from elderly persons, stole life savings, lost in court, or closed to avoid paying a judgment. Now, stopping Ben from physically defacing the plaintiffs or their franchisee's property is obviously fine, but paragraph E is again overbroad. It bars placing signage or any other form of communication, such as electronic or social media, in such a way that would affect the plaintiff's property. That's a sneaky way of banning Ben from saying anything that might cast the company in a negative light. And of course, it also reaches electronic and social media communications and singles out particular messages, accusations of elderly theft and of losing in court, for suppression. That is a textbook content-based speech restriction, which you're not supposed to do. And then paragraph F bans defendants from, quote, blocking, deterring, or interfering with customers, employees, vendors, or delivery personnel doing business with plaintiffs in any way, including entering or leaving any of plaintiffs' locations. Now, a court can legally enjoin Ben from physically blocking customers, employees, and vendors from entering stores, but the soft spot is the word deterring people from doing business with Bricks and Minifigs. Taken literally, that could reach peaceful persuasion, like encouraging a consumer boycott. Again, that is protected expression under the Claiborne hardware case. And paragraph 5G is essentially Bricks and Minifigs saying, quote, stay away from our employees. But the First Amendment doesn't allow a court to prohibit lawful conversations. Under Utah law, if Ben were inducing employees to breach confidentiality agreements, steal trade secrets, or commit some other independent legal wrong, that could potentially be enjoined. But instead, the order broadly prohibits communication itself. Bricks and Minifigs employees are free to refuse to speak with Ben, but they don't lose their First Amendment rights because they work for Bricks and Minifigs, and Ben doesn't lose his right to ask for an interview. And paragraph 5H is just as problematic. It prohibits Ben from using fake contracts, raffles, lotteries, court papers, awards, and other devices to deceive people, manufacture evidence, or stage confrontations. Now, forging court documents or using fake contracts to commit fraud is certainly unlawful, but the order basically outlaws Ben's filmmaking style. Stage confrontations and parody words are what he does, and some of those techniques are legally risky. He's called Reckless Ben for a reason, but they're not inherently illegal. And by lumping protected expression together with potential fraud, the provision is both vague and overbroad. And this TRO illustrates precisely why anti-SLAPP statutes exist. A TRO this broad creates an obvious chilling effect, and Utah recognizes concern when it upgraded its anti-SLAPP law in 2023. The statute allows defendants sued over speech on matters of public concern to seek early dismissal, stays discovery while the motion is pending, and authorizes an award of attorney's fees to a prevailing movement. And since Ben's videos concern allegations of consumer fraud, the treatment of an elderly collector, and alleged misconduct connected to the dispute, they arguably involve matters of public concern. But the extraordinary breadth of paragraphs J and K is exactly the type of chilling effect that the act was enacted to address. Now, if you hate the idea of getting scammed over Legos, you're really gonna hate the harassment that we get every day from scammers and criminals relentlessly targeting our parents, grandparents, and even our kids. I'm sick of dealing with scammers myself and furious that they target the most vulnerable people in my family, and I'm sure you are too. But you can take a step towards keeping everyone safe by signing up for a comprehensive scam protection family plan with OmniWatch, who sponsored this portion of the video. OmniWatch is a great way to keep you and your family protected from scammers. With an OmniWatch family plan, your household gets 24/7 identity theft monitoring, up to $8 million of identity theft insurance, 360-degree identity protection, credit, data, email, and text scam monitoring, VPN access, home title monitoring, dark web monitoring, and if anyone in your household ever becomes the victim of a ransomware attack, up to $100,000 in reimbursement for the family. And if grandma doesn't live under the same roof as you, it's no problem, because family plans include everyone in your immediate household and one other adult relative. Because let's face it, some of our parents and grandparents aren't great at knowing what's fake. Now, a great place to start is by using OmniWatch's free-to-use dark web scanner. There's no trial to sign up required. Just put in the email address of anyone in your family, and it will show you the data breaches from the dark web that their personal data appears in, and which accounts need an immediate password change. Grandma's probably got a bunch. So click the link below or scan the code on screen now to use OmniWatch's dark web scanner for free, and get 50% off your first month of comprehensive digital protection when you use my code LegalEagle. So protect yourself and your family from scammers today, or I'll see you in court. So here's where the story finally takes a turn. Once Schneider and Mansell actually lawyered up, Spencer Fain for the Reckless Ben defendants, Snell and Wilmer and Miller Nash for Mansell, the parties went back to the drawing board. And on June 24th, 2026, they filed a joint motion asking the court to convert the TRO into a stipulated and agreed preliminary injunction in a heavily renegotiated form so they could go to mediation. This new version eliminates paragraph 5J and K, so there are no prior restraints and Ben doesn't have to take anything down. It shrinks the buffer zone from 1,000 yards to 100, which fixes a lot of the problems that we discussed, and it limits the defacing clause to BAM's physical property only and drops the content-based restrictions on what Ben can say. And it also adds a knowingly and intentionally mental state to conduct prohibitions. And most importantly, it adds an express savings clause. Quote, nothing in this order shall prohibit defendants from discussing plaintiffs, commenting on this litigation, publishing court filings, engaging in investigative journalism, expressing opinions, criticism, satire, and/or commentary on any platform they choose. And that alone was a huge victory for Ben because it takes the muzzle off. And ironically, after uncritically adopting the plaintiff's unconstitutional TRO, Judge Graft finally decided to give the joint injunction a close read. So on June 24th, he raised concerns about the scope of the stipulated injunction. And he found that it wasn't specific enough because it did not identify all of the Bricks and Minifigs locations that it applied to. Thanks, Judge. Nice of you to notice. And so he denied the joint motion. So that means as of right now, the original TRO, which was written by the plaintiffs and adopted by the court, is still in effect, which is much worse than the stipulated injunction. So on June 25th, the parties filed a joint response clarification to answer the court's questions. They say that the plaintiff's identities and the business locations are matters of public record. The private home addresses of every franchisee and employee may not all be known, but are discoverable through public records. And as for whether any videos had to come down, the parties said that they were, quote, unaware of any publications or other videos having been taken down, and stressed that the injunction, quote, is not intended to restrain lawful speech in any way because their intent is to allow, quote, full and free discussion of the subject of this litigation. And anyway, in the joint motion, the parties told the court that they had, quote, agreed to mediate this case and asked to vacate the hearing on the preliminary injunction so they could do it. Now, the fact that the parties mutually agreed to talk is a positive sign. It doesn't mean that they can't talk publicly, nor does it force them to negotiate a settlement. It's just that the parties are choosing to sit down with a neutral mediator instead of litigating a TRO to the bitter end. Now, the mediator will be a neutral third party that all of the parties agree to, but the mediator's findings or their personal feelings on the case will have no binding effect. If a settlement comes out of the mediation, it will be because the parties both agreed to that negotiation. But mediation also gives everyone an opportunity to reset. Bricks and Minifigs made a bunch of party admissions in their public statements, some of them retreating from their most extreme claims. And of course, Bricks and Minifigs has to decide whether it's in the company's best interest to litigate against Ben Schneider and Brian Mansell. And of course, what would winning look like in this case for each of the people involved? Because even if Reckless Ben and Mansell did absolutely everything that Bricks and Minifigs is accusing them of having done, they might not be happy with the resolution of this litigation. Even if they won in court, they might have lost so much value as a result of the actions that they've taken, including the litigation, that it would be a Pyrrhic victory at best. So a mediator can often be helpful in clarifying the parties' goals and evidence, even if it doesn't lead to a settlement. And often it helps facilitate a confidential settlement, so the public doesn't actually know what the terms are. So if Bricks and Minifigs wanted to walk away, which at this point they probably should, but not publicly admit that that's what they're doing, they could do so in a private confidential settlement where they're not admitting that they're just giving up. Now, the timing of the mediation is really interesting in light of Bricks and Minifigs' newest blog post. CEO Amin McNeff repeatedly praises Ed Mansell's collection and says the company remains committed to finding an amicable solution through mediation. The company also highlights operational changes that it says will prevent this from ever happening to somebody else. Now, I'm not going to go into the details, but it's interesting that they're releasing this publicly, since this is often what happens during the mediation process. Each side makes concessions and identifies its deal breakers. You know, from a PR perspective, sure, this makes sense, but obviously I think most people would think it's too little too late. And the overall problem remains. They accused Mansell of crimes, death threats, extortion, and sued him, but now they want to kiss and make up. These narratives are obviously hard to reconcile. But to be fair, this is not unusual in litigation where lawyers draw up aggressive pleadings, while executives and individuals adopt a more conciliatory posture. Pleadings are intended to preserve every potential legal claim, whereas public statements like this one are intended to restore trust. But from the outside looking in, it still looks like a mess. And additionally, in another twist, Ben Schneider and his new lawyers filed a notice of removal, which automatically transferred the case from the Utah State Court to the United States District Court for the District of Utah. Now, that is a smart move, and it's definitely what I would have done. And it's one of the reasons why you need a smart lawyer to help you in these things, even if you think you're 100% right, because there are all kinds of procedural quirks that you need to know about. And in particular, a notice of removal is a procedural filing under 28 U.S.C. 1446, which allows a defendant to remove a case to federal court when there's a valid basis for federal jurisdiction, most commonly what's called diversity jurisdiction or a federal question jurisdiction. And in this case, the federal hook is diversity jurisdiction. Here, the plaintiffs and defendants are citizens of different states, and the amount in controversy clears the $75,000 floor because the plaintiffs themselves pleaded damages in excess of $300,000. Basically, the idea is you don't want defendants to get hometowned by state court judges, so when there's what's called diversity of citizenship, when the plaintiffs and defendants are citizens of different states, it allows the defendants to remove the case, which is just a lawyer way of saying transferring it from state court to federal court. And the notice here was filed within the 30-day window after service, as the statute requires. Now, if it were me, I certainly would have wanted to remove the case to federal court. Federal judges are all appointed by the president. They tend to have the best legal educations and tend to have more staffing and more resources than state court judges. And in my experience, they tend to think about constitutional issues more than the state court judges do. And there are practical advantages to federal court as well. Instead of litigating the underlying tort claims in state court while separately litigating constitutional issues in federal court, removal allows one federal judge to manage the entire case. Discovery may be managed more aggressively in federal courts. Summary judgment practice is more common, and because federal judges often carry substantial caseloads, they often get even more aggressive with parties to narrow down the issues that actually require trial. That would probably be a positive thing for Ben because his team will want the constitutional issues decided first. Now, none of this guarantees that Ben will have a favorable outcome, but it explains why experienced litigators often prefer federal judges. But filing the notice automatically shifts control of the case to federal court, but it doesn't wipe out the state case. Under 28 U.S.C. 1450, the orders entered in state court, in this case, including the injunctions, quote, remain in full force and effect until dissolved or modified by the federal judge. Now, one big misconception that I'm seeing is that the TRO has been overturned or dissolved. When a case is removed, all existing state court orders remain in effect until the federal court changes them. Congress wrote this rule into 28 U.S.C. 1450, so parties couldn't simply erase injunctions by removing the cases to federal court. However, now that the federal court has control of the TRO, that's probably better for the defendants. From this point forward, federal procedural law governs, and that will put time limits on the TRO. In a case called Granny Goose Foods versus Teamsters, the TRO remains effective only for the period it would have remained in effect under state law, and in no event longer than the time permitted by Federal Rule 65B, measured from the date of removal. Now, 65B generally limits a TRO to 14 days, with one additional 14-day extension for good cause, or a longer extension with the restrained party's consent. consent. And if the plaintiff wants relief beyond that period, it ordinarily must seek a preliminary injunction in federal court. Otherwise, the TRO may simply expire without a federal judge ever entering an order dissolving it. Now, when a case first starts in federal court, things kind of move slowly, so it's entirely possible that the TRO will just simply evaporate based on the 14-day rule. And I would say it's virtually impossible that a federal judge would ever grant an injunction as broad as the one that Judge Graff did in state court. So on that basis alone, removal gives Ben an advantage there. Now, the new judge, at least temporarily, is Cecilia Romero, who is the chief magistrate judge for the District of Utah. Now, she is not an Article III district judge, the kind of federal judge appointed for life by the president and confirmed by the Senate. Instead, magistrate judges are appointed by the district judges for renewable 8-year terms and handle a huge portion of the federal court's workload. In a newly removed civil case like this one, it's common for a magistrate judge to be assigned initially. A magistrate judge can handle scheduling, discovery disputes, settlement conferences, and many pretrial matters automatically. But if the case is going to be tried before a magistrate judge and enter a final judgment, all the parties generally have to consent. And if either side declines, the case will be reassigned to a real Article III district judge for dispositive motions and trial. Although Magistrate Judge Romero could still handle many pretrial matters by referral and probably a lot of discovery matters. Her mother is an enrolled member of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian tribe, and she's also Mexican-American. Before joining the federal bench in 2019, Romero was a partner at the law firm of Holland and Hart, where she practiced employment and commercial litigation in both state and federal court, representing primarily business clients. And I wouldn't say, based on her CV, that she is expected to favor either side in this case. No word on whether she's ever played with Legos. But you can imagine that some of the first filings in the federal case are going to be Bricks and Minifigs trying to fight the removal to federal court, or probably a joint stipulation.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome back to the Stanley Parable Ultimate Edition. Ultimate Edition. If you want to see the original Stanley Parable, it's too damn bad. You can't go digging in my videos. It's not like it's not there, but you're here. So don't go there, stay here until the bitter end. Because this is the full game, all in one video, I think. Please enter the current time. Can't get this from my computer. Can't steal my data. Okay. So this is Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. And what this adds is not only more to the game, but also it's the game. And begin! Ever the end is never the end is never the end. Small.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, the memories.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Yes.
Employee number 427's job was simple.
Yes.
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Yes.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
All right, the end. Thank you, everybody.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Oh.
Something he would never quite forget.
What?
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Fascinating.
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I'm sure he did. I want someone to do a comparison because even though this game has, like, I think double the content and new stuff that was not in the first game, I want someone to compare my reactions to some of the stuff that is the same, because at this point I've forgotten primarily everything. What was it? I hear you. Anyway, I wanted the music down so I can hear the narrator a bit better. Resume! Hi. Well, here I am again. I hate Mondays. Well, that's a cliche. Recommendations from the Oversight Committee. I can't read that. 427. I mean, I could read that, but it's not really the point now, is it?
All of his co-workers were gone. What
Hey.
did it mean?
Hi.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, I doubt that, but I'll go, I guess. If I have
No matter
to.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I cannot find a trace of my coworkers. Ooh. What a number one dad? Well, good for you then. Okay. I like, God, you know what? It's funny. I did not draw the inspiration for the mugs from this. No. I mean, there is a whole section in Space with Markiplier about the narrator, and that is heavily inspired by this. But the mugs, I kind of forgot that that was a thing in here too. I mean, I just like mugs with words on them. Well, this is all probably fine. How the mighty have fallen. Who farted? It really does have a lot of mugs. I swear I didn't.
Stanley went around
forgot.
touching every little thing in the office,
Yes.
but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Says you, nerd. Username, access. I can't read that. Okay. Fuel. Thought it was something different. Okay. Apparently I can type on this. I can interact with you through the wall. Bug! Developer, I found a bug! What? What? I'm still clicking. Never mind. I didn't find a bug. I didn't find a bug at all. Why am I clicking? Why is this clicking? Why am I clicking? Huh. What's going on back there? 4B3?
When Stanley
yeah.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ordinarily, I would be the antithesis of whatever you want me to be, and my first instinct in my prior life was to go the opposite direction. But this time, knowing how you little shits never follow directions, and being on the other side of this argument, and knowing how frustrating it could be, even though I have all this amazing fun stuff planned right over there, and you would just be like, no, I want to go this way. When even if I didn't plan for that eventuality, and maybe I did plan for it, and I put something fun over there, knowing that you would counter my initial assessment, you will not get the best of me, and I will go left. Honestly, this is probably the rarer of the 2 doors. Maybe there's something special if you go through it for the first time. Although I don't really remember.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What to do about 432? Don't tell 432 about the meeting. I'm 427, I'm not 423, so that's definitely not me. This box is too small. I'm sure that there's tons of Easter eggs that you'll have to play through on your own. But for now, I'm gonna keep going. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Oh, hey, broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I mean, there's a broom in the broom closet, there's that, so to be perfectly honest, I think saying that nothing is here is kind of
There was nothing
wrong.
here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
No reason at all, actually. Except this broom.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least
Baffling?
if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
What could FA stand for? Fun assessment? Frantically aspirating?
Are you really still in the broom closet?
I am,
Standing
yes.
around doing nothing?
Yes.
Why?
I don't
Please
know.
offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I mean, if we're going to be completely honest with ourselves, it's because you are saying new sounds of your voice.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. but it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
But also, if you think about it, it's the only door that actually opened from all the other doors that I tried to open that did not open.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
I don't think so. You all are very proud of me to find this super secret broom closet ending.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Okay,
he
well.
probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Well, I mean, that's not the worst thing that could happen. I suppose so. Maybe.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
Oh!
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Yes.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species.
Are you saying that you're not
Please
human?
remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
You said comedy, not
All right.
commentary.
When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Okay, but what if I don't? I'm dead and then there's nobody around because I didn't have friends nor family. I am completely alone and isolated. What are you gonna do about that, big guy? Who happens to be either an alien or some machine intelligence? I mean, I'm a patient man. I can wait here a very long time. I think, in fact, maybe in the past I did wait here a very long time. Maybe this is some sort of time loop and I've already seen so many of these things before. Nah.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay. But what if there is something in here? Alright, fine. I'll leave. I know that I was probably on the cusp of a secret.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I will do exactly as you say, because once again, this is the path that people really probably don't do, because they are averse to authority. Wow. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Okay. Extreme bathrooms. Hello? 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 Anybody got a broom closet?
Stepping into his manager's office,
Yes.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
Did you say dark?
What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845. Well, I can't possibly have known that, so I guess I'll leave. Lot of books.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yes. I couldn't. Why is my reticle appear just for the. It's when I get near to the thing.
2845.
2845. I hear you loud and clear. Let me out! Let me out! Alright, 2845, huh?
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
What
and Stanley
door?
got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Whoa! Whoa! Look at that! Wow. Alright. I got flashlight, buddy? I don't know. Whoa. I hope. Okay. Ooh. Ah. Well, alright then. Loading.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
I always feel like
It was a
that.
stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job.
Ow.
Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Ooh! Ah, free will! Ah, it hurts! Or it's heartburn! Or a heart attack! Either way, what is with this? I hate you. I don't like you. Why are you like this? Clearly you're something, or else it would be something not the—
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Wow. Escape. No thanks. Wow. Button. Button! Button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Whoa, you right.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to
What
himself.
horrible secret
Did he
did
have
this—
the strength to find out?
I don't know, well, I guess I'm— Anyway. So you said these were television screens. Can I play Elden Ring in here? Is that something I can do? Whoa-boom.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Whoa.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
What was 582? Something was weird about 528. 528. Well, no one's here, so I guess it's fine. They're all free. No harm, no foul, I suppose, if you really think about it. Which I'm not. I never think about anything. What was I, 287? 278? I don't remember. Whoa.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
Yeah.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
What are the
Was this the only
odds?
reason he was happy with his boring job?
No
that his
way.
emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I like this box. Yes. No. Whatever you said. I agree.
No. He refused to believe it.
Yeah.
He couldn't accept it.
No.
His own life in someone else's control.
Employee pirate?
Never.
What?
It was unthinkable.
Why?
Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
No.
Had he
Yes.
truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yes. No? Yes. Is this— hello? Hi.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
I'm deciding
For
that—
he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I will dismantle the controls once and for all! Yes, I can't see much. It's kind of dark. 1, 2. Hello? Do I go up there? I can't really go up there, can I? Oh, yeah, no, it's so dark. I can't see. No. How do I do— facility power! I see. I see. Hello? Mind control, idle, awaiting input. It's all about the illusion of choice.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
You right. Yeah, you right.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the control.
I thought I needed to turn it on to break
You
it.
enslaved all these years. You
No,
go and
I
you try
thought-
to take control of the machine for yourself.
No!
Is that what you wanted? Control?
No, I thought I needed to turn it off to, like, break it or
I
something.
applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave.
Oh, I'm
If you
sorry.
want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
I
I'm afraid you
wasn't
don't have nearly the power
trying
you think you
to.
do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes.
I thought...
Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
I thought...
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
I'm trying to justify the fact that I didn't even want to do it in the first place.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go.
I really didn't even mean to do this.
With on the next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
I'm trying.
You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock.
Okay, thank you.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Yes, but also I was really trying to...
What's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley?
I didn't know.
That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless.
Right.
To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Okay.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley.
I'm
That's
looking.
30 seconds you have left to struggle.
Okay.
30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
I mean, technically,
Will you
that is
cling
kind of an
desperately
ending.
to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Now that you finally stopped talking, I just wanted to say that I wanted to turn it off. That was actually my objective. I just assumed that I needed to turn it on before I turned it off. that was kind of the whole thing, and you were pretty ambiguous about it, so all of your evil villain speech was awfully misplaced in comparison to what I actually wanted to do, which was turn the whole thing off in the first place. But anyway, I'm not bitter.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley
mean?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Maybe I missed a memo. Maybe I missed a bit of a memo.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
No.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay. That was fun. I really like that.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Turlet. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Soy, that's a lovely person. Say that's a lovely person. Mm-hmm. Ooh, door! Hey! Oh! Anyway. I was kind of hoping to go... Ooh. Hello! Okay. Everybody now! Hey! Oh! Ah! Looks like I have a robot eye. No, it's gone. Yes. Did he say all together now? Ow. Feeling sick now in my gut. I cannot feel my own butt. I want to go out, buy some smut, and I am stuck in a rut. I wish I wasn't where I nut. Okay. I can't remember if there was actually something there or not in a previous version. But alas, I must continue. I'm sweaty. 2845.
Incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
Amazing.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Wow. Wow.
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided...
Boop. That's what I meant to do from the very beginning.
Blackness.
Oh.
And a rising chill of uncertainty.
I don't know, feels good, man.
Was it over? Yes. He had won.
Oh.
He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Yeah!
Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I did. All me, baby. 100% me.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Oh, come on. I'm not happy. Come on. Well, there you have it, everybody. The Stanley Parable. Thank you so much for joining. Whoa.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean? Hank input received. Did I miss a computer with that? I see input received. New content!
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I don't know. What does it mean? Hello? Ooh, hey! Cool. I like new content.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of The Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
I'm delighted!
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah! Me also as well. Well, where do I start?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Me also. Also, I forgot it was 2013. That's how long ago this was. Good God.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we
okay.
go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Me too.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
Well,
it's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
I'm trying. Why don't you know what the content is? I thought you... Oh.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Ooh. I get jump? Whoa! Damn, this is a good workout. I can't jump anymore.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, that was pretty cool, I guess. Oh.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Okay.
Yes. I knew there had to be something else.
Okay.
Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Me too. Whoa. Pit of Doom, I like that. Is it gonna break on? Nope. Oh.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
Okay.
If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Okay.
What do you say, friend?
All right. Cool. I'm down with that. Oh. Wait. Narrator! Narrator, do you...
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, you know what? You opened a vent for me, so I really appreciate that. How you doing? What do you got for me? Something cool?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Okay, cool.
Wow. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
No way. I actually kind of like the Memory Zone. That sounds pretty cool.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I mean, not really a waste. I wouldn't say that 2013 was peak year for gaming, but I mean, it was pretty good. I'm loving this. Thank you. Oh, look at that. Oh. That's very nice. Oh, okay. Well, you didn't. Oh, okay, well, this is all very nice. I like it. This is lovely. Oh, don't cry because it's over. Cry because it happened. Oh, that's very nice. Very lovely. Oh. Oh, don't play for 5 years? I think I actually got that one. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. I bet. Wow. Nominee. Ooh. Creator surprisingly down to earth. I love fake newspapers. That's one of my favorite things. Oh, it's good. Good stuff. Good stuff, narrator. Whoa. In loving memory of little Stanley. Oh! Oh, you're not gonna let me sit on that bench? Oh my god, this is so nice.
Is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
Well,
it was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing.
what?
It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I mean, that's alright, isn't it? It's not the worst thing in the world if you think about it. I like elevators. I literally just spent like 30 minutes in an elevator just a little bit ago, and I had the time of my life. Minecraft. Nice dirt house. Was that in the game? I don't even remember. Oh. Huh? Oh. Hi. Who are you? On the right. Oh, wow. What's down here? Ooh. Memory zone maintenance. Okay. I'm not gonna pry. I'm not here to break your memory lane. This is all very nice. Lovely. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. Oh, good.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Okay. I mean, you make a fair argument there, buddy. Oh, that's very nice. Ooh. Oh, the serious room. I want to go to the serious room. Wait, didn't I hear a door open? Can I not go to the serious room? I've lost my ability to jump.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
I don't know. Ooh.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
Hey.
I haven't looked at these in years.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Bobby, possibly. Who knows? Uh-oh.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I mean, you right or you wrong, I'm not 100% sure. But also, that review was made on my birthday, so there you go. That's what you get. It wasn't me, by the way. I didn't leave that review. Kind of stormy in here.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
There was a whole...
Goodness, this is actually quite shocking for me.
There was a while there where I couldn't
well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
come on, man.
What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Yeah.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Well, I leave no comment. Ooh.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay. Can I jump? I don't need to. Skip. Hey.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime.
Hey.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
Oh, cool.
Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
It wasn't.
Not that, of course, you need a description of
It
it.
really
but if I had
wasn't.
to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you?
Yeah.
But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room.
I read...
Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times.
Huh.
And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
I read a Junji Ito about this.
I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine.
I don't know.
I have no idea who they are.
I don't either.
It doesn't really matter, but here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury. Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Hi.
You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Ooh.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me.
Oh, I
because
hear him.
maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real.
Maybe not.
Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I
Okay.
scared of that all along?
I don't know.
Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time.
Or maybe.
If I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us. I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying.
Right.
I can tell that I am becoming less and less real.
Yep.
Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I
Wow.
am truly and completely here.
Great.
I am a... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome.
Hey, hello.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Yes.
Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart.
Good.
It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously.
Wow.
I was consumed by it.
Great.
I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity. For what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will
Yes.
that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt free.
Good.
I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines.
There
and that
you
each
go.
of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It
Beautiful.
was incredible.
Good.
The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite.
Oh.
For the longest time, this was my experience.
That's good.
And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence.
Okay.
I wish you to feel afraid as I do.
Oh,
that
cool.
perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Oh, okay. You finally learned to enjoy the quiet, I suppose. Anyway. Bibbidi bobbidi boop. I think I'm detecting that unending darkness that you were talking about. The unequivocal fear of nothingness embracing me. Some yada yada baloney like that. Okay. Oh. Oh. All right. Narrator, did you die? Hello, the narrator has died and slumped over on their keyboard. If any other ethereal being from another dimension can just take over, that'd be great.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. we would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse.
Right.
They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something.
Hello? Water? Water. Once the bringer of life, but now the bringer of death.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Okay. Getting a little wet back there. Seems to be a bit of a leak happening. Oh. Huh. Narrator? You alright, buddy? Yo, you okay? Can I just mention you wanted me to push this button in the first place? Oh. Buddy? Oh, whoa! Hey, look at that. That's lovely. Oh. Damn, I feel bad, though. Oh, God. Oh, that's not nearly as good. Oh, my God. Oh. Oh, very quiet. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Oh, am I? Oh. Hey! Freedom! Uh-oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How long have I been in that room? This might be one of the most horrifying depictions of an eternity of torment I've ever really seen. And speaking of horrifying depictions of eternal torment, here I am.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Hi!
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That's why I always say, like, I would never, ever, ever want to live forever. New content. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's go, baby!
You noticed my sign?
I did.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Oh boy. What? What is it? What do you have, buddy? Good to hear from you again. Did you lose yourself in the eternity?
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable
Oh,
and
good.
about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
I mean-
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
You
so
right.
Forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Ah, the end is never the end
Yes,
again.
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Oh my God.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
You
it's
right.
future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
You right. You right. You so right. Noom. Time to wake up. Ooh. Never underestimate a coffee enjoyer who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. How about you right? You right. I would never underestimate. Never in a million years. Meeting at 2 p.m. Genius! Stanley can throw axes. Stanley gets boons from goods. Artistic intimate wives. Free roam mode. Dress up mode. Microchips. Proper gameplay. Nude Stanley. Fuel canisters. Oh my god. Yes! Yes! They're back. 2 doors. I love this so much. I love this. Don't talk to me before I've had my... I love the mugs. God, I swear. I didn't get the idea for the mugs from space from this, but God, I love it. Oh, I love it! I love it so much.
What? The Oliver Tree case just got even worse. For those who don't know, on the morning of June 14, 2026, two helicopters collided in Rio de Janeiro, and unfortunately there were no survivors. Oliver Tree was in Brazil on a world tour, having performed in Sao Paulo on the 6th, Hamuli and Fortaba, traveling and recording with various influencers. The guy was really happy and having fun, but hours later, he was no longer with us, Sapiuas. The impact was so violent that 20 cars caught fire in the parking lot below. And unfortunately, it gets worse. The singer's body was found completely blackened, so unrecognizable that he was the last to be identified, and only 3 days after the accident were they able to identify him thanks to x-rays of his teeth. The x-rays had to be brought from the United States to confirm his identity. Meanwhile, fans unearthed the music video for Flowers released months earlier, where Oliver appears dressed as a pilot between 2 helicopters walking towards the sky. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. The man who carried 2022 on his shoulders leaves behind a great legacy, my noble friend. What? The Oliver Tree case just got even worse. For those who don't know, on the morning of June...
This cop revealed his surprisingly funny trick that helps inmates calm down.
Man, I was trying to go to sleep. Come on now. I was just
You dumb bitch.
Yeah, you dumb bitch. That's why you in here.
You dumb bitch.
That's why your lip got
He just got them arguing with each
And you
other.
know what, bitch? Your lips gonna get popped by me.
We're just gonna let them go at it. Maybe it'll tire them out, and
This guy's a
we'll come back and check
genius.
on them. Maybe we can get them out of the chair.
This cop revealed his surprisingly...
He broke his keyboard. I'm telling you, dude, before I die and leave this mortal earth behind and cast into the stars my carbon from my peanut body laying across the galaxy. I want to see one, just one more time. One more time. Summit punching his monitor from the POV of his camera. Just once. That's what I yearn for. That's what I yearn for. You have to have the music in the background.
Tell me how to cook the sauce.
He broke his keyboard. I'm telling you, dude, before I die and leave this mortal earth behind and cast into the stars my carbon from my peanut body laying across the galaxy. I want to see one, just one more time. One more time. Summit punching his monitor from the POV of his camera. Just once. That's what I yearn for. That's what I yearn for.
Which is faster, a Nissan GTR or a woman? Nissan GTR, here it comes, 485 horsepower, and in a 16-meter drag race, the fastest road car in the world. I know, I've tested that. Now, we're going to need a woman. Put your hands together for Michelle Jenica, who's raced sportingly wearing a bikini. It's a 100-meter sprint. We're going to start here on the line. We're going to race to the 50-meter board. At the 50-meter board, you will turn around and run back, so the start line is also the finish line.
Got it.
And the winner is the one who is the least run over.
Okay.
You do your routine. I'll just sit here and just watch this, actually. Okay, right. I am in the lead. Past the 50-meter board, into reverse. Oh, she's back in the lead. Come on, car. Yes!
The question is, did Jeremy organise that rather pointless race just so he could see Michelle's warm-up routine?
Which is faster, a Nissan GTR or a woman? Nissan GTR.
And chase for the end zone. All two diving.
17:30,
never touched the end line.
I'm like, it was so long.
Drive the Turpin bounces to his left. Here it comes.
I just want to
Turpin spinning free. Here it comes.
Introduced her to my style. Showed her how to whip and now she remix
What a catch, and now
she my track.
the hands of Brent.
We be counting up on the bottom page. We just saw it go, talking about your leg.
Barkley at the backfield. Barkley throws 2 tackles and picks up the first down.
Right here, makes the first down.
Chase for the end zone.
Victoria have made the trek from Washington. Dad wearing his son's Bainbridge Spartans high school uniform in support of J.R. Ritchie today.
Oh, and first pitch crushing. Oh, man. Lean into it.
Victoria have made the trek from Washington. Dad wearing his son's Bainbridge Spartans high school uniform in support of J.R. Ritchie today.
Oh, and first pitch crushing. Oh, man. Lean into it.
Victoria have made the trek from Washington.
Have you noticed that your zoom in vehicles is now set to toggle out of nowhere? That's actually a new bug. The good thing is, there's an incredibly easy workaround at the moment. Just open your settings and it should revert back to normal. Unfortunately, you'll have to do this every single time you get into a vehicle until DICE pushes a fix. New update, new bugs. Hope that helps. Have you noticed that your zoom in vehicles is now set to toggle out of nowhere? That's actually a new bug. The good thing is, there's an incredibly easy workaround at the moment. Just open your settings and it should revert back to normal. Unfortunately, you'll have to do this every single time you get into a vehicle until DICE pushes a fix.
You just made me waste my
I'm trying to tell you, one and done, 6150.
I'm not doing one and done. It's just 4,300 pounds. What are you talking about? That car weighs 44, that's a 10 can. You don't want to race me? Can't me a one spin?
Damn, bro.
I'm not doing it. Your boys back here say nine they head to me, and you talking about some one and done. I'm not giving you no one and done. You made me waste my fucking time. You already knew I wasn't going to fucking one and done. You are E85 hybrid fucking turbos.
Yes, correct.
So why won't you race me? You are all-wheel drive. I am rear-wheel drive. What is the issue? Am I tripping? Now, none of y'all don't want to speak up. I know, because I'm not tripping. Now, if I was all-wheel drive, I would do it. I spin. I don't race that much to come here and lose off an L from me spinning. I'm not doing that. I might as well go home. That shit don't make no sense to me. Bro, if you beat me, you got it. You win. Give me a fucking spin. You can't give me a fucking... That's just so lame. Like, just give me a fucking spin.
It's not lame. We're gambling. I'm already gambling with your car.
You just made me waste my fucking
I'm trying to tell you, one and done, 6150.
I'm not fucking doing one and done. This is 4,300 fucking pounds. What are you talking about? That car weighs 44, that's a 10 can. You don't want to race me? Can't me a one spin?
Damn, bro.
I'm not doing it. Your boys back here say nine they head to me, and you talking about some one and done. I'm not giving you no one and done. You made me waste my fucking time. You already knew I wasn't going to fucking one and done. You are E85.
Daniel?
Yeah?
What sound does a piano make?
Ding, ding,
Ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding.
Hey Jess, what sound does a piano make? Griff, what sound does a piano make?
What?
Daniel?
Get the fuck off my property!
Get away from me now.
What are you gonna do?
Back away. Get back in your house.
I don't have to. This is my yard.
You don't want to touch.
So, I'll walk you to the road. How about that?
I'm working on it.
Come on, pal. Walk you to the road. How about that?
I'm working on it.
Alright, well, don't come back. Because if you
can't
do...
tell me what to do.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
It's my house. And I can kick you off any time I want unless you have a warrant.
Pursuant to my job, I'm allowed to be on your property.
No, you can't.
Get the I'm on the property.
Excuse me?
Get the from me.
Excuse
I'm
me?
on the road.
I don't give a
Do you need to be
It's
arrested?
free land. I can walk wherever I want, just like you can, right? Am I right or am I wrong? You get the away from my house.
I'm not on your property.
It's still my house. You're still right here. Goodbye.
There's something else.
Yeah, you are.
Listen, if you go back over there,
I ain't over there.
get away right now.
You ain't gonna shove me. Take it off. Take it off.
Get away.
No, you ain't gonna shove me like that.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
who the you think you are.
You're getting in
Just
my
because
face.
you got this. Get the away from me.
You're under arrest, okay?
I am.
Yeah, you are.
Clear this on my end. Have
Get the up off me.
It's gonna be 93.
You're under arrest, okay?
For a film trailer, please.
Get
You're under arrest. Reserve some fire control. I got a combatant subject.
the fuck off my
Get away
property.
from me now.
What are you gonna do?
Back away. Get back in your house.
I don't have to. This is my yard.
You don't want to touch.
So, I'll walk you to the road. How about that?
I'm working on it.
Come on, pal. Walk you to the road. How about that?
I'm working on it.
Alright, well, don't come back. Because if you
can't tell me
do...
what to do.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
No, you can't.
It's my house. And I can kick you off any time I want unless you have a warrant.
Pursuant to my job, I'm allowed to be on your property.
No, you can't.
Get the I'm on the property.
Excuse me?
Get the from me.
Excuse
I'm
me?
on the road.
I don't give a
Do you need to be
It's
arrested?
free land. I can walk wherever I want, just like you can, right?
Yo, you never know why people are in a rush. All my God, the yellow school bus is real. The yellow elementary bus is real.
And you won't believe they got loot.
There's a secret skate park on top of that roof, but it's super sketchy to get up there. Look, it says danger. What does danger mean? No idea. So here goes nothing. How long is it gonna take before the security or the police come and kick us out? Hello, mate. Just give me a few minutes. Real quick. All right, ready? 1 trick, 2 trick, 3 trick, 4 tricks. Oh shoot. Is he calling the cops? He's on the phone with the police. For the love of the game. Oh, okay, I'm out of here. We gotta go. Seriously?
No, I'm not joking.
Dead serious?
Yeah, I'd run, mate.
Okay. Hey man, I'm just from America, I'm sorry. I'll leave. There's a secret skate park on top of that roof, but it's super sketchy to get up there. Look, it says danger. What does danger mean? No idea. So here goes nothing. How long is it gonna take before the security or the police come and kick us out? Hello, mate. Just give me a few minutes. Real quick. All right, ready? 1 trick, 2 trick, 3 trick, 4 tricks. Oh shoot. Is he calling the cops? He's on the phone with the police. For the love of the game. Oh, okay, I'm out of here. We gotta go. Seriously?
No, I'm not joking.
Dead serious?
Yeah, I'd run, mate.
Okay. Hey man, I'm just from America, I'm sorry. I'll leave. There's a secret skate park on top of that roof, but it's super sketchy to get up there. Look, it says danger. What does danger mean? No idea. So here goes nothing. How long is it gonna take before the security or the police come and kick us out? Hello, mate. Just give me a few minutes. Real quick. All right, ready? 1 trick, 2 trick, 3 trick, 4 tricks. Oh shoot. Is he calling the cops? He's on the phone with the police. For the love of the game. Oh, okay, I'm out of here. We gotta go. Seriously?
No, I'm not joking.
Dead serious?
Yeah, I'd run, mate.
Okay. Hey man, I'm just from America, I'm sorry. I'll leave. There's a secret.
It's a memory card.
Did you go to Blockbuster and get those, Shane?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, this is for the PlayStation 2.
What?
It's for the PlayStation 2.
Well, maybe she doesn't know the difference, I guess. That's okay, though.
PlayStation 2?
Oh, my Greg does.
Looking up in your room. What's the other thing?
PlayStation 1.
Oh, well.
Do you mind waking him up for me, please? That gentleman right over there? Yeah, him. Yeah, that's one, yeah.
I want to watch a day.
No one likes you. Literally nobody likes you. Josh Naylor at the plate. It's a high curveball, hit by pitch, 78 miles per hour. So Naylor is going to fake mad that he got hit by a pitch, and they're like, it was a curveball, dude. And you stuck your arm out. So we're mad at you because you could have avoided being hit by that, and you didn't. Hogs, you're a fucking loser. This one's brought to you by Amazon. And that's mean. And then he says, well, you're a backup to a backup. And that's mean too. So we've just got some shit talking and then a first pitch breaking ball to Randy, and still John with each other says, you're a pussy bitch. And that's mean too. So we've got 3 mean things being said, and he keeps talking to him, and then he says, you need instructions to get to the bag. And that's mean, because now he's called him a lot of things and telling him he can't even get hits. He needs directions to get to the bag. Now the inning is over, but they're going to keep talking to each other. So I'm going to lip read it first for you. And then at the end of this, you can hear the hot mics. Naylor's just going to look at him and be like, let's go. And Hedges is going to say, no, I'm not going to do anything. He's like, do something about it. Huh? Yeah. You're so tired. You're so tired. You ain't shit. Yeah. Your own fucking teammates don't like you. Seems like a mean thing to say, because now Naylor's teammates are going to be like, oh no, dude, he doesn't speak for us. We love you. And Naylor didn't react, and Hedges in the dugout just kind of gives like, well, someone had to say it. And what's interesting is this story has a ton of layers. These guys were teammates in San Diego. They got traded to Cleveland together. They were teammates in Cleveland together. They've been in the same organization, I think, for a decade of their careers has spent together, so they know each other well. They've celebrated before. They've giggled together before. They've been friends before. What happened? Hedges is the catcher on Cleveland. Josh Naylor's little brother is a catcher in the Cleveland organization and got sent down, and Hedges is starting over him. Is that play a factor? Listen to the way Hedges talked about him when he was on Rose Rotation, a John Boy Media podcast.
But I've played with Nails for a long time. He's like just such a good, humble kid. Josh is a really, really special player, special human. He's not dumb. He's a smart guy. Like, it's partly tactical. Like, he wants you to hate him, so then when he goes out and crushes you again, it crushes you even more too. So without that stuff, I think sports is less fun.
As I said, here are the hot mics. You can hear a lot of what they were saying.
That brings up Rand.
This breakdown's brought to you by Amazon. No one likes you. Literally nobody likes you. Josh Naylor at the plate. It's a high curveball, hit by pitch, 78 miles per hour. So Naylor...
Somebody explain that to me.
I spent the last 6 months creating a single mod for Halo 3. The biggest, most destructive, most cinematic, and unbelievably chaotic Halo 3 multiplayer mod of all time. Jam-packed with new content like vehicle spawners, a working resource system, red and blue team AI, new weapons, new vehicles, new equipment, and much more, all on a map 18 times bigger than Sandtrap. And right before release, I invited 15 of my friends and fellow content creators to try it out for the first time.
Oh my god, wait, I'm in there! I'm f***ing in there! They don't know!
Many of them lifelong Halo fans who have never seen anything quite like this. We gotta get a vehicle over there.
Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god, we're getting glass!
This is Halo 3 multiplayer at its pinnacle. This is permafrost. Jumping into the map for the first time is a little overwhelming, as your base is a hub of activity right off the bat. Your power cores kick on, your team's AI begins spawning in, and the vehicle spawners spring to life. Thankfully, people picked up on the heavy weapon spawns pretty quickly and got the hang of the tier 1 vehicle spawners pretty much right away. The hardest part, honestly, was getting everyone to collect resources. In permafrost, you have to capture these plasma batteries throughout the game, which get marked with your team's color. However, enemy players can destroy them, and once they respawn, they can steal it back for their own team. Once you capture enough of these, you can spawn in better vehicles like Falcons, Scorpions, and even dropships like the Pelican and Phantom. Even the giant Mega Mantis can be unlocked at tier 3. Keeping your team's power level high is critical, but not everyone got that right away.
Well, we can cap that. We can cap. No, cap it. You fucking idiots!
Once everyone began understanding the resources, my attention moved to the teleporter at the middle of the map, which you can capture to let your team get a shortcut deep into the level. However, timing is crucial since the beginning of the map is when the Covenant capital ship makes its glassing run.
Go to the teleporter door.
Yeah, I'm up. Oh!
After definitely nobody on my team died to that, we got to the teleporter and made good use of it. As you can imagine, this is pretty great for getting to their flag faster, but it's still up in their spire, which is protected by Banshees, a Phantom, and 2 heavy-duty anti-air shade turrets. It would certainly be a lot easier to escape in one piece with their flag if we could move its spawn point out of their spire, which is exactly where this sneaky play comes in. Alright, dip. You see, each spire's shield can be disabled, removing their protection from the outside and causing an Albatross dropship to launch down back at our base with this beauty inside it, the MAC Target Designator. With this thing in hand and some teammates to help deliver it, all it would take is 10 seconds inside the enemy spire to achieve a lock from orbit. Alright, get ready. Jump and go up this grav lift.
Jumping out.
Alright, go up the grav lift. Jump.
Oh, shit.
Go up the big blue grav lift.
I'm almost up.
Okay, I don't see anyone up here. Hold. Alright. Hold it. Just hold it here.
There's a man with the fucking flag. Shoot the Banshees.
Alright, we got the AI. I think we got it. Just keep holding.
Oh my god, they just spawned a Wraith right on top of me. I'm dead.
Alright, run! Once we'd achieved target lock and the alarm started blaring, it was already over. A UNSC frigate had entered the atmosphere and locked onto the spire from point-blank range, and it didn't stand a chance.
Thank you. Do I have high boots on?
Yeah, I got it on right now. Oh damn, we just
Hey.
They blew up our tower! Our tower's down!
I think our base is
that's not good.
Oh my god!
Stand in front of me, ready?
Damn!
Oh, they blew up our entire base?
Yes, man!
What are you guys doing?
With their spire down, the anti-air shade turrets and their air vehicles are out of commission. Their flag and any other objectives get moved all the way over to this side base and gives our team a huge advantage in getting the flag. So as long as we take out the anti-air cannon on the cliff, we're clear. With the flag in hand, we quickly flew away until a sneaky player with a stanchion Gauss sniper shot our flag carrier right out of the back of my Falcon. Unable to get the flag back alone, I took the L and got sent back to spawn. Not without a plan, however. With a mongoose and my passenger loaded up for a rocket race, we headed out into the map to capture every single battery that we could find. The biggest hit we could give the enemy at this point was their plasma storage. 3 plasma batteries in close proximity. They're defended by a beacon that marks our locations for everyone to see, but by destroying it and all the batteries, we can instantly kick them down a power level and take all that power for ourselves. On the way out of their side base, we found ourselves pinned down by a Hornet. Hornet! But luckily, the nearby weapon drop had an upgraded rocket launcher with Halo 2 style tracking, meaning the Hornet was completely outmatched and outclassed.
This guy's flying around here. I'm gonna run into him. Go.
Nice! I spent the rest of the first match in a skiff, hitting some sick jumps and getting a very satisfying double kill, ending the match with a tie game. With the first match over and everyone getting used to how to play on permafrost, we paused to have a brief, cordial discussion. Bro, really? Really? Spawn camping? How about you suck my...
The numbers game, it's 8-6, you fucking kindergarten failing idiot.
Yeah,
what?
it's
This is Halo, bitch. Grab your nuts. Grab your fucking nuts.
You can't talk to me like
when you actually win a game.
You can't
talk at all. My nuts are in your mouth.
After our philosophical debate ended, round 2 began, and right away it felt different. We wanted to win, and everyone seemed to grasp how the mod worked much better. I went out to collect some plasma batteries with mixed success, and I also got to see my teammate airstrike themselves. So those abilities are once back. I just saw that. So it was a rocky start, but nothing we couldn't come back from. I got some more batteries, watched a shipmaster vaporize my teammate,
What the fuck? What?
and after a bit of a struggle, I was finally dropping my teammates back off into the enemy spire. Drop! Right as a Strato Sentinel made its appearance. This beauty was modeled by my insanely talented friend Davy Jones VFX and looks absolutely incredible. Currently it just flies through the map and looks awesome, but that's enough for me. The more pressing matter was my teammates getting absolutely cooked inside the spire. Luckily I got a tactical splatter, and once again, blue team lost all their real estate. As cool as that was, just moments later, we got a taste of our own medicine. Wait, they're taking our spire down, I hear it! Oh, no! Are you kidding me?
Yo, I'm trapped in here with a Banshee!
Now listen, I would love to sit here and tell you that we destroyed them. But honestly, by the end of the second game, they had us pinned down and were absolutely dominating.
We're gonna pull up behind them, Trey. We're gonna drop all kinds of dick on these fucking losers. Right in front, right in front, right in front, right in front. They have him back, they have him back. Get behind him, get behind him. Max 5! Light him up, get behind him, get behind him, get behind him, get behind him! Stay behind him, stay behind him, we fucking got him! Stay behind him, stay behind him! You're not staying behind him! Stay behind him! Let's fucking go!
As annoyed as I was, oh my god! It was really cool to see this from their perspective.
Come on. Trey, I'm gonna park you, start lighting them up, I'm gonna start sniping. Coming out of the base. Nice! Nice! I'm good there, unit! I'm good there, unit! Nice! Keep shooting, keep shooting, keep shooting, keep shooting.
Now, there was a third match, and let's just say my team definitely won, and it was insanely easy. No need to check the live stream replay. No! You can just take my word for it. If you think this is awesome... Oh, yeah. This is where you consider subscribing and supporting me on Patreon so I can keep making these insane Halo mods. I have another video coming really soon on an even bigger mod I finished recently called Ultimate Forge 2.0, which has like 5 times more content than this one, so subscribing can keep you up to date on that. Now, permafrost has been an insane undertaking. As of recording this video, I still have about a week or 2 of work left on the mod, but if you're watching this video in the future, go give it a download on the Steam Workshop. Otherwise, come check out my live streams here on YouTube where I'm finishing up the mod. Oh! Or working on some random stuff like playable Godzilla or the Backrooms or something. I've got lots more mods planned and no shortage of content anytime soon, so I'll just say I hope you enjoyed the video, look forward to more, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Well, here we are with yet another video about the cut content in Halo Combat Evolved. This is Halo CE Restored, a video series and mod where I dig deep to find all the cut content in this breakthrough title. Everything that was left behind in the game's code or featured in various media like beta builds and even commercials. And this time around, I'm focusing on this iconic level, Halo, the one where we first crash land onto the mysterious Halo ring in the hopes of linking up with our lost Marine allies to rescue them and regroup. I'll be honest, I wasn't quite sure how much cut content I would find here, given it already feels quite complete, but fortunately there was a lot more than I was expecting. And if you like what you see, this is part of a fully playable Steam Workshop mod, Halo CE Restored, so you can boot this up and re-experience it all for the first time again if you want. Alright, now let's get into the thick of it. Let's talk about the cut content in Halo. First up, we have an overhaul of this entire initial crash site, and by overhaul, I mean a near complete rework. This is the very start of the level, picking up right after Chief's escape with Cortana from the Pillar of Autumn, which was under siege by Covenant forces. In this section, there's a whole bunch of cut scripting and dialogue that hints at a very different sequence of events. First up, we have a different take from Cortana upon our initial wake-up.
I warned the captain that this wasn't a good idea. I should never have left the Pillar of Autumn. You're awake! Can you move?
This is from the 1749 beta version of Halo CE, a build from 2 months before the final release. Now leaving the lifeboat, we have a couple more lines of cut dialogue.
Good. I didn't want to be trapped here when the Covenant arrived. I disabled the lifeboat's signal beacon to throw off Covenant search teams. Other lifeboats probably made it down too. We should search for survivors.
This line in particular is very interesting. It very clearly hints that the player was going to have a lot more time to explore this initial landing area. In the original game, you don't get a lot of time here, which begs the question, why didn't we have more time? Is there perhaps some reason the developers decided against this? Let's dig a little deeper into this section to hopefully figure this out. We have this somewhat famous piece of cut dialogue most of you have probably heard at some point.
Interesting. The ring supports wildlife. The builders must possess incredible terraforming technology.
We know from pre-release material that the original concept for Halo had wildlife all throughout the ring, such as the rockwork. It's disguised as a rock, but it's actually not. That's how they get you. We also have the Volpard. That's this thing. Then we have the 3-leg. Probably a joke in here somewhere, but I'll just leave it. But our particular wildlife of interest is the blind wolves. According to the wiki, these are apex predators found on various Forerunner installations and travel in packs similar to actual wolves. Owing to their namesake, blind wolves rely primarily on sound to direct their attacks. Something kind of fun about these wolves as well is that earlier pre-release builds of the game showed Chief riding them around like horses, which is really crazy to think about. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, none of these concepts ever made it into the final game, save for one single cut encounter in this very section of Halo. There is an encounter here called The Last Stand, and in it is a single squad simply titled Wolves. Like the blind wolves, maybe? There's nothing actually in this squad, no enemy models or spawns or really anything. Just a single squad with nothing to it but the name. And it tells us everything about how this section was scripted originally. Here's how. First, let's do some math. But don't like freak out or anything, it's just some basic counting. There are exactly 8 passenger seats in this life pod. 3 of those seats contain Marines that were unfortunately killed on impact because Chief refused to wear a seatbelt, and a 1,000-pound cyborg man, that's 450 kilograms if you're over there, clunking around in a confined space is sure to do some fucking damage. Then immediately outside the lifeboat, we see another 3 Marines that probably died of cringe. So that's 3 Marines inside, 3 Marines outside. For those of you keeping track, that's 6 seats, but there's 8 seats. 8 minus 6 is 2. So there's 2 seats in this life pod with Marines unaccounted for in the base game. I don't think this was a mistake. When we combine Cortana's cut dialogue about having more time and searching for survivors, the rings supporting wildlife, and a literal encounter called The Last Stand with blind wolves in it, well, the picture becomes quite clear, doesn't it? And so this is what the player sees should they explore the area to the right. A pack of blind wolves surrounding these 2 unfortunate survivors. By the way, these wolves were provided courtesy of Ruby of Blue, who made them for his Halo CE Rebalance mod, where he pretty much overhauls nearly every single aspect and system of Halo CE. After disposing of those pesky wolves and making your way to your fallen Marine friends, it's at this point the countdown begins. This is the final piece of the puzzle, an unused countdown sequence where the player would only have a short time to cross the bridge and hide in the hills before the Covenant dropship starts swooping in. There's 2 cut dialogue pieces as part of this unused countdown, both warning you that you're running out of time to get to the hills. There's the first.
We should evacuate the area and find other survivors before Covenant search teams arrive.
And the second not long after.
Warning, we should evacuate the area before Covenant forces arrive.
If the player fails to start crossing the bridge by this point, the dropship just comes in anyway.
Alert, Covenant dropship inbound. They must be looking for survivors. I recommend immediate evasion.
My guess, this whole exploration and dropship countdown portion, it was all cut along with the blind wolves. Without the wolves, there's no real reason to explore, so may as well just push the player towards the hills right away, which is what ended up happening. And speaking of those hills, we do have some more cut content all revolving around that first Covenant dropship. How this dropship sequence works in the base game is once it comes in, it will always drop down near the landing zone. If you fail to get to the hills in time, you're spotted.
Alert. Covenant dropship has detected us. Here they come.
This doesn't really have any consequences other than you just have to fight some Covenant that have dropped off. There are a couple Banshees that will spawn in when you make your way up the hill, but they're scripted to always spawn in, so it doesn't really matter if the initial dropship spotted you or not. And now for the cut content. First, we've got a line of dialogue that would play if you successfully evade the dropship.
It doesn't look like they saw us, but we should leave before they spot us.
I believe this dialogue was always meant to play, but never did due to a scripting bug. Now let's talk about the dropship itself. I first want you to notice that if you were to go further up in these hills, there's a break in the trees that allows you to get a bird's eye view of the valley and, more importantly, the dropship. Now, imagine if, at this clearing, not only can you see the dropship can also see you. Well, you don't have to imagine it. This was actually meant to happen. They're scripting in the CE beta to do this very thing. Granted, it didn't work very well, but the vision was there. To facilitate this dropship sequence in a way that's not completely confusing to a new player, I did add a nav marker in the forested area that marks the safe place to hold out. As long as you stay by that marker, the dropship won't spot you. Also in service to this new stealth quotations mission, I also switched those 2 Banshees I mentioned to only spawn in if you're spotted by the the dropship, almost like they were radioed in. I will be honest though, even after fully restoring this sequence with all the fixes, it still does make perfect sense why they cut this. Even with the nav marker, multiple people that playtested this for me just didn't know they could sit tight here and avoid being spotted if I didn't outright tell them. And unfortunately, there's no way for me to communicate this without breaking some fourth wall, which I really don't want to do. Now, before moving on to the first marine area, I'd like to note a few other cuts in this section. First up, there's a chapter title during the opening cutscene. Instead of Flawless Cowboy like in the retail version, the 1749 beta instead had Arrival, which is significantly more boring. But hey, I never said everything was fun. Next, we have some unused jackal spawns in the hills. And last, but certainly not least, is my favorite little developer script, possibly in the whole franchise. It's not technically a piece of cut content, but I'm gonna talk about it anyway, because most of you probably don't know about Go to Hell, biatch. Yeah, this is a real script that the developer Jamie Grieschmer programmed into the game. Here's how it works. If you've ever played around with the Acrophobia skull, the one that lets you fly all around and explore, you may have noticed that in this first area of Halo, if you fly up too high, suddenly you can't move. The game just stops responding to your inputs. This is not a glitch. It's go to hell, biatch. To put it in technical terms, there's a big ass trigger volume in the sky that if you enter it, the game turns off all your inputs. At least until you fall out of the trigger volume, in which case it turns them back on. I was very curious why the hell go to hell is here, biatch. So I asked Jamie Grieschmer about it on Twitter, and he actually responded. So here's the scoop. Apparently some of those pesky playtesters figured out how to climb the sides of the canyon somehow. Not sure how, but they figured it out. And that led to them breaking the level. They figured this all out a few weeks prior to the game's hands-off deadline, so Jamie did not have a lot of leeway to fix this. In other words, minimal changes. He had to get creative. So he simply sent them to hell, biatch. Anyway, just a funny story that still remains in the game to this day. Alright, now let's move on to the first marine area. This is where you make contact with other marine survivors that escaped the Pillar of Autumn, and has you teaming up to fight multiple waves of Covenant as you wait for Foehammer to pick you up. First up for this section, we've got shotguns. Yes, this was part of the original sequencing for Halo CE. The shotgun was going to be present much earlier in the game. It was instead to be the flamethrower that was going to be introduced as part of the second act. When the flamethrower was ultimately cut, the shotgun took its place and was scrubbed from the earlier levels. Fortunately, the 1749 beta predates the flamethrower being cut, so by referencing this build, we get to see where and how the shotguns were implemented on the earlier levels before their eventual removal. For this level in particular, there were going to be Marines with shotguns present in this first marine area. Unfortunately, in the beta, it was only the Marines that had shotguns. There weren't any scattered around that you could pick up. So unless you acquire one from the Marines somehow, you're not getting a shotgun. But not to worry, in the restoration, you don't have to kill the Marines to take their shotgun. I put a couple up on the structure that you can just pick up. Like you don't have to, you don't have to. Moving on, so the rest of this section is just cut dialogue. First up, we have an extra dialogue line about a dropship landing to the rear.
Damn it! Another Covenant landing craft to the rear!
I believe this was meant to be an alternate line to this one.
Uh-oh, another bandit dropping in behind us! They're trying to flank us!
I went ahead and worked this cut line into when you first arrive, fits here rather nicely. Next up, we have an unused line from Johnson telling everyone to retreat back to the main tower.
Fall back, Marines! Back to that main structure! Move! Move!
This would play around the time you see the final two dropships coming in, and the Marines are actually scripted to retreat back to the tower too, so it closes that loop rather nicely. And my final note on this section is a unique player death that unfortunately never worked correctly in the retail build. It all revolves around these little Forerunner orbital cannon things that you see shooting up into the sky. There's two of these on this level that feature the unique death. The first is in this very area with the Marines, but there's also a second at the river objective later in the level. In the base game, there's a trigger volume at each of these two cannons where there's scripting that would induce a damage effect if you entered it. Unfortunately, in the final game, they put an invisible barrier preventing you from falling down to where it is, so you'd never actually be able to see this in action. So, as part of this restoration, I moved this trigger volume higher up to where the blue flame is. Now, if you jump into it, you get the damage effect. It's a subtle thing, but I really like cool death Easter eggs like this. And next up we have, hey Grok, what type of cave is this?
This cave is not a natural formation.
So cool. I will now start a parasocial relationship. So yeah, upon Foehammer dropping off our Warthog, we see 3 additional lifeboats crash down in an area up ahead. Since we're like the big hero or something, we resolve to get there and rescue them. The path forward to get to those lifeboats goes through a passageway known as the Natural Formation. First up, we have some dialogue that Cortana says to the player after Foehammer drops off the Warthog.
Survivors will probably stick close to their emergency beacons. We need to find where the lifeboats landed.
This line is not cut, by the way, but you've likely not heard it before. Reason being, you'd have to wait around this first area for a ridiculously long time to be able to hear it in the retail build.
Survivors will probably stick close to their emergency beacons.
I, for one, never even knew it existed before looking into this, so to make sure people actually hear it, I made it play upon getting into the Warthog. It winds up fitting here perfectly. Next up, we have some more blind wolves. Didn't make too much sense to have them only in one single area without a follow-up, so all around the level you'll find blind wolves just kind of chilling out. There are some on the way of the Natural Formation, and some more scattered all around the intermediate areas between the 3 marine rescue objectives. I also added some dead wolves around as flavor, showing that some lifeboats successfully fended them off, minus some casualties of course. Now moving on to the light bridge section, there were some unused jackal spawns by the bridge itself, and also a Warthog marine encounter that just so happened to have some spawns nearby. So using these 2 in tandem, I created a squad of marines and a Warthog that unfortunately met their untimely end before the player arrived. Those cut jackals would then be seen surrounding it. And now we have some more dialogue.
There must be some mechanism to cross this chasm. Look for a control panel or switch.
Okay, so similar to the one when we first get the Warthog, this line was not actually cut, but had a whole bunch of requirements, including killing every single enemy in this huge section before it would play. So in other words, it was very rare to hear. To that end, I cleaned up the scripting so it will always play and you'll never miss it. And finally, after the light bridge and on your way outside, in the 1749 beta build, there'd be this little DLC area you'd see as you're driving through. The wall from the retail build, it wasn't a wall in the beta, and it was instead a hallway that you can actually drive down. However, it doesn't actually lead anywhere, just a dead end. Yeah, I know, but wait, there's a second opening as well well, it's also just a dead end. The whole concept here of a maze-like interior portion you can drive through likely harkens back to when this level was actually broken up into multiple levels, with this one inside the formation likely being the level called Manufacturing Facility. For the restoration, I actually did not restore these DLC hallways just because the whole rest of the 1749 load zone has a lot of oddities in terms of lighting and pathfinding that would have been just way too much a pain to smooth over. If you really want to see the hallway, I do have a 1749 port on the workshop that has the hallway. So, you know, have fun, I guess. Now let's move on to the 3 areas, the open world section of the game. This section follows Chief as he races towards the crashed lifeboats from earlier. They crashed in 3 distinct areas: cliff, rubble, and finally river. What makes this open world quotations is that you can do these 3 areas in any order you choose, and there's no nav marker. The developers clearly intended for this section to be all about exploration. And explore we shall. First, let's mosey on over to Cliff. It's called Cliff because there's a cliff. In case you didn't know. This section is a little unique with regards to the marine survivors because the crashed lifeboat is not actually in this area, it's just outside it, which Cortana and the Marines will remark about.
Lifeboat detected. No sign of survivors.
Man, what a mess. The weapons lockers must have broken open. There's weapons and supplies all over the place. Where's the bodies, though?
These are the lines you'll hear in the base game, but did you know there's a 3rd unused dialogue line?
We really should search the area for survivors before we leave.
This one is from the beta version and serves to inform the player that they need to go and explore this cliff area to hopefully find the Marines nearby. So you go in and explore the cliff area just to find the Covenant have it completely secured. And as you make your way towards the large structure in the center, you just barely catch an elite out of the corner of your eye. You ready your weapon, but suddenly he darts away down what appears to be an entrance to some underground labyrinth. Following him down leads you directly to those Marine survivors, which, after saving the day and clearing out the remaining Covenant forces, has Foehammer then come to pick them up. This elite that I mentioned earlier that you would see running down the labyrinth is part of a cut encounter called Draw Elite. The idea behind it was to non-verbally, almost organically tell an observant player where to go next. It took a lot of doing and scripting hacks to get it working properly, which is probably why it was cut. Next up, we have Old Waiting Marine. So, after clearing out all the Covenant, Foehammer swoops in for the rescue, but picks what is quite possibly the worst place to land. Okay, not like literally the worst, but it's not exactly great. There's like rocks and stuff everywhere. In that time that Foehammer is flying in, the remaining Marines will attach themselves to the waiting Marine encounter. All it really does is tether them to the landing site so they're ready to go once Foehammer lands. Nothing crazy. And that's where Old Waiting Marine comes in. This encounter instead tethers the Marines to wait over by the clearing on the other side, where there's not like rocks and other shit, you know. Probably a better place to land. As this cut encounter likely implies, well, this was where Foehammer was going to land originally. For whatever reason though, they changed it to the other side at some point in development. My guess is they just wanted this camera angle on the final cutscene. Unfortunately, there's no trace of Foehammer's cut landing recording. I looked in the game files, the beta, but nothing. Which means that to restore Foehammer's cut landing location, I had to do the recording myself. If you missed my previous video on Assault in the Control Room, allow me to remind you about the vehicle recordings. So we're in the dropship. Now to start an actual input capture. Well, you have to press caps lock, which then opens up a dialog window where you type in a script to run whenever a capture starts. You can use this to teleport the dropship to the recording start flag. So you start typing and, oh yeah, right, caps lock is on. You gotta press it again. Exciting stuff, I know. And then when you finally get all that sorted, you realize that these dropships control like complete dog shit. Yeah, you know, this is now I get to do it all again. So this specific restoration was threefold. First, I had to make a landing animation. So I flew the dumb boat and landed it nice and gentle in the clearing on the other side. Second, I had to make a takeoff animation. This one was significantly easier than the landing animation because it doesn't matter what I do when it gets off the map. Landing, I gotta make it look pretty, not all jerky and bad, but taking off, I can just crash into the side of a mountain and you'd never know. And last, but certainly not least, I had to make a cutscene. Yeah, so if you do Cliff as the very last area, it's also where Foehammer picks you up to end the level. This is accompanied by an ending cutscene. The problem, of course, is now Foehammer is taken off from the other side of the area and the camera is not placed with that in mind. So I had to move this camera, fix up the interpolation on the movements, clean up the timings, recheck and move the camera because it looked bad, which also meant redoing the timings and interpolation. Then I had to completely redo the sound design because it's stereo and there's takeoff animation playing in the right ear, but it needs to be taking off towards the left, so it can't have your right ear. It's gotta sound in the left. Oh.
Don't fucking talk to me like that, dude. You gotta be fucking kidding me with that fucking goddamn shit, dude. You guys fucking fuck me. Everybody is fucking me. And my entire family's acting like, it's your fault for fucking drinking. No!
all just to build this nice cutscene.
We should move out, Lieutenant, and then we'll need your help on a rescue mission.
Now stop. Let's just back up for a second. Did I have to do all this? No, really, did I have to do all this work just to have Bowhammer land over here instead of over there? No, I really didn't. I honestly don't know why I did it. I kept wondering this as I was doing it. I don't know who in the world actually cares that developers maybe once upon a time thought about having Bowhammer coming in over here. Let's just move on, man. All right, rubble. There's rocks. That's why it's called that. This one has Marines holed up in the center of a bunch of large boulders as they're beset by a squad of Covenant. And this all brings us to the invisible monsters conversation. After clearing out that initial wave of Covenant, there's a whole entire dialogue sequence that goes unused in the final game.
Stand by, Marines. I've called Echo 419 for evac. We should dust off shortly.
Quiet! They'll hear you!
Who's out there? I can't detect any Covenant forces in the vicinity.
I don't know. They're monsters or something. Invisible monsters.
Very likely the invisible monsters he's referring to are stealth elites, cloaked in transparent camouflage, but for some reason almost always carrying a big glowy sword. Right here in rubble is where camo elites were originally going to be introduced. Unfortunately, there's no encounter data left behind that would hint at what exactly they were planning for their big reveal, so I had to improvise. Decided to keep it nice and simple. After the invisible monsters dialogue concludes, some camo elites will then rush the position and fight the player and Marines. If you don't know to expect it, it can be a bit of a jump scare, which is how I reckon they do it. I'm guessing Bungie cut this because they wanted the camo elites on Truth and Reconciliation to hit just right. And that's actually it for rubble, not too much here. So let's just move on to our final section, this one called River. It's called that because it's next to a river. This section has a squad of Marines taking cover up in the hills above another one of those orbital cannons. Now for the cut content. First up, we have an unused dialogue line from Sergeant Johnson that would play when you reach the top of the hill.
You're a sight for sore eyes, Chief. We're in a bad way. We got wounded here.
You might recognize this line as an alternative to the one that you'd hear Mendoza play in the retail game.
You're a sight for sore eyes, Chief. We're in a bad way. We've got wounded here.
The reason the Johnson variant of this dialogue went unused is simply because there's no Johnson spawn. No Johnson spawn, no Johnson dialogue. Next up is the wounded sniper. Upon reaching the top of the hill in retail, you'll find a dead Marine leaning up against a rock with his sniper rifle in plain view. However, he wasn't always going to be dead on arrival. He's actually part of a cut encounter called Flavor River Sniper that would instead have him alive but fatally wounded. Upon approaching him, you'd get some dialogue too.
I think I got a few of those Covenant bastards, but I'm hit. Take my sniper rifle, sir.
And after this dialogue concludes, he unfortunately perishes from his injuries. This is such a cool piece too, my favorite of the three areas, honestly. I'm not sure why it was cut either. The Marine seems to work perfectly fine, no odd behaviors or anything. And finally, we have an unused second wave. After you make contact with the Marines and clear out a certain number of enemies below, a Covenant dropship would then swoop in to drop off one additional wave. However, it wasn't always going to be just this one single wave. They're scripting for a second additional wave coming in before the one we see in retail. Unlike at Cliff, there was a recording left behind for this dropship, however, it's just really bad. Honestly, I had to redo it, and while I was redoing it, it became very clear why it was cut. There's honestly just no room to land a second dropship. I literally had to chop down one of the damn trees just so I could have some space to land this sucker. But you have nothing to fear. I am an environmentalist, so I replanted 2 trees to make up for it. Not that it really matters. Getting rid of this inconvenient obstacle gave me a little more wiggle room to come in and land for this unused wave. Following from the left behind scripting, I put some elites on one side and jackals on the other. Then, rather than have it only come in after killing some enemies below, which honestly killed the pacing of the section, I instead had the dropship come in around the time you arrive at River, so you see it swooping in as you're talking to the Marines. It all worked out rather swimmingly, and the combat pacing felt good and, more importantly, fun. What wasn't fun though is I once again had to create a dropship recording. I'm gonna complain about it every single time I have to do it. And that's it for all things specific to each area, but we also have some cut content that spans all 3 areas. First up is the final Banshees, where whichever area you complete last, there'd be some additional Banshees you'd have to fight. These Banshees must be destroyed as part of area completion. In other words, Foehammer won't come in and end the level until you kill them. Now, next up for the 3 areas is each have their own unique piece of cut dialogue called Abandoned Final. Whichever area you saved for last would have its own unique dialogue line from Cortana if you tried to leave without getting picked up by Foehammer.
We can't leave yet. We need to wait for the dropship.
I say all this dialogue was cut, but really it's just because the abandoned scripting was a complete mess. Like, the easiest way to restore all this was just to completely rewrite it. And finally is a change not to this level, but to Silent Cartographer. With the addition of the blind wolves to Halo, I wanted to go back and add them to levels where it would also make sense to have them. Looking at the levels I've restored so far, 343 Guilty Spark, literal swamp filled with flood. I don't think wolves would make a nice home out of a swamp filled with flood. Assault on the Control Room is a winter wasteland, specifically designed to be as difficult to traverse as possible in order to impede flood movement in the event they got loose. Also not a very good home for wolves, especially these ones. They'll get all cold. So that leaves Silent Cartographer, a literal beach island paradise with nice forested areas in the center. Perfect sort of environment to house some more wolves. To set this up properly, we first need some environmental design. When you're heading towards the security room to unlock the main facility, it takes you towards that nice foresty area that I mentioned earlier. Except it's completely taken over by the Covenant, like a whole platoon you see while going up the hill, hunters at the very top, more enemies as you make your way to the facility itself. There's a lot of them. I wanted to design this whole section according to the principles of Chekhov's gun, which is the narrative ideal that every element in a story should be relevant. In other words, if you show a gun, there must be a reason for it, such as being fired by some character at some point later. The point is to remove irrelevant things from the story you're telling. Although, honestly, now that I think about it, I think what I'm really doing here might just be generic foreshadowing, which is me letting you know the wolves are coming up again later. Foreshadowing is very related to Chekhov's gun though, kind of like a cousin. Which, on that note, a surprising amount of states in the US would actually allow them to marry if they were cousins. But like, to be fair, some have restrictions. Like Arizona says the gun and the shadow can marry if they're both 65 or older, or one is infertile. The reason we need some environmental foreshadowing here is the wolves will not be featured in Truth and Reconciliation. I haven't restored it yet, but it's a literal desert plateau high up in the cliffs. Doesn't really make sense to me to have these cute little creatures high up in the desert cliffs. Just doesn't really seem like a good environment for them. This means the player has gone a whole level without seeing them and probably forgot about them. To that end, I first set up some flavor. In the forest area of Silent Cartographer, you'll see some dead wolves scattered around in certain places and corners. The idea here is that the Covenant cleared them out sometime before you arrived and perhaps moved them away from their firing lines. Not only is it some excellent world building and organic storytelling, it's also indirectly telling you that, hey, those blind wolves from Halo, well, they'll be making another appearance here too. Now for the big payoff. After clearing out the Covenant and deactivating the security system, upon your return, there they are, rushing down the hill directly towards you. It's kind of adorable, honestly, but don't be fooled, they'll definitely kill you. As a bonus, the wolves rushing down the hill lines up perfectly with a dropship that landed at the center structure. So you, the player, cleared out the area, which the blind wolves then began to cautiously explore and repopulate when all of a sudden a Covenant dropship came in and spooked them down the hill directly towards you. Works out perfectly. And that is all I have to show you today. That is the cut content in Halo. Everything discussed here is made fully available through Halo CE Restored, my mod which you can find on the Steam Workshop. I'll throw a link down below where you can go check it out for yourself. I also host votes after each one of these videos where you can vote on which level I cover next. I can't guarantee every level will be this fruitful, but I will at least find something to talk about. So if you have any strong opinions here, make sure you subscribe so you can make them known. So yeah, I'm signing off now. Bye. Well, here we are with yet another video about the cut content in Halo Combat Evolved. This is Halo CE Restored, a video series and mod where I dig deep to find all the cut content in this breakthrough title. Everything that was left behind in the game's code or featured in various media like beta builds and even commercials. And this time around, I'm focusing on this iconic level, Halo, the one where we first crash land onto the
I've always had such a deep fascination with content that was cut from Halo games. Honestly, I feel like at this point, I'm more familiar with content that was cut from the original Halo trilogy than I am with my own sense of self. Reach, however, not so much. Out of pure curiosity, I recently found myself going down the rabbit hole of Reach cut content for the first time ever, actually, and what I found surprised me so much that I ended up turning that late night deep dive into this very video. And of course, I want to start out by looking at the earliest original plans that Bungie had for Reach's campaign, which, when compared to what we ultimately got, are absolutely fascinating. So this image, shared by Marcus Leto, is the earliest known plan for Reach's campaign, broken down level by level in chronological order. And although this is very much a kind of general overview that lacks some specifics, I do find it interesting that in this rather different version of the campaign, it still had 11 levels like the one that we ended up getting. And then, in addition to this document, Marcus also shared a couple others from the exact same point in development. So, let's add them all together and try and build a picture of the earliest version of Reach's story. So, instead of the game opening with Noble Actual, of course the cutscene that formally introduced us to Noble Team, it would have opened with a cinematic of a Marine, likely post-war, recalling back to events just before the last Great War began, specifically pertaining to some sort of mysterious pivotal thing with which he was involved. Now I gotta say, at face value, this sounds really similar to the extra videos that Bungie created for the Halo 3 Believe campaign, which focused on veterans of the Human Covenant War many years in the future, revisiting technology and the sites of battles from the war that they fought in a very kind of Vietnam documentary style. Those videos were extremely impactful, and so I feel like this cutscene might have been as well. I'm also pretty sure that that mysterious pivotal thing would have been Cortana, or at least some kind of foreigner data gathered from the ship. I mean, literally, what else could it have been? The foreigner staff? Okay, well, we'll get into that thing later on. It's also worth noting that at this point, Reach was referred to as the Last Great War, and it was said to be a battle that lasted for 9 months instead of the 37 days that it lasted in Reach, and also instead of the, mere hours that it lasted in the Fall of Reach. Suffice to say, Bungie had quite a few different ideas when it came to the timeline of the Battle of Reach. The first actual level, nicknamed Opening Infantry Battle, sounds a little bit similar to Winter Contingency, given that it was said to include communications of some sort, which of course is similar to the Visegrad relay station going offline, but it does sound like this was meant to be way more of a tutorial level, given the other 2 bullet points for it are training and squad training, which does make me wonder if some kind of Republic Commando squad mechanics were intended to be in Reach at one point. I also assume that at some point during this level, likely in its intro cutscene, we would have gotten a kind of Noble Actual style introduction to Noble Team. I mean, from that intro cinematic, you could, I guess, make the argument that Bungie originally intended for you to play as a Marine in Reach, but we know from the recent dig site leaks, which unfortunately I can't show, and also from various other sources that playing as a unique squad of Spartans was pretty much the plan with Reach from the get-go. The second level seems pretty different to Oni Sword Base because, for starters, it didn't take place at Oni Sword Base, nor did it take place at any Oni or UNSC facility for that matter. Rather, it was a frantic opening battle, seat of your pants terror, in a small coastal city with lots of civilians that was said to be more of an experience than combat. Now, it's pretty obvious that this concept later morphed into Exodus, because of course a coastal city with loads of civilians is literally what Exodus was. And I mean, hell, those suicide grunts in Exodus, they are quite literally, quote, seat of your pants terror. You were also meant to regroup and plan an attack, whatever that means in this level, and there was meant to be yet more infantry and weapon training that happened in a small town. Mission 3 was very different. So instead of Nightfall, it was meant to be a ground vehicle training level with wide open combat in a valley between mountains that ultimately resulted in a UNSC victory. Now, Reach never really had any combat like this, at least any open combat akin to, say, the Ark from Halo 3, for example. So I wonder if this idea was eventually kind of distilled down into Tip of the Spear, specifically its intro. Mission 4 was very different, and it was designed around a prototype style of gameplay that Bungie never nailed down, but that all these years later I'm still waiting for. Water combat. The level was codenamed Covert SEALs Boat Attack, in which you'd undergo covert training, whatever that means, and then, in the dead of night, assault a Covenant ship offshore. Of course, a water-based ship, in a Navy SEALs-like fashion via your own boat, and then sink it. Needless to say, this sounds so awesome, especially the Navy SEAL style approach. I really do hope at some point water combat finally gets added to Halo, because I'd love to see boat combat and, honestly, even like swimming become core mechanics of the franchise. Level 5 was supposed to just be an intro to air combat, and it does sound pretty simple. You'd clear out an area from above, creating a safe route for supplies, presumably into the city from the second level. Level 6, however, sounds like Nightfall on steroids. Codenamed Sniper Training, it took place on a high ridge, just like Nightfall, except your objective was to take out Covenant leadership targets up in a ridge pass, which sounds really vibey. Any kind of assassination level is always up my alley, and you know, when it takes place in a high up ridge pass in the dead of night with a sniper, man, sign me up. Level 7 sounds very similar to the intro to Only Alpha Site in ODST.
In the most recent quiz, you might have seen that Fiesta Lasso was mostly skipped through because it took us 42 minutes to finish. In the edit of the episode, it focused on the fact that I accidentally made Athena's character far too hard to guess. But I stand by that Bree and Xperia were just asking bad questions to narrow down their own characters, and they should have been able to guess them. Let me know if you figured them out, or if this question really was just a bust. Next time I do this category, I'll be letting everyone guess once per turn for no additional penalty.
Okay, is my character human?
No.
Is my character an ally?
Yes?
Your hesitance, then, this is more than likely wrong, but mendicant bias?
If you're enjoying the quizzes and want to support the channel, consider buying a shirt by going to Orchidate.com. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of my completely original quiz, a brand new, never-before-seen game show format that in no way resembles any pre-existing game shows. I'm your host, Willie Asso, and I have with me today these three voice actors. Narrator on Waypoint Chronicles and a voice of a chronically dead elite, it's Kerry Kawamoto.
Hi, I'm dead, and I'm happy to be here.
The voice of Peanut on Crash. What time is it, JMB Chief?
It's dizzy time!
It's dizzy time! And the voice of Sergeant Johnson in Cursed Halo, the dude playing a dude because he sounds like another dude, it's the Vocal Butcher.
Yeah, man, I am here.
Ed Talley is here today. She's not a voice actress, but she did get an upgrade on her mic, so she should sound slightly nicer today.
Cocksucker!
Our categories today are What's Wrong? Images where something's been changed. Not Halo, images of things that share a name with something from Halo. High Hood Half Penshore Dead Tea, nonsense phrases that you've got to decipher into the actual quote. Who's That VA? Voice clips of characters and you've got to identify who plays them. Impress Me, I'll give you a line and you have to give me your best impression. And Drawn from Memory, these guys can act, but can they draw? And if you want this quiz,
Hi, I'm dead, and I'm
never before seen game show is a brand new, never-before-seen game show format that in no way resembles any pre-existing game shows. I'm your host, Willie Asso, and I have with me today these three voice actors. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of my completely original quiz, a brand new, never-before-seen game show format that in no way resembles any pre-existing game shows. I'm your host, Willie Osso, and I have with me today these three voice actors. Narrator on Waypoint Chronicles and a voice of a chronically dead elite, it's Kerry Kawamoto.
Hi, I'm dead, and I'm happy to be here.
The voice of Peanut on Crash. What time is it, JMB Chief?
It's dizzy time!
It's dizzy time! And the voice of Sergeant Johnson in Cursed Halo, the dude playing a dude because he sounds like another dude, it's the Vocal Butcher.
Yeah, man. I am here.
Ed Talley is here today. She's not a voice actress, but she did get an upgrade on her mic, so she should sound slightly nicer today.
Cocksucker.
Our categories today are What's Wrong? Images where something's been changed. Not Halo, images of things that share a name with something from Halo. High Hood, Half Penshore, Dead Tea, nonsense phrases that you've got to decipher into the actual quote. Who's That VA? Voice clips of characters and you've got to identify who plays them. Impress Me, I'll give you a line and you have to give me your best impression. And Drawn from Memory. These guys can act, but can they draw? And if you want this quiz for yourself so you can play with your friends, you can find it on my Patreon, as well as all previous quizzes and any future quizzes. Contestants, are you ready to take my cock?
I mean,
Absolutely.
Usually I get paid a bit more for that, but you know, that's fine. Yeah.
All right, Kerry, you are up first.
I'm deathly curious. High Hood, Half Penshore, Dead Tea. Go easy on me, though, please.
All right, High Hood, Half Penshore, Dead Tea for easy. Please read this phrase and try and decipher what the hell it's supposed to be.
Okay. Hear you, manatee, weary get peeing, ailing in past herds, weary get gumming due worth. On we boast heft, innately weak rat decor, shushed flu, empower bracketine has pleat. What?
I'm gonna have an awful time tonight.
I don't speak Italian.
Oh no, I have to tell you what's happening? What do you
have
mean?
to tell me what the actual quote is.
Oh God.
This is a quote. I've
Okay.
already figured it out. I don't know anything about this quiz, and I've already figured it out. Come on, keep up.
Oh boy. Oh no. All right. Well, you know, I warned you what it'd be like with me here. So I'm gonna just go ahead and say that it's the Gettysburg Address and get my turn over.
The Gettysburg Address. All right, Chief.
I'm gonna say a Lord Hood speech.
It is not a Lord Hood speech. Butcher?
Dear humanity, we regret being alien bastards. We regret coming to Earth. And we most definitely regret that the Corps just blew up our raggedy-ass fleet!
Hoorah!
Oh, I can't believe I missed that.
It took me a freaking minute. Like, my brain had to, like, rewire for, like, 30 seconds.
The amount of time it took y'all to figure this out does not bode well for the rest of this category, because when we tested this, they got this in, like, 1 second.
I get it though. It's a flavor fish quest pun.
Sure.
Yeah.
That was a
Gibberish
test
question.
run.
Don't know what that
Yeah.
means. All right, Chief, you are up next.
Let's do Impress Me for normal.
Impress me for normal. Please do your best impression of this. We immediately got the bomb in this one.
All right, you ready? Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of my completely original quiz, a brand new, never-before-seen game show format that in no way resembles any pre-existing game shows.
All right, and Butcher, your attempt?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to another.
That is like exactly Aaron Hansen's little guy voice. Carrie?
You went crazy frog for a second there. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of my completely original quiz, a brand new, never-before-seen game show format that in no way resembles any pre-existing game shows.
Everybody forgot how I did this like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, dude.
Do we just give that to Chief Tally?
Yeah, that goes.
Okay.
That definitely goes to Chief.
Oh, come on! It sounded just like you.
I mean, maybe
I did
Porky
appreciate
Pig, or
Butcher's
Daffy Duck.
little guy thing.
Yeah, I appreciate the transition from Will to Porky Pig to Crazy Frog.
All right, Butcher, it is your turn to pick.
Not Halo heroic.
Not Halo, for heroic. What Halo thing is this?
Oh, this is cruel.
This is not cruel.
This is cruel.
This was easy. I promise.
I don't know. Yeah, Stam a good ham.
That is incorrect.
I got nothing. Man. I really got nothing.
Oh no, I have to come at this backwards. I have to go, okay, what do I think might be a Halo reference? Because I have no idea. So I'm going to guess Skinner.
It is not Skinner. Chief?
It's on the tip of my tongue. Bees?
Bees! No, that is incorrect. Butcher, for half points, this is Chalmers. The answer is his job rank.
Oh, Chalmers. Nope, still ain't got it.
No. Okay. Carrie?
Superintendent.
This is Superintendent.
Oh my goodness. Cruel.
That is 3 points for Carrie. And Carrie, it is your turn again.
Let's do what's wrong normal.
What's wrong for normal? What's wrong?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Let me make this bigger. Hold on. What is this?
Gotta zoom, enhanced. Oh, I figured it out.
Yeah.
No, don't tell me that.
This one's good. I like this one.
I do too.
I'm gonna say whatever little guy on the table's getting hit by that laser beam isn't supposed to be.
That is what's supposed to be happening in that scene. Chief.
Okay.
It's Captain Keys is there instead of Lord
God
Hood.
dang it.
That is correct. We replaced Lord Hood with Captain Keys.
God
Captain
dang
Keys
it.
has been dead by this point.
Yeah,
Funny enough, originally I was gonna say he's missing his hat, and then I looked. I'm like, oh wait, no, that's just Captain Keys.
The dad's dead.
My impromptu hint for this one was going to be Daddy.
Daddy. Who's your daddy? All right, Chief.
Let's keep this going. What's wrong? Heroic.
What's wrong for heroic? What's wrong?
Let's see here.
I think I got it.
Is it the fact that there's an elephant in the back?
That is correct. The elephant does not spawn on this map.
Dang it,
Aha.
man.
That
Good
is
shit.
6
Good shit.
I'm
points.
redeeming myself.
Two
Two
Chief.
that I actually do when I'm not allowed to say anything.
That's 14. Butcher, it is your turn. We'll see if you know this one.
No, okay, gee whiz. Let's give Drawn from Memory some love. Let's get this going. Let's do normal, see how it goes.
All right. So all three of you are going to be participating. You can open up like Microsoft Paint or something. Please draw for me a hunter, and I will give you 60 seconds. Okay, go. You have 60 seconds. I will be judging you based on the correct amount of identifiable features of the thing, not your actual artistic skill.
Oh, come the hell on. That's the wrong... God dang it. Give me the right color. No!
I know, I messed up.
Why is this switching to the right color?
Stop drawing and submit your drawings.
I couldn't change the color, man.
Yeah,
the color shouldn't matter. I'm going based on the shapes, not the color.
Mine looks like an impressionist painting.
That looks like a dinosaur.
I'll explain myself, but we'll get there.
That's better.
You'll explain yourself. So, Carrie, what did you think a hunter was?
All right, so it's been a little while. However, I'm a
Did you
man
think
of...
Resident Evil Hunter?
Yes, I'm a man of many fandoms, as you might have known. And I figured, well, I know for sure that this is what a Resident Evil Hunter looks like, and if we're judging it by correct number of features, maybe I'll get close.
I think, unfortunately, I'm not going to give you any points for
Awesome.
calling me out on a technicality that I didn't specify Halo Hunter, but this is a Halo quiz.
Of course. Of course.
Wait, first of all, the hunter doesn't have eyes.
Well, that's true. You're right. Okay.
Okay, I think these go to Butcher.
Yeah.
This is what a hunter looks like in Halo.
Yay! Side profile. I had the gun. Just imagine that I did the perspective right.
I can't even discern what Chief is drawn.
I can see the spikes.
I guess.
I'm a voice actor, not an artist.
That is 4 points to Butcher. Then it is Carrie's turn.
Who's that VA for easy?
Who's that VA for easy?
I'd have been your daddy, but that dog beat me over the fence.
Oh, geez. All right. Well, go ahead, y'all. Have at you.
Okay.
I'm just happy to be here.
Chief?
I know the character. I don't
Same.
know the VA. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh my! And this is easy.
This is easy. This is easy because the character shares part of a name with the voice actor.
It's not Adam Baldwin, is it?
It's not Adam Baldwin. Butcher?
I don't know. I'm going to say Benjamin Stacker.
Tally, did we give him points for that?
I mean, like, you did say it was it was part of the name, so yeah.
Okay, so just 1 point for this?
Yeah.
Okay, this is Pete Stacker.
It was either Pete or... dang it.
Yeah, the character is Sergeant Marcus P. Stacker, named for Marcus Leto and Pete Stacker.
Vader.
1 point to Butcher.
Oh, yes, 7, just like the number of rings.
Chief, it is your turn to pick.
Let's do Impress Me, Heroic.
Impress me for Heroic. Please do this impression.
It's going to jump inside the city.
Butcher?
It's going to jump inside the city.
Carrie?
It's going to jump inside the city.
I think Butcher got the closest here. The thing I was very specifically looking for was the inflection on inside because he says it weird.
It's going to jump inside the city.
Yep.
Yeah, Butcher's got it.
Nailed it, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep.
It is 6 points to Butcher.
Oh, yes.
Matt, 13. And Butcher, it is your turn.
Let's try not Halo for normal.
Not Halo for normal. What Halo thing is this?
Oh, I'm first. Dang it.
Yeah, it's your first.
Oh, it's Virgil.
It's Virgil.
Yeah.
You got the two connected questions. I like to.
Yeah.
I was gonna say hi, Charity.
Superintendent and Virgil.
Hi,
Charity.
I was gonna say hi, Charity.
One Charity.
Well, you're not blinded by its majesty.
Blinded.
All right, Carrie, we are back to you.
Okay, give me not Halo easy.
Not Halo for easy. What Halo thing is this?
I get it now.
Oh no, I don't even know what actual thing that is. Oh no. Calling myself out here. Shepard.
This is not Shepard. Chief?
Nice.
Miranda?
This is Miranda.
Yeah, Miranda.
Aha!
Not one of my fandoms.
That is 2 points for Chief.
I freaking love Mass Effect so much. Tally is babe. Not this Tally presently.
What?
Tally.
What do you mean not this Tally presently? Fuck you.
What do you think she's named after?
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Bastard. Fuck you.
I have a specific Tally I'm enamored with.
And Chief, it is your turn to pick.
Let's do Who's That VA for Heroic?
Who's that VA for Heroic? Who is this?
No one panic, except for me!
Hold on, it is on the tip of my tongue. I do know who this is. Is it Ron Hip?
Nope. Butcher?
I have no idea. I know so few voice actor names from this game.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Carrie?
The one possible that I could know is that Keith David, my beloved?
It is not Keith David.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought I tried.
Chief, your hint for this is he also plays a notable Marine character.
Oh, David Scully.
It's David Scully! Butcher!
Look, man, I didn't want to assume it sounded like David Scully, but I didn't want to make an ass of myself.
Why do you think I'm here? Come on. You'll be fine. You can't be doing worse than me.
I can't get all the Sergeant Johnson questions correct.
We have so many.
Why the
on this
fuck
quiz.
not?
This quiz has ended up Sergeant Johnson themed.
I wonder why.
Okay. Butcher?
Oh god, let's do it again. High hood, half pen. Oh god, my brain. For heroic.
High hood, half pen, short dead tea for heroic. What's the quote?
Oh, am I going first again?
You're going first again. Say it out loud.
Why?
Say it out loud. We're recording.
Oh, I'm trying not to give the game away.
You're playing.
I know. I want to win.
Okay.
Mrs. It Baby Old Knee.
Got it.
It's easier whenever you're not the one saying it.
All right. I'll still give you full points for this, but do it in Johnson's voice.
Mrs. It Baby Old Knee.
You still don't know?
Oh, this is it, baby. Hold me.
This is it, baby. Hold me.
That's what I was gonna guess. I might have actually gotten this one.
I'm fine with taking half points.
Half points? Okay.
At first I thought it was, were it so easy.
That was heroic.
Dude, my brain is not the right kind of wired for those questions.
Everything in High Hood, Half Pen, Short Dead Tea, including the title, is a Johnson quote.
Oh, well, that helps a lot, actually.
Well, I mean, technically this is a Stacker quote, but I guess Johnson has said it, but it's I would have been your daddy. All right, Carrie, it is your turn.
High hood, half pen, chore, dead tea. legendary.
I would have pinch or dead T for legendary.
I own 2 pissed in bees says.
You're just singing a song in Japanese now?
No, I'm. Oh God! I'm trying to work backwards.
Do you do a Johnson impression at all?
No. We're gonna say might known to mist in these days.
That is incorrect.
I own 2 piston bees says.
It's a pretty spot on impression.
I own 2 piston bees says. What? Why can't I figure it out?
It's crazy because you've got like you're like uncanny like getting the line as he says it, but you just don't remember what he says.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to pass.
Okay, Butcher.
Oh, man, I am struggling. I own 2 piston bees says. I'm blanking. I'm really blanking on this one.
All right, Carrie, for half points. This is what Johnson says to Chief at the beginning of Halo 3.
Well, I'm sure that's a fantastic clue for everybody else here.
This is barely that line.
You missed in pieces. That's all I got.
Do we give it to him, Tally? Because he's pretty close. We are on half points.
Okay, yeah, close enough.
The quote is, I don't do bits and pieces.
Do bits and pieces. Got it.
I think it's because it's missing the and in the beginning, because he says, and I don't do bits and pieces.
Fair.
So it's confusing me.
That's fair.
It is an 8-pointer question.
Yeah.
This is true.
All right, that is Carrie up to 7 points.
I still say we deduct the quiz master 5 points for
Sure.
Good idea.
All right, Chief, it is your turn to pick.
What's wrong for legendary?
What's wrong for legendary? What's wrong?
Zoom, enhance.
Oh, it's whatchamacallit. Wait a minute, hold on. I should know this. This is part of my show.
Yeah.
What is wrong?
What is wrong with me?
I've been here so much. Oh, wait, is it the top part clipping through the rock?
That is incorrect. Butcher?
I was going to go with what Chief was saying. Like, is it mirrored? Or
It's not
it's
mirrored,
like, is that
no.
tunnel? Okay.
Carrie?
I'm gonna say that turret up there over the gate is very lonely, and there should be more guns here.
That is
yes,
incorrect. Chief,
Okay.
for half points, think broader.
Wait, is it the background? Like, it's not like the skybox is wrong?
No, that is incorrect. Butcher?
Oh, God.
Somebody watching is going to have played this like 2 minutes ago before watching this quiz and be like, I know exactly what's wrong here.
It has been a while since I played this map.
I am so fired.
I'm going to say the rock formations are incorrect.
That is incorrect. Carrie?
All right, if it's not the skybox, I'm gonna say that there is a cityscape that you should be able to see.
That is incorrect. The thing that was wrong here is that we changed the time of day.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
This image was provided by Athena, by the way, Chief.
Wow.
So.
I'm gonna be real. I just thought that was some like Master Chief collection, like they messed up the lighting and porting it, like kind of deal.
All right. That
No,
is
it is
no
very
points for
obvious.
anybody. Butcher's turn.
Let's do not Halo for Lasso. Let's do
Not
Lasso.
Halo
Let's do
for Lasso. What Halo thing is this?
What?
Oh man. Is it longest?
It is longest.
Oh
Good shit. Good shit.
Oh,
wow.
You nailed that.
nice.
Well, it's only because Inferno literally tortured the hell out of us when he did his multiplayer beta.
Eat that map.
Oh my god, I forgot that he did that.
I don't know if it's called longest. I think it's called like longerist or something.
Longerist. All right, Carrie, we are back to you.
Drawn from memory, but we'll do legendary. Bring it on.
Drawn from
Nice.
memory for
Nice.
legendary. Please draw
Nice.
for me Atriox.
The best fruit. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
I don't know, man. I kind of dig Grandpa Brute more. Escharum.
I have the ability to server mute you.
Oh, I didn't put a timer.
We're just going, man. We're just going.
I'll give you 10 more seconds. I gotta remember to put a timer next time. Sorry, Bree.
I hope you guys are ready for this perfection. There you go.
Oh no.
That's actually not half bad. Are you guys ready for this?
No DLC.
I figured out I could use color now.
This is Atriox. I'm not really sure, like, anybody got the essence of Atriox down, but...
Oh, I forgot his beard. That's right.
I looked at a picture of him exactly once.
At least I gave him the hammer.
I attempted to draw the war paint on his face.
Is that what that is, Chief?
Yes.
That's the hammer?
Yes.
I think Chief gets these points.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on.
Chief.
What do you mean, Chief? What is it? Looks like a spaghetti monster.
That is 27.
That's a
for
spicy
Chief.
meatball.
That's a spicy meatball. All right.
I call shenanigans.
Okay, Chief, it is your turn to pick.
What's wrong? Easy.
What's wrong for easy? What's wrong?
It is again. Hold on, let me zoom into this. It's Johnson in the back.
That is correct. Johnson should not
Is he
be
holding
here.
his knee?
Like Johnson made it off the park, I believe.
So hold on. If Johnson is there, then that means he's gonna get absolutely fucking crushed by the scorpion that comes screeching by.
Yeah.
No,
Come on, baby.
He's just
Hold
built
me.
different. What are you talking about?
I really do think it was a missed opportunity to have Johnson show up in Halo 4 and just not explain it like they did in Halo 2. Butcher, it is your turn. Say what?
Say what? Let's wrap up what's wrong with Lasso.
What's wrong for Lasso? What's wrong?
Oh, the hammer is supposed to be on the platform up top.
That is incorrect. Carrie?
Dang it.
You shouldn't have a needler at this point.
That is incorrect. This is a multiplayer.
Okay.
Map.
Okay.
Chief?
Is it the fact that the hammer is on its side?
No, that is not what's wrong. Butcher, for half points, something should be staring you in the face here, but we've removed it.
Oh, it's a hologram of, oh God.
I'll give you it's a hologram. That's all I'm looking for.
Okay.
The big hologram
Okay.
of a Guardian is what's missing.
That's offensive bias, asshole.
What? I thought that was a Guardian.
No, that's
was
offensive
Guardian.
bias now.
Yeah.
Sorry,
okay.
that
Sure,
got
retcons.
retconned.
All right, fine.
That got retconned into being offensive bias now.
When we did this
But I
in
did it.
testing, somebody got this immediately, and I was like, how did you know?
Yeah, I also got it immediately. I had to stop myself from saying, "Where's offensive bias?"
I'm offended by it.
I'm just
That
proud of myself for
is-
remembering what a needler is.
Chief got it?
No, it was me.
No,
It was me. It was me.
Butcher,
All
Butcher,
right.
I got it.
Yes.
And then, Carrie, we are back to you.
Impress me, legendary.
Impress me for legendary. Do an impression of this.
All right. The Covenant is on reach. I repeat, the Covenant is on reach.
And Chief?
The Covenant is on reach. I repeat, the Covenant is on reach.
And Butcher?
Bless your hearts, guys. Seriously, you put
They
so
put-
much more effort into this line.
They put their whole cock into it.
It should be more along the lines of, the Covenant is on reach. I repeat, the Covenant is on reach.
Butcher is the closest here. However, the actual line is even sadder than that.
We were attacked by Covenant forces. The Covenant is on reach. I repeat, the Covenant is on reach.
It's just he
One
didn't
of
even
my-
fucking try.
One of my biggest hangups about Reach is they made the Marines so freaking boring, and then that translated into Halo 4 and Halo 5. Well, there weren't any Marines in Halo 5. I have pinions.
That poor Marine sounds so hungover.
It's my last day air.
Look, man, I drank way too much last night. The Covenant's here. Like, come on.
I love these talented motherfrickers going so hard into
Yeah, you
reading
went
this
so
line,
hard
like
on
how
it.
it should have.
It's so bad. I genuinely I was like, wait a minute, I don't even remember it. It's that bad.
Yeah, like
Higher
like
chance.
surely the most important line in the fucking game should be said with some gravitas.
Yeah, it sounded like one of a Skyrim NPC. Like,
Skyrim is for the Covenant.
All right, Chief, you are up next.
not Halo Legendary.
Not Halo 4 Legendary. What Halo thing is this?
Chopper.
Chopper.
Yeah.
You're like, it's Chopper. Oh, duh.
Chopper.
I didn't know that Star Wars character.
Yep, that is the character Chopper.
Oh, there you go.
All right, that is Chief up to 37. You're getting close. Carrie, thank you for participating.
Yeah. I got
Butcher,
killed
it is
early on.
Your turn to pick.
Let's give Chief more points. Let's do Who's That VA for 8.
Who's that VA for Legendary?
I thought you'd be taller.
Oh, God, I know this one. I actually know this one. Am I allowed to answer?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Oh, Jennifer Hale.
It is Jennifer Hale.
Yeah, it's like the only one I know. She was legendary?
She was legendary, yeah.
Wow, okay.
A surprising amount of people don't know that Jennifer Hale is in Halo.
I know, it is staggering.
She talks
Her character
so
is so
much in
memorable.
Spartan Ops, so much. I wish she would not talk so much.
I just think they attached her to such like a bland character,
Yes,
unfortunately.
for sure. Palmer is such a bland character. I mean, anybody from Halo 4 besides like Lasky. All right, Carrie, it is your turn to pick.
Drawn from memory, Lasso.
Drawn from memory
Yes.
for Lasso. Please
Yes.
draw for me a pure flood form.
Oh, baby, yeah, let's go. All right, you got the timer on this time?
Yeah, timer's rolling. Timer's rolling.
Okay. Oh, it's beautiful. It's perfect. I'm going to stop. I don't want to ruin perfection. I lied. I'm going to keep going.
You're done.
Oh, wait, you said pure form. No!
What did you draw?
Wait, I actually don't remember if this is pure or not. I thought it was, but now I'm questioning, but I'm going to post it anyway.
Okay.
No!
Chief, that's a great infection form.
Yes, I did the same thing because I'm stupid.
I was confused, but that's good.
That's
It
a good
looks like it's wearing
infection
little
form.
socks.
Wait, so you're saying there's a chance?
Carrie might have a chance here.
You know what? I say give it to him.
Carrie, you're honestly closer than they are.
Hey, look, I got the claws.
God,
Heck yeah.
what a brain
I think this
fart,
goes
brother.
to Carrie.
Yeah,
Woo! On the merit that Carrie drew arms.
Yep.
Yeah. Chief, it is your turn to pick.
Impress me, Lasso.
Impress me for Lasso. Please do an impression of this.
I love this line. I love this line.
Cortana, you take dictation. Dear Mary, I miss you so much. Stop. Will you be home soon? Stop. How is the dog? Stop. Have you learned to cock?
Have you learned to cock yet?
Stop.
We're
Love,
cocking right
Sergeant. P.S. I met someone. We'll be home soon for divorce. Bye-bye. Do you think I can take the dog? Maybe not. Think about it. Right back. Got that, Cortana? I don't remember this line.
Butcher?
I don't remember this. Oh, Cortana, you take dictation. Dear Mary, I miss you so much. Stop. We'll be home soon. Stop. How's the dog? Stop. Have you learned to cook yet? Stop. Love, Sergeant. P.S. I met someone. Gorge, we'll be home soon for divorce. Bye-bye. P.S. Do you think I can take the dog? Maybe not. Think about it. Right back. Got that, Cortana?
Hey, Goofy.
Carrie?
Damn it, I got a rule of threes that. Thanks. Thanks, Butcher. Cortana, you take dictation? Dear Mary, I miss you so much. Stop. Gorsh, we'll be home soon. Stop. How is the dog? Stop. Have you learned to cook yet? Stop. Love, Sergeant. Gorsh. P.S. I met someone. We'll be home soon for divorce. Bye-bye. P.S. Do you think, gosh, I could take the dog? Gosh? Gosh? Maybe not. Think about it. Right back. Got that, Cortana?
Carrie, I think you could do a really good Pete.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Kind of like Darkwing
Check
Duck.
the map, goof.
That's really good. I think this actually goes to you, Carrie, even though you were just fucking around. You are, I think, the closest here.
Okay.
Cortana, you take dictation. Dear Mary, I miss you so much. Stop. We'll be home soon. Stop. How is the dog? Stop. Have you learned to cook yet? Stop. Love, Sergeant. P.S. I've met someone. We'll be home soon for divorce. Bye-bye. P.S. Do you think I could take the dog? Maybe not. Think about it. Right back. Got that, Cortana?
I'm mad I'm not participating because I would have loved this line. I would have fucking nailed it.
This is a line in Halo 2 that you get for staring at one of the sergeants for long enough.
This is very specifically an ODST on Delta Halo.
Yes. So I think that does go to Gary.
Hell yeah.
Yay!
Gary,
All
catching
right.
up.
Butcher, it is your turn to pick.
Who's that VA normal?
Who's that VA for normal?
Not so different, are we? Heck, in another place, another time, I would have been your daddy.
Yeah. Sean Connery.
It's not Sean Connery. Carrie?
Nancy Cartwright.
Nope. Chief?
Joe Staten.
That is Joe Staten.
Hey!
He
voiced
came back
something in the game.
in Halo Infinite to voice the propaganda grunt, so he's all the tower voice
I
lines.
recognize his grunt anywhere.
Yeah, those lines are hilarious. I mean, the grunts in
Yes, they
general in Infinite are fucking hilarious, but like the propaganda announcer, the game wants you to destroy those towers. I never destroyed a single tower just because I wanted to listen to the grunt over and over. There's like 40 minutes of dialogue.
We're losing to a guy named John?
Mom said it was my turn on the Xbox.
That was Who's That VA for normal. That puts Chief at 41 points. And Carrie, it is your turn to pick.
High hood, half pen, chore, dead tea, normal.
High hood, half pen, short, dead T for normal. What line is this?
Bleeds, toned, Jake Tell, height, pulp.
Oh, I know this.
That is. Something about changing a light bulb. Hold on. Toned, boned, won't make. Reads, loan, make a light bulb.
I mean, no. Chief?
Don't give me that, no.
Please, don't shake the light bulb.
Please don't shake the light bulb.
Why do you make me laugh?
You gotta pick the category. You won't be last if you pick the category. Coward.
I'm coming for you, Butcher! I'm coming for you! I was rooting for Carrie so hard because they got the don't shake the light bulb, and I'm like, oh, you can do it. You can do it, dude.
All right, Chief.
Who's that VA Lasso?
Who's that VA for Lasso? Who is this?
Damn! Air brake failure. They blew too early. I'm losing her. Brace for impact!
Oh, that is a lasso. I don't even remember what game that's from.
You don't?
I know.
No, because that's not Fohammer. That's a different. I'm gonna have to pass.
Butcher?
It's from Halo 1. It's the escape pod scene, but I don't know the name of the voice actress. I'm so terrible.
You wanna make a guess or are you gonna pass?
Mariah Carey.
It's not Mariah Carey. Carrie?
Okay.
I'm gonna guess on the off chance. Ashley Burch?
It is not Ashley Burch. Chief,
Okay.
for half points, this voice actress also voices another character in Combat Evolved.
I don't know. I don't know.
You want to make a guess or
I
just
pass.
pass? All right, Butcher?
Wait, is it Jen Taylor?
This is Jen Taylor!
Oh my god! What a
Wait, that's Jen Taylor?
That was Jen
That
Taylor.
is Jen Taylor. Yeah. When he said it was another, I could only think it was. I was like, the only two VAs I'm aware of. I can't remember the name of the woman who does Fohammer, and then the only other female voice actor in Halo that I'm aware of is Jen Taylor.
Damn! Air brake failure. They blew too early. I'm losing her.
Oh my god, you're right.
That is Jen Taylor.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
Somewhat retribution for me not getting Dave Scully early.
Yeah, I get that's fair.
Butcher?
Let's do Impress Me Easy.
Impress me for easy. Please do this.
Interesting. Okay. Bet you can't stick it, Master Chief.
Carrie?
Bet you can't stick it, Master Chief.
And Chief?
Bet you can't stick it, Master Chief.
This line was a trick.
Bet you can't stick it, Master Chief.
That's definitely recording that. Boy, I'm really glad I got that.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh my.
So I think that goes to Carrie, actually. I think Carrie did it a little bit sensually, and that was what we were looking for.
I'm ready for my cock, Mr. DeVille.
I was so confused because I'm like, Master Chief's not in the original line. Like,
Yeah.
so yeah, I was really confused.
Bet you
Really
can't
funny.
stick it, Master Chief.
Bet you can't stick it, Master Chief.
Yeah, I think the Master Chief part was throwing me off, so I was like, is this some random Marine dialogue?
Yeah, same.
Yep. All right, Carrie?
I've achieved my goal of double digits. If I'm going to do anything this game, it's going to be being the Kingmaker. So, high hood, half pen, short, dead T, lasso.
High hood, half pen, short, dead T4 lasso. What line is this?
Sarchant Baychor, hey, ferry shoe near Floda ale outed shore, hailing in has Sean's Hun.
That's pretty damn good.
What the hell did I just read?
I quote this line so often.
My brain is melting. Sergeant Floda ale outed shore, hailing in has. What the hell is that? Or
People did struggle with this one pretty hard on testing.
Sean's Hun. Johnson. Okay. Oh. Okay. Sergeant Major. Hey, Fairy. Oh, God. Shoot.
The hard one is the big compound word.
Who the hail out at your junior? Okay. Well, those are all the pieces of what I think it is.
So you want to put it together?
Sergeant Major Avery Junior, Milady, your failing winners, Johnson.
No.
No.
Chief?
Sergeant Baychor, hey, ferry shoe near flowed. The ale auditor Helen has shots on.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sitting on it and I'm waiting.
It's like you're like dead on with the impression. You just got to figure out what the hell you're saying.
My brain's hurting.
It's melting. It's leaking out of my ears.
It is. Oh, I pass.
Butcher?
Sergeant Avery Jr. blow the hell out of your alien ass Johnson.
You missed Major, but that is correct. You got the important thing.
You're right.
It is Sergeant Major Avery Jr. Blow the hell out of your alien ass Johnson.
I got too excited.
Well, that's a firefight quote.
Chief?
All right, I guess we'll do drawn from memory for heroic.
I think it would be funny, not to influence you. I think it would be funnier to end the game on that.
Okay, all right. So we'll do easy then.
Okay, drawn from memory for easy. Please draw for me, Sergeant Major Avery Jr. Johnson.
Oh no!
We asked people to draw the Halo Wars 2 Johnson on another quiz, so this one's easy.
That sucked.
Oh yeah, Tally was one of the people who had to draw.
That sucked. That was awful.
This is Johnson.
Oh, I got his hat.
I think
That might carry. That might carry. The hat might carry.
I was specifically trying to do the contact harvest pose. Is specifically what I was trying
it's
to go
kind
for.
of aiming the gun the wrong direction, but
Yeah,
I
I
get
know.
what you're going for.
I know.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. My paint app thing completely screwed up. Towards the end there. So this is what we got instead.
The name of love, the smell of green.
I love the smell of green.
Do we give this to Carrie or Butcher?
This goes to Carrie.
All right, this goes to
I
Carrie.
This goes to Carrie. Chief, in my heart, you won that one.
All right.
Because you obviously do love the smell of green.
Yeah. All right, for our final one, I'm gonna fuck the points. It'll be worth 40, since all of you get to participate. Please draw for me. You've got 60 seconds on the clock. Please draw your quiz avatar.
You're done.
And that
Very
is 40
similar
points.
to the-
These are what your avatars look like.
I've been paying attention, kind of.
Kind of.
There we go.
What do you think, Tally? Do we just give them all 40 points?
I'm actually going to, honest to God, say that Carrie was the closest.
No way. What?
That means with 40 points here, Carrie is the winner of today's
Holy
quiz.
cow.
Congratulations, Carrie.
Thank you.
Where can we
Thank-
find you?
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, you can find me on Stories from Waypoint, doing the narrator, the voices of characters, occasionally here and there in the stories. I'm Ursu, the voice of an elite for Jumper Escape, and that's primarily where you can find me, reading stories and doing audiobooks.
All right, and in second place, Butcher, where can we find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/vocalbutcher. You can also find me doing music covers and stuff on YouTube. And I'm also a voice actor in Stories from Waypoint with Jumperscape Media as well. I've even voiced characters like Esheroom and also Funny Brute AI fella, whose name I can't remember at the moment.
Iratus.
Iratus, yeah, that's it.
And you're a voice actor in Cursed Halo 2, where I am also a voice actor.
Yeah! And Cursed Halo 1 is Sergeant Johnson, or Cursed Halo again, rather.
And Chief, where can we
I
find
want to
you?
be in Cursed Halo. You can primarily find me at the moment in the hit niche micro series Crash, the Machinima series, our spiritual successor to Red vs. Blue. That's mainly where I'm at right now. I deleted Twitter because Twitter is a hellscape.
Yes.
But my YouTube channel, I have some nice little surprises coming up soon, so check it out and maybe you'll see something you like.
Ooh, very cool. Yeah, and I want to thank Athena specifically. She's working on Crash as well. She's the one who provided all of the what's wrongs for today.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, Athena.
All right, that brings us to the end of our quiz. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you for hosting.
Thank you for having.
Metro is one of my favorite series of all time, a series of games I've played time and time again and will likely continue to keep playing for the foreseeable future. Games that have continued to blend immersive gameplay with captivating and engaging stories. It's because of my love for the series that I felt a video on them was necessary. So today we'll not only be talking about the core Metro trilogy, but also the newly released VR title Metro Awakening and the 3 books the series is based on. I will not only be explaining the story of these games so you know exactly what happened in them, but I'll also be critiquing and analyzing them along the way. Discussing what they did wrong, but especially what they did oh so right. Like the video if you enjoy and subscribe if you're new. Feel free to check out my other story-related content here on the channel, such as the analyses and retrospectives like this one, or the explanation videos that strictly focus on what happened in a game's narrative. If you'd like to support me further, you can also donate to the Patreon for as little as $1 a month with the link in the description. And so, without further ado, let's get started. Metro 2033 begins with our main character Artyom, exploring the desolate wasteland that was once Moscow, Russia. Some mutant animals assault him and a few soldiers as they attempt to form a circle to cut off attacks on the ferocious beasts. Mid-battle, Artyom is attacked and tossed to the ground as a flying mutant called the Demon appears, thrashing the vehicle they were next to and almost killing Artyom before it cuts to black. The game then flashes back 8 days before these events to see how we got here. Artyom is then awoken in his small home by his stepfather Alex, who is heading out to meet one of his old friends named Hunter. As they meet and chat about life, mutants attack. Worse, unique mutants known as the Dark Ones have attacked the outer guard post. Rushing to the post, they find all of them dead without a single Dark One amongst the bodies. Hunter knows what's happened here, so he leaves to go recon the situation, but he leaves Artyom with a goal. Should Hunter not return by morning, he's to go to a place called Polis, ask for a man named Miller, and then tell him what happened here. Should Miller need some convincing, he is also told to show Hunter's dog tag to let him know it's serious. Unfortunately for Artyom, Hunter won't be coming back, and Polis isn't exactly a short distance away. So he'll have to find out how to get there on his own if he is to not only save his home, but the entire underground metro. As an introduction, it certainly leaves us with a lot of questions. What is this world we inhabit? What happened to it? And what's with the strange mutants? Well, the game will explain that throughout its runtime, but the more pressing question, and the one I always ask at the beginning of these videos is, how we got here in the first place. What is Metro 2033? Well, the history of Metro begins with a book, but not the one you might be thinking of. Our journey takes us back to 1972 with the Russian novel Roadside Picnic. Written by 2 brothers, Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, the novel's plot centers around an extraterrestrial event known as the Visitation. It's assumed that aliens had come by and visited the world and left within a few days, as no one had actually seen them come or go, but they did see the aftermath. Left behind were small pockets called the Zones, which had these weird anomalous effects to them, things unknown to humanity at the time. The brothers liken the event to a picnic, hence the name. When one has a picnic with friends, all manner of things are brought to such event. food, drinks, drugs, speakers for music, clothes or swimwear if there happens to be a lake. To us humans, this is pretty par for the course, but for the animals of the forest, it would be like seeing a UFO, where the humans come by, invade their space, and then leave their contents behind. In the context of the novel, humans are the animals. The aliens, assuming they were the ones who visited the Earth, likely used it as a pit stop, then just left their stuff behind in the form of these zones. The rest of the novel follows a man named Red, who's one of the few people who traverses these now illegal zones in search of their left-behind artifacts. After publication, the novel was an immediate hit, one of the country's best sellers, winning a few awards in the hearts of many readers. What really made the story stick for generations, though, was a specific term, used to describe those who illegally crossed the border into these zones: stalkers. The word stalker in the Russian language was basically used because of this novel, becoming a neologism. Flash forward to 1995, and a Ukrainian game company known as GSC Game World was founded, initially getting their start in game development with titles like the Cossack series, as well as translating new games into Russian. They wouldn't hit their stride until 2007. Combining their love for Roadside Picnic and their Ukrainian history, they took the concept of the visitation and changed it from aliens creating the zone to the Chernobyl reactor explosion, and thus created Stalker: Shadow of Chernobyl. Stalker is important to the history of Metro, because without it, it likely wouldn't exist, at least not in the form it is in today. Stalker was released in 2007, but the game had been in development since before the year 2000. Around 2006, a falling out had occurred between the employees. Some of the original members of the GSC team were displeased with their CEO named Sergey. An article from Polygon explains that Cossacks had supposedly made the company $100 million, and yet the employees were paid the bare minimum. Supposedly 140 people were working at the company, but the parking lot only had 4 cars in it, 3 of which belonged to Sergey. By 2006, just a year before Stalker would ship here in the West, Andrew Prokhorov and 2 other employees quit the company over wage complaints. They would then start the company 4A Games and would go on to be the developers of Metro. Fortunately, finding employees of their own wasn't that difficult, as after Stalker shipped, Sergey supposedly fired the entire art department, and just about all of them came to work at 4A Games. But to be a successful studio, you have to create a game first. So Andrew and the team decided to take a creative spin on their previous work. Russian author Dmitry Glukovsky created 2 well-known critically acclaimed Russian novels, Metro 2033 and 2034. 4A Games had reached out to Dmitry asking if they could create a video game adaptation based on his book. 4A Games wasn't the first company to do this, mind you. Dmitry had released the first book online for free, so many people were able to pick it up and read it. But 4A Games was ultimately chosen due to their pitch of making it a first-person shooter, as the book is told through the eyes of the protagonist, Artyom. Due to this unique history of the games, we will also be talking about the books in this video. Initially, I'd wanted to use the books as supplemental material, to fill in the gaps that the games don't touch upon, but as I got further in, I realized how little these 2 media actually connect to one another. Both the book and the game of the same name are the closest in terms of connectivity. The broad strokes of the plot are still the same. Artyom must go to Polis and deliver a message to Miller from Hunter and save his home. But how he gets there is a bit different depending on the chapter. The game naturally also has lots of shooting, whereas in the books the shooting really doesn't start until he meets with the Reich, which is a few hours into the game. The books also have lots of moments of downtime where Artyom is seen conversing with the people of the Metro. Almost an entire chapter takes place around a single campfire. Unless you're Kojima, who would 100% adapt this shot for shot just because he can, most developers would likely not want to force the player into minutes of dialogue. So many encounters that didn't have combat now do, and some chapters are outright replaced in favor of other ideas. This isn't even going into the fact that after the first part, the second and third parts of their respective trilogies rarely acknowledge each other. The sequel, Metro Last Light, has a wholly different plot than Metro 2034, and Exodus and 2035 are only loosely connected, but are nowhere near as tight as the first parts. This is to say that the books outside the first entry are not to be used as supplemental material and are better examined on their own. So besides the few times we'll discuss Metro 2033, the books as a whole will get their own section at the end of this video, to give them their own time in the spotlight. So that answers the history of Metro as a game, but what about the history of Metro as a universe? Well, I could think of no better place to start than the back of the book. Quote, in 2013, the world was devastated by an apocalyptic event, annihilating almost all mankind and turning the Earth's surface into a poisonous wasteland. A handful of survivors took refuge in the depths of the Moscow underground, and human civilization entered a new dark age. The year is 2033. An entire generation has been born and raised underground, and their besieged Metro Station cities struggle for survival, with each other and the mutant hordes that await them outside. Artyom was born in the last days before the fire, having never ventured beyond his Metro Station city limits. One fateful event sparks a desperate mission to the heart of the metro system, to warn the remnants of mankind of a terrible impending threat. His journey takes him from the forgotten catacombs beneath the subway to the desolate wastelands above, where his actions will determine the fate of mankind. In 2013, an event known as World War III occurred, which was caused by the world's superpowers all launching nuclear missiles at each other. It's unknown why this happened, but we do know the seconds leading up to it. Enter the Metro was a short film released as promotional material for Metro Last Light, and it shows the start of the war. It was a normal day in Moscow, but all of a sudden, a countrywide alarm went off. A nuclear exchange that started between two countries soon engulfed the world. Citizens have flooded underground to metro tunnels to take cover from the bombs. But after a while, the stations were at max capacity, so only a handful of people were allowed to make it in, while the rest were stuck outside. Around 200,000 people managed to make it below, leaving the other 130 million or so trapped outside. Over the past 20 years, though, that number has gotten worse, as the population has dwindled to a measly 40,000. A whopping 0.02% of Russia is still alive. Those who survived the initial explosions realized that life above ground was no more, and so decided to make the Moscow Metro their new home. Each station was turned into a home, akin to a state or country in some ways, while the metro tunnels now serve as streets or highways for those to walk along while going to their destination. Our story starts here in a little station known as Exhibition. Artyom, our protagonist, is 24. The first game claims he's 20, but a future sequel will retcon this to be 24 to keep his age in line with his book counterpart. This means he was born in 2009 and was 4 when the bombs first dropped. Artyom has experienced life on the surface but does not remember it, so to him the metro is all he knows and is likely all he'll ever know. The station's population is quite small, as you'd expect, but the game really does its best to portray small versions of bustling towns. The people of the stations have clearly seen better days. The moment you walk outside, you hear people crying and arguing. Stress from not just the daily life, but the harsh reality that the world they used to live in is no more. People are outside the hospital waiting to see if their loved ones will make it. A father is seen talking to his son who asked him to draw a picture of a house that he would like to live in so he could show his mother, full well knowing that mom isn't here anymore and that the house is nothing more than a pipe dream. Outside Exhibition is more of the same. You'll find quite a few bandit groups looking to take whatever you have on you if you happen to stumble upon their territory, showing that even in the post-apocalypse, people are still willing to do harm. People are poor and asking for handouts and money. A woman is worried about her sick son who can't afford the medication she needs to keep him alive. Numerous families are being displaced and becoming refugees due to the wars being waged amongst the factions, and those that still live within those faction stations are being subject to constant overwatch, either because they're believed to be spies or mutants. A man is seen doing hand puppets to entertain the kids, but all the animals he's showing to them, like swans and dogs, are not animals the kids are familiar with, as all they know are the mutants of the post-apocalypse. Which is quite sad, knowing that some people will grow up not realizing that not every animal wants to kill them. Worse than that, the quality of life is horrendous. People are wearing worn-out hand-me-downs and the floors and walls are disgusting. The only consistent food items found here are mushrooms and rats, with the occasional pig if you like fine dining. Rooms are extremely tiny, as there's only so much space in the stations, so you're likely only to get a small room. Artyom himself lives in a rather small room but has lots of books, postcards, and other amenities, and he's one of the more well-off residents within the station. His stepfather Alex is a part of the administration at the station, so he and Artyom were given better living conditions because of their higher status. And this of course isn't even getting to the real problem, which is the mutants. After the war, the left-behind radiation affected many previously known species on the surface, mutating them into disgusting deformed versions of their original selves. While the entrances to the metro system were sealed with hermetically sealed doors, not every location was closed and some were left open. This gave the mutants a chance to raid the underground and have since become a part of the metro ecosystem. Venturing too far from the station is almost a surefire way to get killed. Stations have taken to sealing certain lines within the metro because they're too dangerous, and according to the books have stationed guard posts at certain intervals to get the mutants far away from the station. But even then, the sheer number of these beasts is too much to handle. Many stations will come across are completely destroyed, and going topside isn't even a question to many. The place is entirely irradiated, so a gas mask is required. Filters for the gas masks are quite rare, and then there are the mutants on the surface, which are more numerous than the ones in the metro. Taking from its inspiration, those that go up to the surface are called stalkers, but not many of them exist, and those who do rarely come back alive. It's left a lot of people like Alex to feel like humanity is done for. What's the point of fighting if death is soon to follow? Why bother even trying when those of the metro know what fate they'll have bestowed upon them? And yet, despite it all, the people are still alive. Despite everything, humanity has endured. Two men are chatting while listening to some jazz on a vinyl record. A woman working in the kitchen is chatting to another about a guy she recently met. Some are sharing drinks and food and chatting about daily life. Most people gather around the campfires, share stories, sing and dance. Mushrooms and rats aren't exactly a delicacy, but they make it work. They manage to find places to harvest food, and they've got real living animals inside the metro. Kids can also be seen running around, showing that love and life are still a part of the world. The fact that a whole generation of people will be born into this world without seeing the beauty that is the sky of this planet is terrifying, but a reassuring reminder that life endures. They might not have seen the sky yet, but that doesn't mean they never will. Other stations are also making a living on more than just food and water. Bolshoi conducts a massive theatrical performance where artists and performers alike can perform for the masses. Even when the end of the world is in sight, art still manages to flourish. Polish is the epitome of human achievement, being seen as the crown jewel of the metro, housing all kinds of artists, craftsmen, scientists, and pretty much anyone worth their salt. Everyone experiences their world in their own way, which adds a lot to the game narratively speaking, as you'll meet so many different people who all have different takes on the world, some burning with a fiery passion, others with a sense of doom and gloom. In the same day, you can meet someone who just lost their husband, while right next door is someone who just had the birth of their first child. But while the rest of the metro experiences the world in their own way, we the player get to see it through Artyom. Over the past few years though, I've recently felt that Artyom is in some ways one of the weaker parts of the Metro games, strictly because of one aspect. Artyom is a silent protagonist. I assume this was, like all games like it, made to give the player a chance to become Artyom, not just see the world through his eyes, but be in that world completely. Personally though, I've only found enjoyment in the design decision if the game truly is about the player. A game like Baldur's Gate 3 is a great example, from the character creator to starting class to backstory to even dialogue. You are your character in every way, so it makes sense if you aren't voiced. With Metro though being such a narrative-driven linear experience, there is little to actually choose from that the game doesn't already choose for you. There are some choices, mainly small moral points across the trilogy which we'll talk about, but outside of these occasional moments, it's all Artyom. So the game is less about becoming Artyom and more about experiencing the game through his eyes. This is especially immersion-breaking when there are numerous moments across the trilogy where characters will talk to Artyom, wait for a response, and then replies if he said something.
Artyom, are you okay? Great, we'll try to reach you. Meanwhile, look for an exit. Good luck.
What really solidified this feeling to me was the game's many journals. In between each chapter, Artyom has a quick sentence or two that details his thoughts about the current step in his journey. The Redux version, however, in an attempt to bring 2033 more in line with Last Light, adds mid-mission journals you could pick up while exploring. These offer a wealth of knowledge on Artyom's current mindset, values, and beliefs. It's genuinely impressive just how well written some of these entries are. Artyom is incredibly introspective, wanting to not only question himself but also the world around him. He dreams of exploration. The first shot in the game outside the flash forward is a series of postcards. Hunter was even nice enough to pick some up for him. Artyom yearns to explore the world. The tales from his stepfather about his week-long adventures had encouraged him to see what's out there. Not just the other metro stations, but the world itself. He also sees both the hopelessness and fragility of the world and its people, but also sees how each person he meets continues to hold on to what they have despite it all. Take this line for instance when he arrives at Hull Station, a place completely destroyed by the mutants. Quote, "I am wading through a literal swamp of human blood. We kill other people so easily. We kill them for a place to live in, for a bite of meat, for an abstract idea. Our whole civilization was built on human bones, but even after we've taken it apart down to its foundations, pushed to the brink of extinction by these horrific abominations created by this new world, we still continue to kill each other. Those who died today probably had families too, friends, hell, their parents might still be alive. They died protecting their station from the mutants, not other people, but seen through the iron sights, the beasts and humans alike look so much like paper cutout targets. And here I am trying to save the people from the beasts, just to give us another shot at finishing ourselves off." Yet Artyom also has a journal entry that discusses his thoughts on children after having rescued one from a station. Quote, "The children of the Metro. Sometimes I feel that they, who were born underground and who have never seen the sun, are a whole new species. This child has just been through hell. He stayed alive by sheer luck and he's not falling apart in the slightest. He speaks calmly and rationally. I remember the day the station where my mother and I lived right after we went down to the Metro was attacked by rats. When Mother died, and the rats, and I was saved by Alex, he says I didn't talk for several months after that. And I remember nothing about that time. Nothing at all. Well, this little boy... Perhaps the Metro will temper us. Perhaps the generations raised without the sun, but also without fear, will claim the Earth, if I give them a chance." Artyom sees the light at the end of the tunnel. If he could just help this boy, maybe he can help the world. In the novels, it's explained that Artyom has an immense fear of rats because prior to living in Exhibition, his old station was attacked by a horde of rats. Rarely anyone survived, only 5 men who just so happened to be near one of the trolley cars as the attack started. But a mother, realizing she wouldn't survive, wanted her child to at least survive in her stead, so she gave him to the men. Artyom, just a child at this point, was given to Alex, who raised him as his stepfather, although Artyom often calls him Uncle Sasha. Artyom was a boy who was raised in a better world, so when that world came crashing down, everyone like him had to get used to this new normal. These kids though, the new generation, all they know is the Metro. They're a lot more accustomed to its horrors than most adults. As we saw earlier, most of the adults are sulking. They're old enough to remember the past and what was lost. Knowing that your old life will never return in your lifetime and that this small cramped metro is where you'll die really puts a number on your psyche. These kids don't feel that way. They're playfully running around the station without a care in the world. Maybe it's just the childlike innocence of not understanding the world, but maybe they understand the world too much. The kid he rescues is much the same. He's not afraid of the mutants and rats, even saying that without his help, Artyom will likely not make it. That's obviously not the case, but for a kid he's surprisingly okay given the circumstances. Through this journal, it's clear that Artyom sees the new generation, the ones who will come after him, as the real saviors of mankind. They will be the ones to rebuild the world, ascend the escalators of the Metro, and bring humanity back to where it left itself 20 years ago. Artyom will likely not see that in his lifetime, so his role now is to keep that world going. That's why he took the quest in the first place. Stopping the Dark One saves not just his home, but the entire Metro, and as long as the Metro persists, so does humanity. And as long as humans are still around, there's a chance the world can change. But the burden of this mission is weighing on him. He's never done something like this before. Sure, he's got decent firearms experience, but in some ways he's just a kid. Now forced to leave and possibly never return, all to save this place he calls home. Take this journal entry for example, written after seeing the death of one of his companions. Quote, "My companions are dying one after another and I can't do anything to save them. I actually feel they sacrifice themselves just to keep me moving forward. But am I worth that? I myself would readily die if that would get Hunter's mission completed, but do I have the right to make others pay the price? Who gave me this right if I do have it? Was it Hunter? Was it the Lord? Or did I just usurp it? I just don't know anymore." He's a man at odds with himself and the world, carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, and it's becoming heavier as he sinks deeper into the Metro and as the bodies of his friends pile up around him. These diaries truly make me wish we got to hear Artyom speak, because inside that silent, rough exterior is the mind of a man with such a unique outlook on life, all completely held back because of his duct tape mouth. Now, I would like to clarify that this is honestly just my one issue with the series, and it's not nearly as damning as I might make it out to be. My issue isn't so much what it takes away, but rather what it could have added instead. It's clear from the onset that Artyom is his own character with his own thoughts and feelings, and being able to hear that from him outside of his journals could have added so much more in my opinion. Returning to our story, Artyom must make it to Polis. He promised Hunter that he would deliver his message. The issue is that he's not sure how to get there. He does discover that a caravan was headed to Riga Station and needed guards, so he signed up for the ride. The plan is to go to Riga and come back. At least that's what his dad thinks. For Artyom, this is a one-way trip. He won't be coming back to Exhibition, not until the Stark One threat is quelled. On the way there, Artyom and the crew start to feel uneasy. They start passing out one by one while Artyom himself sees a vision of those Dark Ones attacking Hunter. As they awake, they're ambushed by Nosalises, one of the many mutant species within the Metro. It's a short section, sure, but it's a great showcasing of just how a simple trip could be your last. The safety of the station is all most people have left. Anything outside its borders is a death trap. As the crew then makes it to Riga, they celebrate with drinks and thank Artyom for his bravery, as without him they would have been goners. While here in Riga, he meets with a man named Bourbon. He needs help getting to a place called Dry Station. He's heard of Artyom's exploits and how that weird mystical stuff in the tunnels didn't work on him. So if he could take him to Dry Station, Artyom gets his AK. So from Riga to Market to Dry. Should be easy enough, right? Of course not. From Artyom's journal, it's clear that he's hesitant to trust Bourbon. He's one of those guys that'll welcome you with one hand while stabbing you with another. But he really doesn't have a choice, as he's his only shot out of Riga. Something across the games is the presence of Artyom's unlikely allies. Metro 2033 was designed to be a coming-of-age story. Artyom is 24 years of age and leaving the only place he's called home. If the novels are to be believed, Artyom's life before the start of the game was fulfilling the daily tasks that are expected of him. Due to each station holding only a few hundred people, everyone has to pull their weight. Everyone has to contribute in some fashion, and men are expected to enlist as guards. Before this, Artyom was a guard for his station, sitting at specific intervals, keeping watch over the tunnels, and relaying orders to other guard posts. He needs to be willing to trust people though if he is to get to Polis, but he can't just put his trust in everyone and he can't just be dead weight. He'll need to learn how to survive on his own, without assistance and without the warm emergency lights of the tunnels to guide him. While with Bourbon, they eventually make it to Market Station. As the name implies, it's a large marketplace where all kinds of goods are sold. Naturally, there is some kind of system put in place to regulate all this, and while trade and barter likely exist, much of the goods are paid for with bullets. Literally. Specific military-grade bullets are the currency of the Metro. They come in a specific caliber though, so it's not like pistol bullets are cheaper in value than say ones from an assault rifle. It's only these kind of rounds that count as valuable currency. This also means that you can chamber these into your weapons if they accept that caliber and use it on your enemies. They have much more stopping power than a traditional bullet, making quick work of enemies with armor, but you are then quite literally shooting your money away when you do so. Having been stopped at Market, our team is told to buy whatever he needs while Bourbon sorts some things out. It's clear that he's made some enemies in his time and that his past is finally catching up to him. Due to some complications in the route, the duo is forced to go topside. Going outside for the first time is still an unforgettable experience even 14 years later. Just like how the center of the zone in Stalker was the most sought after location simply because of its mysterious origins, the surface of the Metro functions much the same. In a sense, it's the same feeling most feel when exploring abandoned buildings. Urbexing, as it's often called, is not something I personally take part in but have always been fascinated by. It's mainly the thrill of getting caught because it's usually illegal, coupled with the restrictive nature of the places left behind that created such a fascination within me. It's kind of like when someone tells you not to do something, which in turn makes you want to do it more. Most places though are abandoned factories and buildings. There is certainly some history left behind, and getting caught trespassing is always looming over your head. So that thrill is there, but it's rare to find something so destructive like this in our world, which is why Chernobyl became such a hotspot for many would-be stalkers. Search here on YouTube, you could find hours worth of people doing this exact thing. Now you can't actually travel to Chernobyl legally, but you will need a guide to help you guide around the hotspots. The real untouched land though will always be out of reach, which is why people feel the need to go alone. This feeling is translated into Metro, although on a much smaller and safer scale. The surface of the world is uninhabitable, and while not technically restricted or illegal in any way, you are likely to be killed up here, so that's restrictive enough. There is a real sense of adventure in exploring these previously habitable lands. But this land wasn't some old factory that a billion-dollar company no longer uses. It was the site of one of the most destructive attacks in human history. So stepping outside paints a real bleak picture. Corpses are everywhere, some from the stalkers who didn't even make it outside the building, others from the people who were left behind 20 years ago. Make it outside and good luck deciphering anything. It's hard to even tell where you are sometimes. Some areas look like roads, but with this much damage, it's hard to tell. The place has also been overtaken by a large river, which is, naturally, irradiated. Not all your time on the surface will be outside though. But going inside hurts just as much, emotionally speaking. It's tough to see places like this and not wonder what they used to be. Not too far from the entrance is a supermarket, an office building, and a playground. It gets you thinking about what life was like during that moment in history 20 years ago. These areas cause Artyom to hallucinate, as he can hear the voices of those from before the bombs. There's even an alarm that blares in the background as you walk around, the same one that likely would have gone off when the bombs dropped. It really puts into perspective just how disastrous this was. And these guys here were some of the lucky ones. They were near the metro stations when it went off. Anyone not within at least a couple minutes walking distance of the station likely never had a chance. It's sad to think that this world is gone, likely to never return, at least not for a very long time, and certainly not remade in the same fashion as it was built. It's then probably for the best that Artyom doesn't remember his time on the surface. I can't imagine the pain of seeing a place you remember now destroyed. That's something no one should have to go through. Millions used to live here in the heart of Russia, and now it's a ghost town, a remnant of what once was. What a beautiful world that we've destroyed. Having just narrowly made it out alive, Bourbon and Artyom make it to Dry Station. The place is controlled by bandits, so Bourbon suggests that they just find his friends and get out. As he hops out of a grate, some of the bandits catch and apprehend him while Artyom stays behind. Artyom then makes it to Bourbon's location and saves him, only for a split-second decision to cost him his life. Along the way, you might notice a few enemies hit with knives and bolts. Someone has been helping Artyom from the darkness. Well, not soon after Bourbon's death, his secret admirer appears, named Khan. Khan immediately comes off as an odd fellow. Assuming he's some kind of priest or wizard wouldn't be too far off. Now, naturally, because all of you are so incredibly smart, I need not tell you, as you've likely already surmised, that Khan is named as such because he is the reincarnation of Genghis Khan. Okay, not all of you got that one. That's fair, to be honest, because it's only mentioned in the novels. Although absolutely zero explanation as to why that is the case, by the way, it's just a throwaway line at best. Still, it's pretty clear that Khan is more in tune spiritually with the Metro than others. He seems to not be nearly as nervous as others when it comes to battling mutants, almost like he's got a keen sense of the Metro and is in touch with its energy. This is seen as much during Artyom's travels with him. Taking another page out of Roadside Picnic and Stalker, an anomaly can be spotted in the tunnels. It's a lightning anomaly that shocks whatever is nearby, and yet Khan trusts in its power to help them fend off the mutants that have them surrounded. The two will also come across one of the creepier parts of the Metro, and that's the ghosts of the dead. We could find shadows of people guarding outposts or running away. Khan even has the power to get them to move aside through his prayers. Khan explains that the bombs were so destructive that they both atomized heaven, hell, and purgatory. No such place exists anymore for the souls of the dead, so the only place left is the Metro right where they died. We are literally seeing the remnants of the past, from families being killed by mutants to trains that continue to operate with no real destination in mind. As they continue their journey, they make it to the Cursed Station, a station that got its name from its unfortunate fate as it's been the site of numerous Nosalis attacks. Artyom and Khan are to help barricade a part of the station and then blow up another. It's not wholly different from the other stations we've seen thus far, but it's another grim reminder of the dangers these mutants pose to the Metro. Most stations cannot hold off these attacks. Most of the time, success comes not from defeating the enemy, but walling it off. Cutting off their approach, but losing part of your land in the process, and there's only so much land that you can give up before you run out of your own home. Artyom saved Cursed Station, but for how long? Until the next attack? If so, then when? Is that next month? Next week? Tomorrow? Afterward, Khan and Artyom go their separate ways, but he does at least point him towards his next destination, which they place called Armory Station. Armory Station, however, is run by another faction known as the Red Line. The books go a lot more in depth on both the history of the game's factions and also have a dozen more that the games never mention. But for the sake of the games, the three main factions within the Metro are the Hansa, the Red Line, and the Fourth Reich. For the basic rundown, each faction is a descendant of either an old world army, group, faction, or ideology. The Red Line is in some ways a successor to the Soviet Union. Estimated to have about 15,000 members, they adhere to the old Soviet ways of thinking, hoping that it will bring prosperity to those of the Metro. Given their origin, it's no wonder they butt heads with those of the Fourth Reich, inspired by Nazi Germany's Third Reich. While the Hansa is more based on trade, commerce, and the free market. They were founded by a few wealthy traders who got together to create a commonwealth to protect themselves from those envious of their wealth. There is obviously a lot more to discuss regarding these factions, but keeping in line with the games, we'll circle back to them when we get to Last Light, as they get much more screen time there. In regards to Artyom's time with them, like usual, the books and games go in wildly different directions. In-game, Armory Station is owned by the Red Line. Artyom passes through the various parts of the station before accidentally stumbling into an inspection, mistaken for being allied with the guy inside and thrown into handcuffs alongside him. The guy then ends up escaping along with Artyom, who's now being shot at by Red Line forces. The guy is killed during this, but Artyom is able to escape thanks to Andrew, who Artyom was supposed to find. Andrew here is a smuggler of sorts. Officially, he's a mechanic, but unofficially, he sneaks people out of the Red Line territory. He put Artyom in the luggage carrier underneath the rail car, which should get him out of the station and back on his path. Unfortunately, as mentioned earlier, they're embroiled in a deep war with the Fourth Reich, so Artyom will cross their no-man's land war zone to get back on track. No matter how you get through it though, Artyom will then be captured only to be saved by two men, Ullman and Pavel, members of the Spartan Rangers, the same ones who work for Miller and Hunter. The Order, or the Spartans, or the Rangers, or whatever you end up calling them, are considered some of the most elite soldiers within the Metro. They don't have any specific alliance with any particular faction, as their enemies are the mutants. But anyone who does consider themselves an enemy to the faction should be worried. The strength of a typical soldier is not equivalent to that of a ranger. Seeing as Ullman and Pavel were heading into Reich territory alone, and the two of them willingly split up after meeting with Artyom, despite being incredibly deep in enemy territory. After Pavel unfortunately dies at the hands of mutants though, Artyom will have to make his way on his own. He helps defend whole station from the mutants only for the barrier to be broken, causing all those behind the doors to be killed. That's when Artyom meets that boy from earlier, who he carries back to his mother, who along with everyone else is just outside the station on the railways, waiting out the danger. He'll then take a trip back to the surface once more before reaching Ullman, who rendezvous with Artyom at Black Station. Eventually, after a long and arduous journey, Artyom will have finally made his way to Polis. Artyom meets with Miller and tells him of the situation back home. He then offers to meet with the Council of Polis to see if aid could be sent. Much to both Miller and Artyom's surprise, the Council is unwilling to assist Exhibition with their Dark One problem. This forces the group to take the situation into their own hands. Miller says that there are several missile bases somewhere in Moscow. These missiles are said to be launched from their command center D6. Ideally, if they find this D6, they could program the missiles to launch at the Dark One's lair, which is the Botanical Gardens, just outside the Hermetic Blast Door, next to Exhibition. They don't have a damn clue where D6 is though, so they'll need to go to Lenin Library on the surface to find an answer to that question. Somehow the problems keep piling on, as guarding the library are the aptly named librarians. What I can only imagine are mutated silverback gorillas. These ferocious beasts are best dealt with by not dealing with them at all. Even just one of these things will knock you on your ass and eat so many bullets that there's not enough ammo in the metro to take these things down. So the best course of action is to not be stupid enough to be near their lair in the first place, but if you have to, you better hope you're as stealthy as Solid Snake, otherwise you won't make it. Inside the library's archives is the planets to D6, which gives the Rangers their destination. The plan is to now have Miller and Artyom go to Ostankino Tower while the rest stay behind. They need to provide coordinates so the missiles know where to go, which is what Artyom and Miller will be doing. Before they can leave though, they have to deal with this entity known as the biomass. The biomass is quite fascinating to me. See, in the novel, Artyom encounters this when he leaves to go to the library. Bear in mind this is also his first time on the surface, whereas in the games it's his third. When topside, Miller instructs him to not look at the Kremlin. Naturally, curiosity got the better of him, and he looked, only for him to pass out and wake up on the ground slouched up next to a wall. According to Miller, a biomass similar to the one we saw in D6 surrounds the Kremlin, and when looked at it seems to compel the Stalker into moving towards it. It reminds me a lot of the Brain Scorcher from the Stalker games, with its ability to possess and control. The games don't even come close to this level of magic, as in here the biomass releases waves of these amoeba spores filled with acidic liquid, and the actual fight with the biomass is basically scripted, as it just attacks your cockpit while you power up the generators. It's quite a shame because a note in Last Light alludes to this biomass surrounding the Kremlin, so this entity does also exist in the game. It's an interesting example of a part of the novels that the games could have easily ripped and put in their game, but they adapted in their own way without really needing to. With the path ahead now revealed, we can now return to where we left off at the beginning of this section, and press on from there. The fight goes the same exact way as before, with Artyom narrowly escaping with his life. From here it's a long climb up the tower. Miller is injured halfway up, leaving Artyom with the decision of aiming the missiles. Once he makes it to the top, he is stopped by the Dark Ones, who attempt to infect his mind once more with the visions. Failing to overcome them will send you right back down to the bottom. Not giving in means you've reached the end, and one of two endings will play. Throughout the game, there have been various moments that, if heard or interacted with, will reward you with moral points. These stem from things like giving away bullets to those in need, not killing enemies and instead knocking them out, or listening in on specific conversations. Narratively speaking, the conversations are the most important, as they all make Artyom question himself. If enough moral points was achieved, then Artyom stopped the launch, understanding that the Dark Ones were not threats like he had assumed. This might be a pretty long leap in logic, given their attack on the station and all the threats we've seen with the visions, but he's actually correct. They were never actually trying to kill anyone. The Dark Ones were actually trying to be the saviors of humanity. They were trying to uplift them from their cramped metro tunnels and back onto the streets. Why? Because humans are their creators. The radiation had infected many of the species on Earth, but it also created new ones. In the botanical gardens inside a beehive, the radiation seemed to have mixed with its contents and created the very first Dark One. These beings then are resistant to the radioactive effects of the surface, as they could be seen all across the dead city. So the same event that caused the deaths of the old world would also give birth to those that would usher in the new one. Humanity created the Dark Ones thanks to the bombs, so in turn they felt obligated to help their creators. For many years though, they were locked outside beyond those large sealed doors of the metro tunnel, until one kid and his two friends opened the door. As seen in Last Light, Artyom as a young boy along with his friends Vitaly and Eugene would sneak out of exhibition and open the door so they could see the surface. They were attacked by Watchers until one of the Dark Ones came by and stopped them from killing Artyom. They then commune with his mind, hoping to send him a message. These visions Artyom has been receiving were messages from the Dark Ones, asking him for help, but he couldn't understand the messages and thought nothing of them. With the doors open, it also allowed the Dark Ones to enter the metro and commune with humans. As outlined in the tie-in comic that bridges both 2033 and Last Light, titled The Gospel According to Artyom, the Dark Ones attempted to communicate with humanity using their psychic powers, but all it caused was an immense pain and suffering on the victim's end. Artyom wasn't affected, however, because as a child it seems like the psychic powers aren't nearly as damaging to the human mind. These unfortunate missteps are what caused the war between humanity and the Dark Ones, even though all they ever wanted was to save the ones that created them. The only time they've ever wanted to kill humans is right now, because Artyom is about to make them go extinct, so they had no choice. If you don't achieve enough moral points, then Artyom lets the rockets fly, and the Dark Ones are wiped from history. Based on both the books and Last Light, this is the canonical ending going forward. The only difference is that in the games, Artyom doesn't question much of his decisions, whereas in the books he realizes right at the end that the Dark Ones were their allies all along. He then considers stopping the missiles, but realizes that it's too late, and that they're already on their way. Had he come to this realization just a minute sooner, he could have saved their lives. One of the major themes of Metro, as said by the author himself, is xenophobia. As opposed to racism, which is discrimination based on the color of one's race, xenophobia is based on nationality and culture. Both are often intertwined at points, but xenophobia specifically has roots in the fear of the unknown, things that are foreign. To relate this to Metro, humans are xenophobic against the Dark Ones. They see them as a threat without beginning to understand them. I always think back to a conversation Artyom had with Khan back when they first saw the anomaly. He explains that while wicked, it's not any more evil than, say, fire. It all depends on your point of view, and Artyom should learn to get a better understanding of things before casting judgment on them. Fire can be both dangerous and helpful when it's burning. It all depends on perspective and context. The Dark Ones are much the same. Consider that they don't actually attack you throughout the game. Visions do occur, yes, but they aren't actually attacking Artyom. You meet numerous Dark Ones in the Dead City and none of them attack you, merely observe you as you walk the streets. They mean no harm up until the end, but then by that point it's understandable. It's just the nature of living beings to protect themselves. In the Dead City you could come across the small room with a mutant and its children. It shields its offspring from you and will only attack should you get too close. On my first playthrough I opened fire without hesitation. I know how these things go, that thing was waiting for me. The second time around though, I noticed that it was just protecting its young. If you kill the mutant and its children, you're ambushed by other mutants. If not, nothing happens. You can walk away without worry. Like every living being on this planet, it just wants to survive and protect its people. These moments are meant to clue both the player and Artyom into the fact that the Dark Ones are no different. They not only want to survive, but actually help humanity, and had Artyom interpreted these messages correctly, he could have saved them. In the books, it's stated that they would have wanted to coexist and cooperate. The Dark Ones are inept at building and using technology, and humans can't survive the harsh conditions of the surface. Both can solve the other's problems, and had it worked out, humanity could have seen their world return to its former glory. Artyom quite literally likens them to God's angels in Last Light, beings who were here to offer humanity one last chance at salvation and redemption, but they squandered that. It's not entirely Artyom's fault. It's a combination of humanity's lack of acceptance given the harsh world they put themselves in, and the accidental killings at the hands of the Dark Ones. But the game is a lesson in both acceptance and forgiveness. They look like mutants and they're pretty scary looking, so it's only natural that humanity should fear them, but these are all just assumptions. The best way to combat xenophobia is to educate. Educating someone on different cultures and methods can actually help eliminate those assumptions. Had the humans questioned their own thoughts, and had Artyom learned of his true purpose as the medium between the Dark Ones and humans, the two species could have had a flourishing partnership. But as they say, it's now just a pipe dream. Humanity has just accidentally killed their last chance at survival. Metro 2033 was the start of the series, and my start with Metro. I don't exactly remember how or why I picked this game up, but I've always been glad that I did as it jumpstarted my love for the series. I had always liked post-apocalyptic stories, and games like Fallout have always been with me. But I think after playing Fallout so many times, I might have needed something to scratch that itch, and hearing that there was another post-apocalypse game that took place across the pond must have immediately hooked me with the sheer possibilities on offer. The game was also a commercial and critical success, selling and reviewing quite well across the board. THQ, the publishers for the series at the time, also realized what kind of product they had under their belt. They initially didn't put too much stock in Metro, but after the success of 2033, they knew that 4A Games had something good. It's also thanks to this title that the books even got translated at all, as for years they were in Russian until 2010 when 4A Games came along. All in all, Metro 2033 was a success, but while the inhabitants of Moscow might be underground, the sky truly was the limit, as their story was only just beginning. To end on Artyom's final words, a wise man once said, "He who leads a war for the love of his fellow man will defeat his enemies." I led my war protecting my family and friends, protecting my home, the Metro. We had won. But to this day, I wonder, when we burned the Dark Ones from the face of the earth, was something lost as well? Metro Last Light begins with a brief skip in time. We last saw Artyom on top of Ostankino Tower. Now we find him deep within D6 again. Ambient dialogue around the base fills us in on the details. In the time between games, the Rangers made D6 another permanent base of theirs. The Rangers have grown to 200 strong since then, and Artyom was immediately inducted into the ranks despite most recruits waiting years to even get a chance. His discovery of D6 and subsequent annihilation of the Dark Ones rightfully earned him a spot amongst the Metro's best mutant hunters, and everyone is glad to have him aboard. The good times can only last so long though. More dialogue throughout the base hints at a brewing war between the factions. Reich and Red Line soldiers were spotted on the surface in larger packs than usual. Most of the factions move through the Metro, but it's not unheard of to see the patrols outside. But many of the Rangers believe this is a sign of war. Rumors have come out regarding the D6 bunker. Some believe it to be the key to humanity's salvation, and some claim there is an ancient technology hidden inside. Only the Rangers know where it is and never planned on telling anyone, so the presence of the factions on the surface implies that they're searching for D6. Worse, a few Rangers were found dead with wounds indicating execution, implying that the once neutral faction of the Metro might be in the sightlines of the others now. All of this is on top of the fact that Artyom had killed humanity's last hope for salvation thanks to his actions last game. Except his sins may have a chance to be forgiven. Waking him up at the base is Khan, who has just received news of a single Dark One spotted near their nest. Hearing of this news, Miller instructs Artyom to take his daughter Anna to the nest and put this thing down, while Khan urges Artyom to reconsider the ramifications of such decision. This is his last chance to rid himself of the nightmares, and his last chance for forgiveness. Artyom has suffered from nightmares since the start of 2033. Both games start with him being awoken from one, so it's clear the influence of the Dark Ones in his choice in the last game has been on his mind all this time. This is a heavy responsibility because both Artyom and Khan know exactly what's at stake here. Humanity screwed up, but the world was gracious enough to bestow upon them one final chance. But this is all they're getting. Almost like the world is watching over our dear protagonist, it recognizes that Artyom may have learned from his mistakes, and thus decided to give him one last opportunity to prove himself. He's only got one shot at this, but one shot might be all he needs. Anna and Miller don't agree with Khan's reasonings though. Anna even wishes that she was in Artyom's place, wishing to see the destruction of their nest for herself. The two then travel to the surface in search of the Dark One, only to discover that it's just a kid. Anna without hesitation shoots it down, while Artyom goes in and grabs it only for him to be knocked out. We briefly see the missile strike from the perspective of the Dark Ones, and how the young one was able to escape. It's also pretty clear that the Dark One was scared of Artyom. It's explained later that the Dark Ones share memories like a collective consciousness, so it's not far off to assume all the Dark Ones including this one know of Artyom, both as their first connection to human life and the bringer of their extinction. What seemed to just be a brief moment in time lasted far longer, as when Artyom awakes the Dark One is seen in a cage with himself getting captured by the Reich. From here Artyom is taken to a Reich prison camp and interrogated regarding his involvement. Given he can't speak, this Reich officer is wasting his time. Before the silence becomes too much to bear, one of the other captured men helps break him out. His name is Pavel, a soldier of the Red Line. Not exactly the help either expected to receive, but the two will have to put aside their differences to escape their common enemy. One major evolution Last Light makes over the previous release is how it involves the factions. The factions of 2033 only briefly graced us with their presence back then. While the Dark One is important, it's just an excuse to get us from point A to B. Along the way, we meet and interact with each faction established in the last game, and we not only get to see their ideologies and politics in full view, but also see how they evolve throughout the game due to various circumstances brought about by the main quest. The Hansa are the smallest and least focused faction in the game, but they do at least make an appearance, which is a start. The Hansa was originally called the Concord of Ring Line Stations, a name derived from their bases, which is the ring line that surrounds the metro tunnels. The name Hansa comes from the Hanseatic League, a group of medieval guilds and market towns located in Europe. This was seemingly a nickname given to the Concord by the people outside the group, but it stuck and most people end up referring to them as the Hansa anyway. As mentioned earlier, they were started by a few wealthy traders who wanted to create a group to protect themselves from those envious of their wealth. All of Hansa territory is supposedly a free market, although some recreational drugs have been banned, at least according to the books. While great on the surface, and I would say that they are the best of the three factions, even if that's not exactly tough competition, it's got all the shortcomings that a market like this would have. All people can succeed and get rich in Hansa stations, but those that do usually exploit the labor of those too poor to refuse. The land is also very restrictive. One of Artyom's guardsmen at Exhibition Piotr talked about entering Hansa territory and how it required passports. Foreigners, those not a part of the Hansa stations, are allowed to trade at the radials, the stations that create the ring, but can't cross the borders past them. Some of this is understandable, since a few of the stations near the center are Reich and Red Line territory, but they're very strict on this rule, no matter who you are. Piotr almost got into trouble at Market Station because he was supposed to be given a pass at the front desk. But since he never did, as he went to leave, a guard noticed that he didn't have one and immediately assumed he was a spy for the Red Line. The thing he even came for the market for wasn't even able to be sold either, as he needed more ammo for his rifle. But because they were under martial law, they weren't allowed to sell ammo or guns. Besides this, while living on the rings can be prosperous due to them surrounding the metro, they're more often than not right next to the Red Line or the Reich. And while the faction has stayed mostly neutral, any war could spell doom for anyone living near their borders. The Fourth Reich, on the other hand, couldn't be more obvious with their inspirations. Taking after those from Germany during World War II, the Reich in Last Light is about as on the nose as you can get. The place Pavel and Artyom both find themselves is a literal concentration camp. Pavel even comments that if they're caught, they will gas the entire chamber. The Fourth Reich is closely related to their former pals of the Third Reich, with the slight exception that they don't discriminate based on racial impurity but rather genetic impurity. Artyom mentions in a journal that racial purity is no longer relevant, likely on account of just about everyone being Russian in some capacity. Nowadays they focus on genetics, seeing those without the proper genes as subhuman or mutants. This is seen clear as day in the first scene, where a man's head is being measured to make sure he has the correct measurements. So not only are they wrongfully persecuting people, they're also using pseudoscience. The Fourth Reich employs the use of phrenology, an old-school method of science that involves measuring the bumps of one's brain to determine their traits. The idea was that the brain was made up of many sections of organs, or faculties, and that if one part was larger, that would mean it was more important, or used more, so to speak. The problem is that not only was this method just flat out incorrect, but those who believed in it could weaponize it. Some people have used this pseudoscience as proof that certain people or groups are inferior to others, and this was applied to both gender and race. So it's no wonder that those of the Fourth Reich consider this immediately debunked science to be superior. It helps them establish their bloodline and heritage as genetically superior, while also giving them enough justification to kill anyone who doesn't fit within their tight constraints. Those who are deemed mutants are usually killed automatically, but most seem to be rounded up in camps like the one Artyom finds himself in. The place is filled with people from top to bottom. Any attempt to escape results in the deaths of everyone, and even then it's not like they need these people for anything specific. One of the soldiers refused to shoot a man, not because he was having second thoughts, but because their leader believes that a bullet was too good for those who are mutants, while another can also be seen being beaten for spoiling his genes. Anyone captured by the Reich is sure to be killed, and this is evident by the garbage chute right next to Artyom, which leads to an entire sewer line covered in corpses. Sometimes they'll even display the bodies out in the opening as a warning. As if we needed more reasons to hate them, the people living in these stations also seem to be persecuted based on these ideals. Not everyone, but there are quite a few trolleys of refugees coming from Reich territory, and each tells the same story. When the first set of measurements came, these people survived, but now that the measurements changed, they no longer fit the bill. Realizing that they'll be killed, they attempted escape, fearing for their lives. This woman here is crying because she is 2 centimeters short of the current measurement. Her husband fits the bill so he could stay and join the army, but she'll be hanged. Another was recalling the time when one of the measurers within the Reich had a thing for her. She punched him for this though because she had a husband, only to learn 3 days later that her husband was impure, but his sentence could be decided by her. She gives him what he wants, which is her, and he lives, and if not, well, he dies. Thankfully, she didn't have to make a decision, but it did come at the cost of her husband's life, as he attacked a guard and was shot dead. Now all she does is sit here at the station reliving her memories, hoping that she'll soon join her husband. The Reich can simply change the rules when they see fit, as I assume the measurements and details of what makes someone a mutant isn't known to anyone but the top brass. So by keeping that a secret, the Reich could kill whoever they please without question, and if anyone did happen to question them, well, we know what would happen. Given what we've discussed, it should come as no surprise that these guys are the enemy, which is fine, because there's no reason to make this hateful group morally gray. They're bad guys through and through, and should stay that way. The same could also be said for the Red Line. While less reprehensible than those of the Reich, the Red Line is not all sunshine or rainbows either. As stated in the books, there is a straight line across the metro with stations named after groups or people within the Soviet Union, such as Krasnoselskaya, named after Vadim Krasnoselsky, or Komisolskaya, named after the Komisol, a youth organization within the Soviet Union. These names drew people back to the time of the Soviet Union, and many were nostalgic for those days of old. It initially started at one station, but quickly gained traction in the years that followed. Numerous members of the old guard like the Komisol, party officials, members of the proletariat, and Soviet veterans eventually met and founded a committee based on these old ideals. Pavel understands that some might see the Red Line as too strict, with there only being one party, one leader, and one ideology. But it's because of this that they're able to create an equal society, where no one is hungry or poor. For a world as rough and deadly as the Metro is, I can see how the prospect of the Red Line is freeing. Having your needs met and knowing that you'll be fed and sheltered is something you'll be lucky to have in this world. The harsh reality, though, is that none of this is promised within the Red Line stations, as the Red Line is more interested in finding spies who've infiltrated their ranks. Most of the people within the Metro were also old enough to remember life back then, so it's not shocking to learn that most didn't take to the idea of a resurrected Soviet Union, and actively push back against agitators who would seek to recruit the other stations under the hammer and sickle. Those who do find themselves under its banner and are not directly benefiting from its rule are usually suffering, even though everyone was supposed to be equal. Food shortages are quite common amongst the Red Line stations, and many people are suspected of being spies, which, if convicted, will lead to their death, so it's mass hysteria and famine all at once. The leading commanders are just as bad within the Red Line. The leader of the Red Line is General Moskvin, but he's just a puppet, getting his strings pulled by General Korbut. Korbut lied and told Moskvin that his brother Andrei was planning to assassinate him so he could take control of the Red Line. Moskvin planned ahead though, poisoning his brother during a talk of theirs. Once he was killed, Korbut used the murder as blackmail to get Moskvin to do whatever he said, which is how he became the de facto leader of the Red Line. But as annoying as these factions can be, I love their inclusion because the irony of it all. These two ideologies were enemies in World War II, and now they're enemies again. For the sake of territory and ideology, they managed to recreate World War II, and now they're about to recreate the next World War. See, Pavel and Artyom's journey takes them to various places within the Metro, as they try to outrun the Reich. Eventually, they find a safe haven in the form of Bolshoi Station. As the two relax, it's discovered that Pavel has betrayed Artyom. Pavel is actually a major of the Red Line, and while he respects him as a person, their factional differences mean they are enemies. Artyom has info on D6 and the Dark One, and the Red Line needs it. He's then injected with some truth serum and left to die, only for General Moskvin's son to save him, who does so despite his father. During his escape, Artyom then meets with a fisherman who takes him to Venice. The station Venice, not the city. That's a long way away. He's going here because Pavel is likely here and needs to intercept him. He then manages to make it to Pavel, who tells him the Dark One is at Yoktabrskaya. However, during the conversation, he manages to slip out of his hold and escape. Artyom has no choice but to head to a church nearby on the surface, which is another base for the Rangers. Once there, he meets with Anna, who is much happier to see him than you'd expect. While Anna starts off distant and cold towards him, she does start to open up a bit more. She gained a bit more respect for Artyom during the mission, as she was able to see how well he could handle himself. And Artyom notes that she is ashamed to have left her partner on the battlefield. It's a little fast, given they've only seen each other a whole 2 times, but it's clear Anna likes respect and strength. She also looks up to Hunter quite a bit, so if Hunter likes Artyom, it's natural she will too, although like is putting it lightly. For now, it's nothing more than respect, but this will plant the seed for their eventual relationship. Something Metro Exodus will take by the hand and develop across the games. While Artyom is at the church, he gets equipped and ready for the journey, as all soldiers from the Red Line appear and blow the church door. Artyom is knocked out, only to find the aftermath. All the soldiers are dead, and Anna is taken to the same place he needs to go. This is the official start of the war, at least from our perspective. All game long, we've heard chatter about an upcoming war between the factions over D6, and the Red Line has just started to make their move. The Red Line has been struggling to bring people into the fold of communism, so they've decided that if they won't join them, then they aren't worthy enough to be in the Metro. While on his way to find Anna and the Dark One, Artyom stumbles upon a small station that is a part of arguably the best mission in the whole game. The entire place is destroyed, burned to the ground. Apparently an epidemic has spread throughout the station, and the Red Line has come to clean it up. While this may sound like a noble act of good faith, it's actually quite the opposite. During the first mission, you'll hear talks of a Ranger soldier who went missing. Lesnitsky was a Ranger working in one of the labs, but during a shift change, the place was ransacked and Lesnitsky was gone. Later, you discover he was a spy working for the Red Line. That's also how Anna was taken in the first place, as Lesnitsky knows all the knowledge of the Ranger's activities. He had reportedly stolen a canister from D6, but no one was able to confirm if that was true at the time. This canister is what caused the epidemic. The Red Line are intentionally infecting stations throughout the Metro and then coming in under the guise of cleaners to help get rid of the spread. A wounded man at the station says that they came on the second day of the outbreak. There's no way they could have made it there that fast, so they must have known ahead of time. According to some scientists who are working on discovering the complexities of the virus, it seems to be an Ebola-like strain. This is notable because cases of Ebola were mainly in West Africa. Russia shouldn't even be concerned about Ebola or anything resembling it, which proves to the researchers that the virus was man-made. From their notes, they gathered that the virus attacks monocytes within the human body, but these new samples are showing signs of acute monocytosis. Now forgive me, I didn't study hematology, but monocytes are white blood cells. The virus is destroying white blood cells, so the body has less ways to combat the threat. This high white blood cell count implies, though, that the body is starting to produce more white blood cells in order to fight the infection. As the researchers put it, the infection is going away. It seems like the virus is meant to be incredibly efficient, killing those within a few days, but then disappearing after some time. Can't exactly operate a metro when the place has been quarantined off, right? I mean, come on, did you think the Red Line were animals? They're not going to kill the metro, just the people within it. But even with the extremely deadly virus in hand, they couldn't wait. Ideally, they would spread the infection, wait for everyone to die in a few days, and then quarantine and collect. But in this specific instance, they rushed the process and started burning everything. All throughout the station, we could find Red Line soldiers in hazmat suits, torching victims, burning homes and other items, most notably books. Book burning has always been a form of censorship, intentionally done to remove or rewrite history. Books are a rare commodity in the metro. Exhibition has a library at its station, and Artyom mentions how he and the many citizens always look forward to the new books they can read. Books in the post-apocalypse are likely not cheap, nor are they easy to find. But there is also a good chance that the books of the metro would be from both the pre- and post-apocalypse. They don't even have to be necessarily important in a historical context, they could just be romance or sci-fi novels, or a ledger to keep track of things around the station. The Red Line seems to want anything not related to the Red Line and its teachings to be erased. Ideally, this would create a unified metro under the Red Line, their ultimate goal, but also remove the ability to question authority. You can't exactly question history if the books that recorded said history don't exist. Over time, this should create a unified but compliant metro, free from uprising as its citizens will have no ability to question anything outside the Red Line ideology. The Red Line could then censor and remove parts of history that are unwanted, like the fact that they're burning people alive under the guise of containing the spread, while changing history as they see fit, such as claiming that Russia was always a Soviet Union and that the collapse never happened. Destroy enough nonfiction books, and you could eventually create your own. Outside the book burnings, the scenes the game portrays are horrific to say the least. 3 guys are shot for supposedly being sick when neither of them even have a cough. All the soldiers are ordered to take all the supplies and cargo to a storage bay, likely so it can be disinfected and then stolen. But the deeper into the station you go, the worse it gets. Whole sections of the station are being burned to cinder. The smoke is so thick you need to wear a gas mask, one of the few times a gas mask is actually required indoors. Piles of bodies are being burned to ash, and that ash is being burned too, just so everything can be destroyed. At the very end of this fiery inferno is Lesnitsky with Anna held hostage. He asks Artyom to drop the mask or he'll shoot her. You can try to pop him in the head right from here, but nothing will happen, so he'll need to comply. This encounter causes them both to be left without functioning masks, but thankfully Khan and Hansa were close enough to rescue them. But while the worst of the danger has passed, it still hasn't gone away. A note from Artyom says that the Red Line, on top of killing the civilians of the infected stations, were also intentionally letting people escape so they could infect other stations, and then repeat the process. Thankfully though, the Rangers of the Order were already here and managed to cut off the spread, creating a research and quarantine zone around the station. Both Anna and Artyom were also at the previous station that was already infected, so there's a chance that they too have also been infected. So they're instructed to stay in quarantine until their test results come back. In the meantime, the two of them get a bit frisky. Yeah, sure, let's just mix each other's fluids in front of everybody. I'm sure the doctors on break will get a real kick out of that. Just like the previous missions, this one really excels in environmental storytelling. Metro has always let the player walk through an area without being stopped much along the way, but stopping to smell the roses will let you listen in on tons of idle chatter you wouldn't hear otherwise. Just next door is a young kid asking if his dad could go see his mom. The dad reassures him that they will be soon, likely implying that they won't be making it. One guy is seen praying to God hoping to be saved, while another woman is praying to her husband. Others are just crying out in pain, throwing up blood and other fluids. Due to the rampant spread, hazmat specialists are to be fully kitted out in hazmat suits, gloves, and masks. It's clearly taking a toll on some, as one person was put in quarantine for taking his mask off when near a child. The kid was scared of the gas mask, and the guy didn't want the kid to be scared. He's already dealing with enough problems as it is, but his negligence got him thrown in quarantine, and this mistake may have cost him his life. People who didn't make it are being wrapped into body bags and tossed into incinerators. Some, however, are being chopped up, likely for the sake of study or organ donation, or maybe just to make the incineration process easier, while others can also be seen getting their blood taken. Some scientists are also looking through people's storages to see if they can find traces of the infection. And just outside the tent are tons of people who aren't being let inside, likely to make sure the infection doesn't spread. One person was even shot trying to enter. Once inside the actual station, you can only really find Hansa soldiers and a few civilians. Everyone's got protective gear on, people aren't allowed to go back to their homes, and others seem to be ready to ship out and leave the station. This also shows just how deplorable Hansa can be. This guy needs to get insulin for someone or they'll die without it. The guard isn't letting him through though because it's in the quarantine zone, so he suggests that the man buy some here. But he can't buy anything because all his money is in the same place as his insulin, and any money he does have won't be enough because Hansa charges so much. There was also a group of Hansa soldiers that are questioning why the Order showed up at one of their stations. One guy explains that because of their presence, the Red Line won't advance on Hansa because of their neutrality, so the Order has basically created a wall around the faction. But one of the others is still confused as to what their goals are. Hansa never promised any money and they never signed any contracts with them, so why are they here and what are they planning to gain from it? It's as if the idea of helping people for the sake of it rather than profit is a foreign concept to them. Khan also notes that Hansa is really shelling out large money on this quarantine despite them usually being quite reserved with their funds, possibly implying that they might be using this as a trump card for future negotiations in Polis. This is what ultimately makes Hansa just as bad of a faction as the others. Not nearly as ruthless, sure, and they are certainly the lesser of the evils by quite a large margin, but if money's not involved, it's not their problem. And if they are involved, it's likely money is too. Everything to them is about profit. Even something like the civil service of helping your fellow man is questioned if money or contracts aren't involved. The Red Line and the Reich are ruthless in more obvious ways, but Hansa is arguably just as bad. They just hide it better because most of their issues are hidden in the fine print of their contracts. And keep in mind, while the station is in disarray, these are the best of circumstances. Had the Red Line gotten their way, the whole station would be nothing but a ghost town, just like the surface, only less radiation. The irony of all this has always been one of my favorite parts of the story. The Red Line and the Reich are so focused on fighting that they don't realize they're recreating World War II. A plague that has the potential to kill the metro has been spreading and it's making the tunnels just as inhabitable as the surface. Sooner or later we're going to run out of room. And then what? The people fled to the metro because of the bombs, and now soon they'll have to flee again, as the factions have begun recreating World War III. Artyom, with his infinite mind of wisdom, has a journal entry for this. Quote, "Hardly a quarter survives today of the 200,000s who found their salvation from Judgment Day in the metro. Hansa, the Red Line, and the Reich have grown so large because they were stronger than others and fought with more determination. But not once throughout those 20 years has the bloodshed of the fighting enveloped the whole metro. What if our tiny underground world is facing a new, final war?" Humanity thought the last war was the final war, but somehow, despite the odds, they persevered and it managed to make the floor into a ceiling by going even lower. We have in part just redid about 100 years worth of history in the span of 20 years, and 2 wars were waged within a year of each other. There are only so many final wars the world can take. Just like the last Dark One, this is it. There are no more wars after this. The first one wiped out 139 million Russians, and the next one will destroy the rest. Russia as a culture, nation, and as a people will cease to exist should this continue. And the fact that no one but the Rangers of the Order can see that is what makes this level of irony so spectacular. Artyom will even mention in a journal towards the end of the game that D6 didn't even have the key to humanity's salvation like people thought. All they found was weapons of the old world. It didn't give them a solution to save the world, it just gave them new ways to burn it faster. That's what all these factions are fighting for. It's as if humanity's single defining trait is war, and that without war we can't be human. Even if that's true, that's fine. We just need something not human to help us, and thankfully, there's one of them left who can, and Khan knows where it is. Both of them need to go to Polis. There are negotiation talks between Hansa, Red Line, Reich, and the Order over the property of D6. Neither Khan nor Artyom believe this is a simple peace talk though, as it will likely spill out into war, so they need to hurry before it's too late. Khan, naturally, pulls some random mystical knowledge out of his ass by saying that there is a nearby river called the River of Fate. Apparently those who submerge themselves into the river can wash away their sins and change their destiny. Khan wants Artyom to think of the Dark One and the ending of 2033. This will help triangulate the Dark One's location, which is on a nearby train still heading for the Red Line base. Artyom and Khan then suit up and chase the train down. The train explodes, but Artyom manages to make it to the Dark One. The two then touch hands, and the real truth about Artyom is revealed regarding his past with the Dark Ones. As we've already discussed, Artyom was saved by the Dark Ones when venturing out into the surface as a kid. Artyom says that he was scared because he's all alone now, but the Dark One reassures him that he's not alone. In fact, he's the first. The first person to meet the Dark Ones, and their bridge to establishing a connection with their creators. I love the parallels here. The roles of guardian and child have been switched. The Dark One and Artyom were alone in their respective times. One lost the thing dearest to him, the other lost everything. Quote, "I went out into the surface an orphan, yet I came back a firstborn son." I was to create a connection between angels and men, and instead I targeted the missiles at them. There was only one survivor, and now he stands before me, a child, an orphan, alone in the whole world. The circle is complete. In the beginning, it was the first, but now all that's left is the first and the last Dark One, and the last chance for humanity. Artyom and the Dark One then have to make it to Polis together, and both of them offer to help each other. Artyom is a capable soldier, able to take down any monsters he comes across, and the Dark One can give him a sort of thermal vision to let him see the mutants even when the sightlines are too difficult to see. The Dark One also has a hue detector, which can let him see the color of species to determine its feelings. Those that are red are ferocious and out for blood, while those who are blue are calm and not looking for a fight. Traveling with the Dark One is quite an interesting experience, as even though it's a different species, it's still just a kid. Although he does ask some profound questions about humanity, like why they built such tall, beautiful buildings that choose to live underground. I don't got the heart to tell him. This section also places a great importance on the value of the morality system. Like the previous game, Artyom can gain moral points by performing certain actions and listening in on conversations. These are totaled up at the end, and then depending on your point value, you're given one of two endings. While these points are tracked across the game, I find that they, at least in universe, right here, are more important than ever. The Dark One is just a kid. It doesn't understand the world. It barely understands human emotion, but through Artyom it learns how to act. The last time we talked about such a thing was with Dishonored regarding the relationship between Corvo and his daughter Emily. I'll spare you the finer details as you can just watch my video on the series if you're curious about my full thoughts on the matter. But the gist is that Corvo's actions as a father impacted Emily's actions in the ending, either ruthlessly and pragmatically like her father, or with compassion and care. It's not nearly as pronounced in Metro as it is in Dishonored. You can still get the bad ending despite acting like a good role model during these missions, but it at least feels like they matter more here. Artyom is the medium between the Dark Ones and humanity, and the Dark Ones share a collective consciousness, so whatever this little one learns, it'll pass on to its people, which could lead to an unforeseen domino effect in the future. So it's important to teach the kid good lessons, many of which are about to show themselves. As while walking topside, Artyom comes across both Lesnitsky and Pavel, two people who have shown themselves to be traitors and perpetrators in humanity's possible extinction. Sparing these two shows the little one that while what they've done is bad, killing is much worse. In a world surrounded by death, adding more death to it is only going to make things worse. Artyom himself says that both the Reich, Red Line, and him have all killed in the name of salvation. The Reich to preserve their perfect genes, the Red Line to create a unified Metro under their rule, and Artyom to save his people of exhibition. But to progress, humanity must stop fighting each other. Now that is not to say some don't deserve it, because while I understand why, it is a little odd that killing Lesnitsky is considered evil, seeing as he seems like the kind of person who would exploit this kindness and just continue to do evil acts. The Red Line and the Reich also have to go, and no amount of pleading will get them to stop. But I can't understand what they were trying to go for here, as once again, it's mainly about how Artyom's actions impact the Dark One and how they perceive the world going forward. Eventually they will make it to a church base with both Khan and Miller. Both are surprised to see the Dark One alive for very different reasons, but Khan encourages Miller to let go of his hatred for these creatures and let it help them. The Dark One then shows Artyom and Khan a vision of a massive door. This door is in D6, and it shows a bunch of Dark Ones all huddled up inside, revealing that the kid isn't actually the last Dark One after all, although without our help, he certainly will be. As explained in some journal entries, the Dark Ones on the surface were the ones who were awake. Some are not ready to be awoken yet, so for the time being they exist in a dreamlike state, where they grow and learn through their collective intelligence. This Dark One slept underground inside a bunker near the entrance of D6, right near their home of the Botanical Gardens. This child was awoken by the screams of its mother, which is why it was too far away from the actual blast. But due to the missiles launched by Artyom, the entrance it came from was caved in, leaving the other Dark Ones alone and without food. These Dark Ones could very well die before even opening their eyes, so we need to open the door and have them escape, or this child really will be the only one left. In that exact same note, it's also mentioned that Khan had also hypothesized that the Dark Ones were created before the war, as soldiers to fight off radiation. It's left up to interpretation though, and thank God for that. Because personally, I like the plot beat of them being created from humanity's final destruction, not lab-grown experiments before the war. I feel like that lessens the point of their existence, so I'm sticking with the original idea here. The group then heads to Polis to discuss the existence of D6. Not much can be done from our position, but that's where the Dark One comes in. It can't speak to anyone directly but Artyom due to his unique link with them, so instead it goes up to Moskovin's mind and forces him to tell the truth about how he killed his brother to stay in power and what Korva plans to do. Thanks to hearing the truth about Muskvin and Corbett, Miller now has enough time to assemble a team of Rangers to defend D6, as the initial plan was to use the talks as a distraction so that the Red Line could take D6 from them during their meeting. Thus begins the ending. All the Rangers, including Artyom, suit up and prepare for war. An onslaught of Red Line soldiers come out of a nearby tunnel but are held back by Artyom and the Rangers. But a train is rammed through the station, knocking everyone over and even cutting off Miller's legs. Corbett and the Red Line currently have control of the station, but Miller had a backup plan. He couldn't stand the thought of giving up D6 to these guys, so it's either they win or they die along with the bunker. He's rigged the place to blow should such drastic measures need to be taken. Depending on your current total of moral points, that measure will be taken. If you didn't achieve enough, the entire base explodes, taking its secrets, the Red Line, and the Rangers along with it. The Dark One during the war has been trying to rescue its people, and will succeed regardless of your ending. The difference is that with a high moral point total, instead of leaving humanity to their own devices, the Dark One comes by to stop Artyom while they handle the Red Line, preventing the death and destruction of D6 and the Rangers. It then ends with the Dark Ones leaving the bunker and presumably Moscow itself. They say they do plan to return one day, and hopefully by then, the creators and the created can finally work together. Metro Last Light has always been the one I gravitate towards the most when I'm looking to replay Metro. Something about its gameplay and story has always stuck with me since 2013. The continuation of the Dark One's plotline from 2033 really helped seal that deal for me. Glukhovsky's 2034 has no ties to this second game, as it deals with Hunter of all people, and barely mentions Artyom. It was for this reason that 4A Games believed that it could not be adapted into a video game. Glukhovsky was fine with the decision and continued to help create new plots for the series to delve into, which in turn created my favorite game amongst the trilogy. It allowed Artyom to have a redemption arc, something the novels never touched upon, and it gave us a chance to learn more about the Dark Ones and the factions who inhabit the world of Metro. Not only is it a great game, it's a great sequel as well. Last Light is in some ways just more Metro, and frankly I would never take that as a complaint, and the community agreed, as Last Light sold more in a week than 2033 did in 3 months. But the party was only getting started. Metro's Last Light had yet to flicker out, as we got some extra content after release to round out the whole experience, although their quality is questionable. Over the next few months, Last Light would get 4 post-launch DLC packs. Most of them are pretty unremarkable, but we should talk about them anyway. The first was the Faction Pack, intent on showcasing extra missions not seen in the main campaign to expand the world of the games. 2 of them deal with the other factions, including one Reich Heavy who was at the Battle of D6, and then a Red Line Sniper who along with a partner was infiltrating a Reich base. Both of them are incredibly short and were designed to give the players opportunities the main game wouldn't allow. In the blog post for the DLC, they mentioned that going forward, nothing in these packs would change the ending of Last Light, nor would they be cut content that was later repurposed for a DLC. They wanted Last Light to be a standalone experience, something that didn't require more payment to access the complete package, which is commendable. In the wake of that vision, we got 2 missions, a forced stealth mission and a no-holds-barred how many enemies can we throw at the player mission. Being able to partake in these was fun due to the exact novelty that shaped the whole experience, but that really is all there is to it. A forced stealth mission can be fun, but when it's only 15 minutes long, it does sound like it would have been better suited in the actual game itself, slotted somewhere within its 8 to 9 hour runtime rather than a separate standalone experience. The other mission, Kshatriya, is the best DLC of any pack by far. This mission changes the formula by applying a sort of roguelike finish to the core Metro gameplay. You start as an unnamed ranger whose task is to go up to the surface and find artifacts. You must bring these artifacts to one of the researchers here and get paid for your work. You initially start with nothing, but as you get more artifacts and subsequently more bullets, you'll be able to afford more gear and filters. You can only carry a handful of artifacts though, so it's expected that you make quick trips to the surface before delving back underground again. The main objective is to find the hidden subway map, which is likely to be the end of your journey. But outside of that, you're free to explore when and where you want. You can farm low-yield artifacts, blitz through areas for the best loot, or take your time and pick up everything as you go. The game will even give you light bulbs so you can light your path across the surface to keep track of where you've traveled. Honestly, I found myself really enjoying this mission quite a lot. I don't know if we'll ever get that Metro 4 we've all wanted, but if not, I'll gladly take a spin-off of this. As if this short adventure was any indication of its quality, I think a proper fleshed out title would do well, especially given it was the most well-received mission out of all the packs. The next 2 packs are less important than the Faction Pack, but they do serve to please some fans at least. Tower puts the player into different scenarios and asks the player to complete them. It was created for the sake of competition, as there is an online leaderboard where you and other players can compete for high scores. One thing the team was really proud of was the combat, and I agree. Last Light made many interesting changes to the combat, and much of that was translated over to the Redux version of Metro 2033. However, the team realized that they didn't really give the players enough opportunities to flex their wings, so they created this to let the players experiment with their newly created arsenal. I have the same opinion of this as I do the next pack, which is the Developer Pack. For this one, it's just a dev level, plain and simple. There's a museum with characters and mutants on display, a shooting arena with challenges, and an AI arena where you can make humans and mutants fight against each other for fun. Kind of out of left field, but this pack also includes, for some reason, an incredible mission that asks, what if Metro was a survival horror game? It has you escaping a nest of spider bugs while you scavenge for resources, find light sources to stop them from advancing on you, and hope you don't run out of time on your filters. Again, another mission I would not mind seeing expanded upon into a spin-off of some kind. There isn't much to judge with these two packs though, because it's very clearly for a specific audience and ultimately doesn't detract from anything. They are, if anything, little bonuses to explore and experience. Nothing more. You'll also have noticed that none of these packs have any story to them, and that's true, though that is not the case for the last pack, Chronicles. But of course, because it's the one pack with narrative content, it has to be the most disappointing. Chronicles is 3 equally short missions that show us alternate perspectives from characters we met during the main quest, including Pavel, Khan, and Anna. Pavel's is after escaping in Venice, Khan's is after the train exploded when catching the Dark One, and Anna's is during the first mission. And all of them kinda suck. Except for Khan, none of them really add anything. Pavel's mission explains where he went after he escaped Artyom. Not even an explanation as to how we got to the surface, just this one singular moment. After Pavel ran during his encounter with Artyom in Venice, he was captured again and had to break out. The entire 15-minute mission is him breaking out of the bandit-controlled territory before taking a raft back to the Red Square. Anna's is equally strange because it's basically her mission with Artyom but from her perspective. She provides overwatch when confronted by the Watchers, shoots the Dark One, and then sees Artyom get knocked out. The only unique segment is directly after this, where Anna is seen running to Artyom to make sure he's okay, only to see him shipped off by the Reich. Even though there were hours worth of unseen content between this moment and the church where they meet, I'm surprised the team went with this alternate perspective instead. I mean, what was the intrigue here? It happens exactly like you'd expect it to. I'm also slightly annoyed at Anna's inclusion specifically only because her journal entry talks about her barely escaping the missiles back when they were launched on the Dark Ones in 2033, as she was out searching for Hunter that day. So somehow the idea brought up in the journal entry was more interesting than the actual mission we were given. Khan is at least quite interesting for one moment at the end. It actually starts with Ullman, who is the one who blew up the train before meeting with Khan. Naturally, because this mission involves Khan, it's going to get a bit weird. They have to pass through Polyanka, Khan's old home. The two have to relive the memories of the station, which has us playing as Khan while we defend the station from Nosalises. It doesn't end well though, as everyone at the station dies except Khan, having closed the doors on the last remaining survivors, his friends, lest the Nosalises escape and attack more stations. It's a heartbreaking mission and is certainly one of the highlights of the pack. I was just a little disappointed that nothing else was done to expand the story or universe besides what was given. Outside of Khan, it's not really answering much of anything that the player couldn't have already figured out themselves. Yeah, I didn't know how Anna's survival Artyom was taken, but she was also meters away on top of a tower. I think I could piece that together. I also didn't even think Pavel was captured, I just figured he'd escaped and then found us again, so this brief capture really meant nothing to me. Ultimately though, as a total package, they're fine. I've never actually played these DLCs back in the day because I never found any of them worth it, but with Metro Redux packaging both games and the DLCs together, it's not losing any sort of value, especially when you pick the game up for cheap most days out of the year. But despite that, I do respect their vision for creating a complete experience for the base game. They really wanted to make sure this arc within Artyom's story was started and completed in the same entry, without any extra content added later. While it may have come at the expense of extra DLC that could have included Artyom, or was used as a way to segue to the next title a la Dragon Age style, I understand why they didn't go this route. That said though, the final blog post of the DLC poses a rather interesting question. Metro Last Light has multiple endings, isn't connected to the books, and the next novel, Metro 2035, isn't even out yet. So with no previous work to reference, no sequels to latch onto, and complete creative freedom, where do you take the story of Metro next? Metro Exodus takes us through yet another time skip, and the time between Artyom and Anna got married and have both started thinking of their lives together and what that might entail. Both dream of a land untouched by radiation and mutants, where humanity can live on the surface without fear, just like in the old days. The difference is that Anna sees it merely as a dream, something that will stay locked in the mind. Artyom does not. The very first sequence of gameplay is of Artyom roaming through another long-abandoned ruin. He's been chasing this signal he heard some time ago, believing it to be a radio frequency from somewhere outside the metro. Oddly enough, this kind of signal was alluded to back in Last Light. When Artyom makes it to the church, two guys could be heard talking about life outside Moscow, as one of them had claimed to get a signal from St. Petersburg. The concept of life outside the metro wouldn't be expanded upon until now though, as we had more than enough problems in the metro to worry about first before thinking about life outside. But now that these threats have been quelled, he's able to dream big. As of this moment though, his dreams have stayed dreams. The signal he's been chasing hasn't made itself known since, and his reckless actions are affecting those around him. Artyom gets severely injured during this sequence and has to be carried by some rangers to a nearby hospital. Because his blood is filled with radiation, they have to do a blood transfusion to save him. Blood is already in short supply in the real world, in the metro, even more so. He's ridiculed for this, told that his blood could have gone to other people who need it, but instead it's going to him, who's just going to waste it when he goes on his next expedition. But it's not just the people of the station, but also Anna and Miller who are upset with him. Artyom has a responsibility now that he's married to Anna. Miller wants what's best for his daughter, like any father would, so he's disappointed in Artyom for risking his own life, which in turn will make Anna worried if her husband will come back or not. The more and more radiation Artyom gets, the less chance the two have for kids. The radiation could make him infertile and ruin that part of their future. But as Artyom's journal puts it, she can't say no to the guy. Artyom has always been an adventurer, and taking that away would be like taking away a part of himself. So soon as he's up and running, he's once again back to the surface to try and find any trace of life outside Moscow, except this time he's got an assistant. After failing to find anything yet again, the two head back to the metros. They take a different route this time to cut down on the trip's length and along the way find a train. A real, working, fully functioning train on the surface. The two follow it only to be captured by members of Hansa. Inside the van with them is two other people. The lady uses the phrase, "this Moscow of yours," implying that she isn't from here. She goes on to say that they aren't. They live in a village some miles outside the city. Artyom is right. There is life outside the metro. But just as the dream finally starts to take its next step, we have to take a few steps back, as the two who are inside the van are shot and killed by the Hansa. Artyom attempts to stop them but is put down along with them. But by sheer luck, the necklace that Hunter had given him all those years ago stopped the bullet. The man who gave him the chance to see his dream of exploration through just gave him one more chance to see it again. Having narrowly escaped death, Artyom makes his way to a nearby base. He then works with a train engineer Yermak to find Anna and escape. The plan involves stealing the train itself. Oh, and getting into a few firefights besides. Once they make it aboard, they're stopped by the Hansa and the Order. They were about to be shot until the Rangers and Miller recognized the two and flipped the script on Hansa. Now with the train under their control, they realize the only path for them is forward. See, Anna and Artyom just made a grave mistake. This station housed a radio jammer. It was designed to block all the radio chatter from Moscow from leaving and any signals from outside the city from coming in. According to one of the men stationed here, the war is still on, and if people learn that Moscow still lives, then more bombs will be shot their way, so the jammer was made to stop that from happening. Hansa filled Miller in on this on a "you talk, you die" policy, so he couldn't say much at the time. So this whole time Artyom was going out and trying to find new life, Miller knew his attempts weren't in vain, but purposely withheld that info from him. Because the console for the jammer was broken, the radio chatter is now flowing both ways. This is, by law, a death sentence, so Miller decides that the rest of the guys should go back to the station while he tries to figure out what to do with the lovely couple until the heat dies down. But the guys aren't taking any of that. Artyom and Anna's problems are their problems, so they all collectively decide to leave. Naturally, after some time has passed, Miller is to answer for his silence. Miller drops the name the Invisible Watchers. These guys are said to be the Central Command of Russia, a remnant of the old world government who are still making moves while hiding inside a bunker. They were the ones that put the jammer up so that NATO couldn't learn of Moscow's survival, and as the head of the Order, Miller was tasked with keeping this secret. As mentioned before, Miller says that the war was not over, and that there's a good chance that the rest of the country, save for Moscow, is under enemy occupation. However, as we learn later, most of this isn't exactly true, but I want to circle back to that in a moment. Lots of the third game's stories about how much of our prior knowledge of the world is completely wrong. So while these theories in Miller will erode over time, for now let's just move on. With nowhere else to go but forward, Miller comes up with a new plan. He plans to take the Aurora to a place called the Ark. The Ark is apparently an entire city underground where all the country's leaders are stationed. Going there and telling them Moscow still lives will allow them to help those of the metro. They manage to track the location to a bunker near Mount Yamantau, which is where they're headed to next. Although unlike previous games, we aren't being sent off into another level. A common request amongst fans was larger, more expansive levels. So looking back on some of the teams worked with Stalker when they were still a GSC, they decided to go that route. It's not one-to-one, but Metro Exodus is the closest the series has ever come to becoming Stalker. Each Stalker game gave you a complete open-world experience. Some areas were blocked off either by the story progression or enemy difficulty, but the world was able to be traversed at any time. Exodus is a little bit different. The game has 3 types of missions: linear level-based missions like prior games, short interludes that take place entirely on the train, and the newly designed survival sandboxes, as the team called them. The 3 big sandbox levels are Volga, Caspian, and Taiga. Each takes place not only in 3 separate locations, but also 3 different times throughout the year. So you have the dry, sandy desert of the Caspian Sea during the hottest months in the year, while also having the swampy, wet setting during autumn when the tree's leaves really start to pop. It offers up a new sense of variety in every facet of design, as we're no longer held back by the dark, gloomy, claustrophobic feeling of the Metro. Unlike Stalker though, these can't be traveled to at any time. On screen is the first map of the game, Volga. You can travel anywhere on this map and stay here for as long as you want. Once the main quest for the area is wrapped up, you get a quick train sequence, and then it's off to Caspian. But once Volga is complete, you cannot return. So they still act as levels where you go from one to the next, but these worlds give you time to really take in the world of Metro a bit longer, letting you explore for longer than just the occasional side path, by letting you find all kinds of points of interest to see what's inside. The only game I can make this comparison to is Gears 5, which, also like Metro, changed the series' formula of linear level design by adding its own disconnected open world for the player to navigate through. Which is quite strange as it was released the same year as Exodus, only a few months apart. But while this allowed for much more opportunities for the player to engage in firefights, it also allowed for more storytelling, whether literally through the game's script or environmentally. Each location is like an arc, no level has ties to another directly. Sometimes moments that exist in a specific level can have massive impacts later down the line like any good story, but more often than not they are self-contained. Each world ends up functioning the same. Something related to the game's script has trapped the crew here temporarily, and while trying to find a solution to their current problem, they also have to fight off the factions that have already claimed the lands the crew trespasses on. There is a set objective the player has to follow in order to complete each world, but they could just as easily go off the beaten path and explore the nooks and crannies of the map. This is where that uniquely applied sense of storytelling comes into play, as these points of interest could tell stories all on their own, while also adding to the overall narrative of the area. Refusing to fall into the trappings of many open world games, Metro Exodus is entirely without fetch quests or side missions. The game does introduce alternate things to do, such as finding a guitar for one of the crew, but they're marked as points of interest instead. To keep immersion, each world also has a moment where someone will point out landmarks to the player and mark them on their map. This helps keep things flowing by giving the player specific points of interest to follow, while also not placing it on them in an unnatural way. Further, while Exodus has sadly removed Artyom's mid-mission diaries, notes and items found throughout the world are tailored towards that specific area, providing more info on the land we inhabit rather than the man's personal thoughts, as those are saved for the chapter transitions like usual. Each of these additions are small, but it brings the player one step closer to the world, as the more they interact with the world, the more they feel like they're in that world. And when the player is hooked into the world, everything about it starts to feel more important than what's going on in the room around them. Even besides that, the game is just flatly much longer than previous games, especially if you're listening to all the dialogue from the NPCs. Conversations can last up to 2 to 4 minutes per person as they continue to talk to either Artyom or someone else aboard the Aurora. Which also serves to highlight just how much this game is kneecapping itself by not having Artyom speak. It's like the equivalent of talking to a brick wall. Each person is just spilling out tons of info on their life or the goings-on of the train, while either Artyom is staring at them from afar or up in their face with a deadpan stare, which is likely so uncomfortable that they're probably wondering why he hasn't blinked in the past 5 minutes. At the very least though, the crew aboard the Aurora are some of the most fleshed out and interesting people you'll meet in the game. The first of course is Artyom's wife Anna. The seeds of their relationship began to sprout in Last Light, and it was clear it was only up from here. Now married and on the run, the two are always by each other's side. This creates a sort of double-edged sword, as if you find Anna annoying or simply uninteresting, Exodus is going to be one tough game to get through. She is almost always with Artyom if she can help it, and a good portion of the plot hinges on her and actions done to her. But honestly, I can't imagine coming out of this game with anything but adoration for her. Maybe it's just because I'm a sucker for a good romance, but these two are adorable. Almost every interaction with them is a hug or a high five. Anna is constantly worried about his safety anywhere they go, and always congratulating him on his new discoveries. The two almost always find time to chat, whether in these disconnected worlds or aboard the Aurora. Sometimes it's about the current mission, other times it's about their future. Anna has already planned her dream life, including where they will live and how many kids they want. and Artyom is always there to comfort and protect her when she needs it, and once we reach the end of the game, would even consider sacrificing his life to save her. He also has a lot to say about her. His diaries may be gone, but his personal one aboard the Aurora is filled with his thoughts on everyone, including her. Quote, Anna, my Anna, from the very beginning I thought I was not worthy of you. What was I, a nerdy guy from a backwater station, a dreamer hearing voices in his head, an adventure seeker? And you? The most beautiful girl in the Metro, the only daughter of the legendary Colonel Miller, the best sniper of the Spartan Order? But, how did you put it? There were lots of hard-boiled guys around? God, how much we've been through together. We've had our bright days and really dark ones. Our feelings would die out and rekindle. I even tried to leave, but couldn't go too far. You wanted a normal man, but you still accepted me as I am. You were the only one who didn't consider me mad when I spent days on the surface listening to the radio, in fruitless attempts of receiving signals from other survivors. You knew that every such sortie meant more radiation exposure for me, and less chances for healthy children should we ever have them. And you still let me go. You did not prohibit me from dreaming. I always felt your gaze upon me when you would cover my back in combat or when I would lose my way. I was always in your field of view. I always knew that nobody could ever replace you, my personal guardian angel of death. If this is not love, what is? I don't think I need to say any more than that. What could I say? The guy has a way with words. Also, the fact that Artyom not only drew a gorgeous picture of his wife next to this, but also added a little rabbit next to her, a callback to Last Light, is adorable. They are both obsessed with each other, and there is something about love that really gets the heart racing, don't you think? But it's once again another perfect example of the game's lack of back and forth conversation. While the game does an incredible job of showing his love for Anna through his movements, which in itself should be praised, I still think about what Exodus could have been had he been able to speak. Anna is sharing her entire plan for their life together, and he never utters as much as a word to her. But ultimately it's a great relationship the two have. So good in fact that you'll probably find yourself at times sitting alone in front of your screen thinking, damn, why can't that be me? But this relationship isn't the only one Artyom has. He also has the boys who joined him, each one just as different and unique as the last. All those aboard the Aurora have their roles to play, like Yermak who handles the train, Tokarev who fixes the guns and armor, or just muscle like Damir or Sam. Some people may have more important roles than others, but because of how the story is told, each one gets more than enough screen time. Tokarev will always invite Artyom to test out his new upgrades for the Tihar rifle, and the player would never say no to new weapons. Characters like Duke, Damir, and Alyosha though are a bit different, where the open world locations are where they start to shine. Each one for different reasons, but in this example, Caspian places more focus on Damir than the other two because these are his people, so he'll be joining you for most of the missions in this level. But by far the strangest character aboard the train is Sam, who's the first proper American in the series. A real Uncle Sam, which is a joke you will hear constantly in this game. Sam was born in the US, but after some time started working as a guard at the US Embassy in Moscow. But that was back when the bombs hit, so he's been stranded in the country for over 20 years. He gets the least amount of screen time when compared to the rest, but he also gets a whole DLC all to himself, so I think it's a good compromise. It's admittedly a bit hard to talk about the crew as a whole though, because so much of their evolution comes from small bits of dialogue here and there throughout the story. For instance, one of the crew's Stepan gets married to one of the civilians they save in the first open world level. It may seem out of nowhere, but you can actually see this evolve throughout the levels. Stepan is always seen near Katya and her daughter Nastya. He cooks them food and plays the musical aboard the Aurora. A conversation between Alyosha and Duke reveals that Alyosha was interested in her too, but Stepan beat him to it. He's not the kind of guy to get into an argument over a woman with a friend, and he could tell how much he likes her, so he didn't bother. But then later on the train, you can listen to Stepan perform some music for Katya while you wait to get to your destination. Following this, Stepan will then come down with a heat stroke and be dehydrated thanks to the desert's hot conditions. So while he's out of commission, Katya, who just so happens to be a nurse, will take care of him and the rest of the crew, which then leads to him proposing to her after the mission. Most of this is rarely shown to the player. You can for the most part skip these interactions by just focusing on the quest in front of you. But like the open world levels, you really want to take things slow. Take in the view, sit around, and talk with those aboard the train. The game has so clearly defined the personalities for these guys as well as their roles aboard the ship that it's pretty easy to figure out where each one is at any given time should you need to talk to one. And you'll likely figure out or at least understand what a character can say at any given moment. Alyosha, for instance, is obsessed with women. It's almost all he talks about, and the crew knows this. So when he jumps up one time and says that he wants to take point on the next scouting mission, it's to be assumed that he's only doing this with the hope that there will be women there to greet him.
Artyom needs a volunteer to support him.
Me! Pick me! I'll check the hell out of that valley, please!
Something makes me think that Alyosha is mainly going to check if there are any Amazons or women in general there.
So we're all set.
This is just one of the many examples this game has. You may not like some of their personalities or the way they do things, but I think the best characters are ones with such a clearly defined personality that you know exactly how they'll react before they do, as the game has done a good enough job establishing a consistent identity throughout the game, and that's something everyone aboard the Aurora has. And due to the length of the conversations, the amount of conversations therein, and the fact that everyone aboard the Aurora works together, you'll find that even if it was through the most unlikely of circumstances, the crew of the Aurora feels like family. Returning to the story, the first stop is Volga. Not too far out of Moscow, the crew is stopped by a camp set up on the railroad. They crash into the camp, but thankfully no one is harmed, although their attempts at subtlety were less than successful. The main base of this camp seems to be the nearby bridge, which has also moved it up to block passage, so there's no way to continue the journey without dealing with this group first. Naturally though, it's best to take a think before you speak approach to every group the Aurora comes across. Taking a page out of 2033, much of Exodus' story hinges on themes of xenophobia. We are no longer a part of the Metro. These are no longer our people, even if the factions of the Metro could hardly be called our people. These are in some respects foreigners with their own lives, cultures, and beliefs that usually don't align with the Metro, so it's important to not think of all these groups as bandits or hostiles. Remember, the one way to combat xenophobia is education, and by educating yourself on what's going on, you can start to form an opinion as to who the bad guys really are, if there are even any to begin with. A great example is here in Volga. Artyom is instructed to make first contact with the group to see if they're hostile. Upon arriving at their church, Artyom enters during one of their sermons. It seems pretty bog standard, but Father Silantius here is talking about electricity being a sin. He believes that Satan instigated mankind into creating technology for the sake of blasphemy and destruction. So it's sort of a mix of Amish values, where they try and prevent the outside world from influencing their communities and their relationship to God, while also adding a post-apocalyptic twist to it. It's pretty clear that Father Silantius is preaching about the use of nuclear weapons, but also adding all technology under the same umbrella, believing that the pursuit of tech itself led to our destruction. His specific mention of electricity is also likely referring to the electrical anomalies we find at night. Anomalies are a post-war creation, brought about by radiation and drastic changes to the landscape. Silantius sees all of this as a threat, and frankly he's got a point. The anomalies are incredibly deadly, and mankind's pursuit of technology led to the whole world nuking themselves off the map. Silantius likely believes then that by preventing this usage of tech, we can prevent mankind from ever doing that again. They dispose of any kind of technology they find, putting it in a mass dumping ground, while also worshipping an entity known as the Czarfish, which is just a literal, actual fish. Silantius, though, seems to oppose any attempt at discrediting him or denying his beliefs. Upon arrival, Silantius will trap Artyom's boat at the church. With the help of Katya and Nastya, he's able to escape and return back to the Aurora. Anna, who is providing overwatch, will help rescue the two and bring them back to the train as well. They will explain that they came here along with some other migrants and were inducted into the church. Not many of them were too keen to believe in his preachings of a tech-free world though, so they declined. Silantius, like with Artyom, deemed these people to be heretics. Everyone they came with, including Katya's husband, were killed because of them, as Silantius sent them out on missions to exorcise a demon. This demon he is referring to are the electrical anomalies, things that are tough for even the player to kill, let alone a regular settler with no combat experience. Katya and Nastya, though, got off easy as they were only subjected to imprisonment, having been locked in this tower for the past year. Many of the locals hate them for their heretical beliefs, but Silantius urges those of the church not to harm them, but rather teach them the ways of the church, believing that they will come around eventually. From here, Artyom is tasked with finding a man named Crest. The damage the Aurora took was too severe, and Crest, a mechanic said to be stationed nearby, should be able to help Yermak repair the train. During our meeting with Crest, Anna went off on her own to investigate an antenna but hasn't radioed in a while. Tracking her location, we find that she injured herself, and thanks to her being knocked out, she started inhaling some of the gas down here, which made her hallucinate. Upon returning, Artyom will have to confront Miller about Katya and Nastya as he isn't willing to take them aboard. Through his impeccable skill of standing still and letting the other crew speak for him, Miller realizes that it would be wrong to leave a mother and daughter out in the cold like this, so he offers to have them tag along. With that out of the way, they now have to plan how to get past the bridge. The fanatics have it locked up tight, so Artyom will need to go in undetected and lower it so the train can pass. This is where all your actions come to a head. The end of this level will determine the fate of Father Silantius, with him either living or dying based on numerous actions taken throughout the level. Exodus has probably the best and most understood moral system in the series. Last Lights gave you positive points for listening in on conversations, requiring you to stop and listen to every person in the metro if you wanted to get the good ending. A lot of these conversations felt meaningless in regards to the message the game was trying to portray, as most conversations didn't seem relevant to a morality system. Exodus does away with that and instead focuses on Artyom's direct actions rather than his ability to listen. Nearby where the train has stopped is a bandit outpost. Inside a cage at the bottom is a member of the church. Clear out the bandits and rescue the churchgoer, and you get positive moral points. Or take that brief escape just a minute ago. Killing the members of the church rewards bad karma, while sparing them by either knocking them out or leaving them be rewards you with good karma. These are then totaled up at the end of the level, and from there your specific ending will play. Just like how the open worlds don't connect to each other though, the moral points don't either. The ramifications of that ending can have drastic consequences, as they do contribute to the game's overall ending, but your morality isn't screwed because you messed up one area. The meter, so to speak, resets when entering the next level. But out of all the open world locations in Metro Exodus, this is the one with the most nuance. Dialogue and radios throughout the game show you different sides of the cult. Salantius used to be a party official before the war, so he was related to the Russian government at the time, which could explain his disdain for tech, as he may feel partially responsible. Salantius seems to be a broken man trying to find his way in a broken world, but in doing so created a cult of sorts that restricts access to simple services like medical attention, and shuns all those who oppose or question his rule and subsequently get them killed by having those who sin basically throw themselves at the electrical anomalies. It's even learned that he's a hypocrite in some respects, as he claims to be able to use charms to defeat the electrical anomalies, but his charms are lightning rods, tech specifically used to ground electricity. So what is the right decision here? Well, it's clear that killing the locals and the members of the church is the wrong one. Artyom's chapter dialogue says as much. Quote, "Anna was right. We invaded their world and it's not up to us to destroy it, no matter how stupid it may seem. Electricity is a sin. Is that really worse than the lies we were told in the Metro about how the whole world was dead and there was nowhere else to go?" Each was a convenient lie made to stop people from questioning the world around them and keep them within their community. Artyom and those of the Metro are no different than those of the Church. It just feels different because this group feels like a cult, and not a fully operated civilization like the Metro. We've talked about cults like this before already when we discussed Silent Hill 3, so I'll just parrot some of what I said then. Cults or groups like to lure you in with a purpose or a promise. Salantius gave the people an answer as to why the world was as destroyed as it was. Technology and its pursuits caused it. So it's no wonder in a broken world like this, the people are looking for answers as to why the world became so cruel. What did the common citizen of the world do to deserve living through this? But this discussion really only pertains to the locals, not the leader. This is why I think a morality system, especially one with a binary set of outcomes, can often cause more harm than good. Father Salantius, to me anyway, is a villain. He's not using his power for profit or glory, but his manic attitude has caused the suffering of hundreds, even if just as many people benefit from his teachings. Having no capacity to choose the fates of these people separately feels a bit counterintuitive to what it's trying to say. Although, like with the Dark One in Last Light, I could see what they were trying to go for here. Firstly, many of the locals like those of the Metro are brainwashed, even if they don't know it, so trying to tell them that their leader is a madman would likely fall on deaf ears, and once again, it's not really our place to judge these people. More importantly though, one of the poi men in this level is Duke. Duke is one of the younger members of the Order, but he's also the most reckless. Later in the game, you can find him being forced to clean sand out of his gun because he jammed it by jumping into a sand pile. Tokarev mentions that he's lucky he didn't have to shoot anyone with that gun, or else it would have jammed and he would have died. Duke is hot-headed and takes lots of risks, but like Artyom, he loves that sense of adventure. Where most would cower in fear or hesitate to take on dangerous missions, Duke is always willing to go into the lion's den just for the thrill. This is a little problematic because Duke doesn't seem like the kind of person who thinks before he speaks. It's only by the will of Lady Luck herself that the man hasn't died yet, but his luck may run out in this level. As a younger member of the crew and the Order, Duke looks up to the veterans, those with more experience, specifically Artyom. Your actions here in Volga shape Duke as you inadvertently teach him how to operate in the field. Sparing those who are harmless while killing those who deserve it shows Duke that he needs to be more careful. Going in Rambo style, guns blazing, proves that this is how you get things done. Who cares about a petty morality or a moral compass? Just get in and get out the Ranger way. This attitude leads to him being reckless, killing many of the fanatics along the way and getting himself shot during the mission, forcing Artyom to leave him behind to die. This is the main reason for the morality system. It's not so much focused on the nuances of Salantius and what his fate should be, but rather the nuances of the people's own morality. The bandits are bad people. They capture the locals and rob people for their money. Killing them doesn't contribute to a negative karma score, but the locals of the church do because they're just people. In a way, the roles of the Metro and the Dark Ones have been flipped to the Church and the Aurora. The crew are the Dark Ones, the ones who will come and kill their people. Unlike the Dark Ones though, we have an actual chance to demonstrate humility and restraint, showing Salantius that we come in peace and only want to leave with our crew intact and having a care in the world about his people. Showing this to Salantius gives us the good ending, where he tells his men to stand down while Artyom and Duke jump aboard the Aurora and continue past the bridge. I think this interaction is ultimately why Volga is one of my favorite levels in the game, because there isn't a clear right or wrong established at the beginning, something that will be a bit more pronounced in later levels. Here in this early level though, just like with the Dark Ones, you have to think about the people you are meeting and really question if they're bad people or just people with different customs than you. I think electricity as a sin is pretty dumb personally, but that doesn't mean they should have to die for having different values, even if their side is fully willing to kill us over those same ideals. Killing people over ideology and belief is what destroyed the world and almost caused the Metro to suffer the same fate, so there's no reason to bring that old world thinking into this new age. With Volga complete, the crew continues to Mount Yamantau. While aboard the Aurora, Miller manages to establish contact with the Minister of Defense, but if the confusion in the guy's voice didn't give it away, this isn't the government. They tell Miller to head to the coordinates he had. Upon arrival, Miller and everyone else agrees that something is off. No one is near the gates and the place looks abandoned. As Miller approaches the supposed Minister of Defense, the group is ambushed and apprehended. Come to find out, they aren't the government, but just a bunch of cannibals hiding in an abandoned bunker. Notes scattered across the bunker indicate that they were a regular group of people who settled here post-war. The government was supposed to come here, but they never arrived. The problem is that the food reserves were incredibly low. Various notes detail how everybody's bodies ached. Even writing the notes we find was hard enough. Some of the radio technicians and then the group were tasked with repairing the antenna with the hope that they could contact the government that way, but once it was finished, the lead tech was removed. He wasn't told anything until one random day a group of refugees came by the bunker. Assuming it to be the government, most were excited to finally be given assistance. But the leader of the group, the doctor, had to make sure that they were put into quarantine first. Supposedly this was because of an illness they had, but it was actually so that he could kill and prepare the bodies for consumption. Other notes detail how one person discovered this and tried to take action against them. While most, initially hurling up their guts at the sight of human flesh, eventually succumbed and became the cannibals we see today. The group then took to using the antenna and the promises of the government to lure people into the bunker to eat them. That's why there are dozens of vehicles outside the bunker. It's all that's left of the victims who were lured in the same as the Aurora. Although, and this is a bit morbid, but the bodies of those who died are still here in the bunker, just not in the state you'd wish they were in. Corpses, some with flesh, others with just the skeleton, are hanging from the rafters and on the walls. Fridges throughout the bunker hold the body parts of those who were killed. Rooms have been turned into meat lockers, and numerous areas are just covered in leftover carcasses. It's probably the most terrifying level Metro has ever conceived, and the closest it has ever come to an actual horror level. But that horror came not from the dwindling supply of resources. In here, it's the fear of being deep in the lion's den. These guys jump out of all kinds of places, rushing at you with blunt objects. Thankfully, they go down pretty quick, just like any other human enemy, but with how many there are, you eventually start hoping that you don't have to reload, as every wasted second means another foot closer to you. Outside of just being an incredible level, I think it really highlights how linear doesn't necessarily mean bad. While the open world levels are great, they are great in their own ways. They excel in providing the player an expansive world full of points of interest and content to explore. It also gives them the choice of tackling an area in their own way. The linear levels of previous games don't allow for that, but the absence of choice doesn't inherently mean bad. I think back to some of the old conversations we've had with some old horror games. The linearity of those games allows for the devs to make the exact encounter they want. Open world levels add unforeseen variables into the equation that all can't be accounted for. Shrinking the bunker into a linear level creates moments like this that you just can't get with open world design. Again, I'm not saying that one is inherently better than the other, but in this example, that tight linear design is what truly makes this level stand out. Either way though, as for the cannibals themselves, it's a classic tale as far as cannibal origins go, and frankly the mission is pretty simple: escape the cannibals. Not a difficult concept to grasp, and an objective no one's going to disagree with. Artyom will end up picking up Anna along the way, and the rest of the crew will eventually escape unharmed. But I do want to highlight this mission just a bit more because it serves to display Miller's ignorance to the truth. Miller mentioned back during the winter that Moscow was the only safe place in the country, and that occupying NATO forces controlled the rest, on top of the fact that the war was still very much alive. But these past few missions have demonstrated that Miller may have been lied to. We've seen no evidence of NATO troops in Volga, and the supposed government was actually just a home for a bunch of cannibals. Miller has a lot of pride in his order, in the government, and in the Metro. He does what he does to make sure the people he cares about are safe. That's why he started the Order in the first place. Which is why he can't accept the harsh reality that no one is really coming to save them. You can hear how positively ecstatic he is every time he talks about the Ark or the government, and how many times he's willing to make up excuses when things feel off.
Why is it so deserted here? No gun placements, no patrols, not even lookouts.
Why would they need any of that? A nuclear warhead couldn't take it out.
Miller has been fighting for a better world for the past 20 years, and now realizing that those 20 years have finally paid off, he immediately chomped at the bit, without even recognizing that everything he's been told is a lie. He's got a good heart, but his blind optimism almost led to his entire crew being eaten alive. Having finally escaped the grasp of the cannibals, the crew of the Aurora continues forward to try and find their own place to settle down, now that the original plan went up in flames. Idiot, real name by the way, recommends heading to the satellite communication center near the Caspian Sea. However, the dry seasons are coming. Spring is in full effect with summer fast approaching, and the desert near the Caspian Sea is causing issues for the crew. The Aurora is running out of coal for fuel, water is at an all-time low, and many of the crew are dehydrated or suffering from a heat stroke. Worse, they just ran into a group of bandits that immediately took notice of the Aurora. They have all the gear and the fuel the crew needs, but they won't be giving it up that easily. The group here are the Moonai Bilair, or the Oil Drillers. The group is also labeled in Artyom's journal as Farog Oil, which is, oddly enough, a real oil company. Hopefully they aren't too upset at the cameo appearance here, because this group of oil barons are a bunch of slavers. Clearly taking inspiration from Mad Max, this desert tribe has managed to make a comfortable life out here in the hot sand, thanks to the slaves doing all the work. Initially, like with Volga, life was fine. The people native to the land had enjoyed much of their life, as much as you can in the post-apocalypse. Until one day the Baron and some of his guys came by and started acting like they owned the place. The locals didn't take too kindly to his demands, so they fought back, but he had more guns and vehicles, so he was able to win any war they had. Eventually, more and more of the locals became slaves under the Moonai Bilair, with the only one remaining being Gul, who continues to fight against her people's oppressors. Compared to Volga, the moral compasses of those of the Caspian Sea are quite easy to deduce. All across the various POIs are slaves either doing laborious tasks or assisting those in power. Those of the Moonai Bilair take pleasure in displaying their power over them. Men are made to work in the fields, while the women are kept at the base for sexual purposes. Anyone who acts out of line is beaten, and sometimes they just get beat because they can, as the Moonai Bilair know nothing will happen. The slaves don't have enough manpower or the strength to fight back, and simply leaving isn't an option either. They're given the bare minimum to survive, and they live in a desert. They're likely to die in the sand before they even make it out. It's pretty clear where each group stands when it comes to who's bad or good, although there is one group that does throw a wrench into that way of thinking. Along with the slaves in Moonai Bilair are a group of tribals, named as such. Both the slaves and tribals are taught by the Moonai Bilair to worship something called the Holy Flame. It's not really explained what the Holy Flame is or where it came from, but it seems like an attempt to get the locals to believe in something or give them false hope. The difference is that the slaves don't attack you. They may cower in fear when you're near but never attack. The tribals do. Which is strange because it's learned that the tribals are just slaves but more respected, for a lack of a better word. The tribals are just slaves turned slave masters, essentially. They aren't nearly as respected as the Moonai Bilair, but they aren't being beaten just for existing. It's wild to imagine someone doing this to their own people, but it's pretty clear that most of them aren't exactly sane, plus I think given the circumstances, being a tribal is a much more captivating offer. Something often used as a barrier to shield those of the post-apocalypse from criticism is the idea that the world made them this way. Artyom questions this after having seen the cult, cannibals, and now slavers. He wonders if the people of the world were always like this, or if the world forced them to be this way. Personally, I think it's on a case-by-case basis. Those of the bunker were definitely pushed into that life because of the world. But the Moonai Bilair seem like people who were always assholes, but couldn't do much thanks to the modern laws of the world holding them back. But in no way does that simply excuse the damage caused, because just as there are many people who give in to these selfish desires in order to stand above the rest, there are those that help and assist those in need, like many of the Metro. So these oil barons deserve no sympathy, and the game also acknowledges this by letting you kill the Moonai Bilair without penalty. Joining you on these missions is Damir. He's from Kazakhstan, and the Caspian Sea is located to the southwest of the country, so Gul and the slaves are his people. He mentions in prior levels that he'd always like to be able to see his people one day, but it's clearly not the welcome he was expecting. Alongside Gul, Damir and Artyom are going to be doing the heavy lifting for these missions, while the rest of the crew stays behind and guards the Aurora, given they are low on manpower. They end up going to a satellite center to find some maps, and through sheer luck there happens to be one from 2019. The SATCOM center, like many places prior to the war, had lots of people in it, Ghoul's mother being one of them. After the bombs dropped, they stayed inside and continued to work, hoping that they could eventually wait it out and await more orders, but rations were running low and everyone died. Our team finds the maps they're looking for and then heads back topside to drop them off. Miller also managed to track down a place here called the Oasis, which is said to be where the Baron gets his water from. So they're going to fill up a large tank of it and attach it to the train, solving one of their many problems. The only solution to their other problem, that being fuel, is to kill the Baron, as he's the one who hoards all of it. Fortunately, the Baron is nice enough to invite us up to his penthouse as he wants to strike a deal. He gets Ghoul, and we get the fuel. That goes sideways once Ghoul caps his guard without warning, which is fine, I wasn't really planning on honoring that deal anyway. This leads to a massive firefight and an outcome as a result of your choices. If you rescued enough of Ghoul's people, then Demir returns to the Aurora. But if you killed or didn't save enough, then Demir decides to head back and stay with his people, while our team boards the Aurora and sets off to their next destination. Like with Volga, the fates of these groups is left up to the interpretation. Killing the Baron certainly gives Ghoul the upper hand, but who's to say that someone won't take his place? So it really does beg the question, did anything we did really change? And part of me wonders if having Demir leave was actually a good ending. It's a good ending according to the game, since his presence is needed later, but part of me also thinks that this is Demir's destiny. He managed to finally find his people, and while it may not have been the homecoming he was expecting, he at least has a chance to give his people back their freedom. And I think just leaving Ghoul to fight the good fight alone again feels kind of scummy. Especially since Ghoul herself says that most of the Moon Eye Bilair's best people aren't even here, rather on a raid, so the strength of the faction is sure to increase when they return. Demir does say though that we gave the slaves the push they needed by showing them that the Baron can be defeated, and that now it's time for them to stand up for themselves and take back their land. But they already tried that. That's how they got in this mess in the first place. I think personally I would have let Demir stay behind, but to do that you have to get the bad ending, which would require killing lots of slaves, so clearly there is a conflict of interest here. With the maps in hand, the crew learns of a place they can now call home. They're about 2 days away from it, but there are some complications. One, the place they believe they are going to be settling at is already taken and not nearly as habitable as they think. Plus, more importantly, Anna is getting much worse. She's seen coughing up blood during the meeting and can barely hold it together. For as odd of a doctor as that cannibal was, he did tell her that her lungs were failing due to the accident back at Volga. After a brief private meeting with Katya, the plan is to now settle near where they were going to go and hope her condition gets better. If it doesn't, or God forbid it gets worse, they'll head to a place called Novosibirsk, which according to Katya should have the medicine they need to cure her affliction. For now, our team and Alyosha are sent ahead to scout the new land out, but crash the trolley and end up in the water. But both are thankfully saved by a local named Olga before she disappears. Similar to the previous open world levels, there are conflicts happening by the time we arrive, but this one is a little bit different. See, this area prior to the bombs dropping was seemingly a school. Well, when the bombs dropped, the area was spared the devastation, if you couldn't tell just by how lush the place is. Unfortunately, none of the other teachers were around and none of the parents had come back to pick up their kids. After 2 months, the teacher knew that help wasn't coming, so he brought the kids together and decided to teach them how to hunt. They seemed to take well to the tactics involved in hunting, and soon the teacher didn't even need to help them. They could all survive on their own. That's the wrench in this mission. All of these guys are the kids from back then, all grown up. So yet again, we have another difference in morality. This time, everyone is good, and no one should be killed. It's easily the most difficult level in the game when you're going for the good ending, since at almost every turn you run into the children of the forest. Both their hostility and yet their willingness to save Artyom and Alyosha is actually mentioned in-game. After some time, bandits raided the forest and started killing some of the group. They seemingly managed to beat the bandits back as there was only one group of them in the forest, but their presence split some of the kids. Some of the kids call themselves pioneers, others pirates. The pioneers only hunt wildlife and bandits, while the pirates are in some ways no better than the bandits, killing and looting anyone who is not a member of their clan. Both groups still believe in the teacher and follow his teachings, but each group interprets his messages differently, which is what caused the division. The teacher himself is not seen in-game, but his last audio log tells us why. While initially happy for the children, he came to question their actions. One day the camp they created was raided by bandits. Some of the boys got together and attacked the bandits as payback. The kids won and hung the bandits on posts all over the camp, and when the teacher saw one of the kids roaming caked in blood, save for his eyes, he knew right then and there that he did something wrong. He taught them how to hunt, something that needed to be done, but he never considered that they would revel in the killing. He saw hunting merely as a means of survival, not killing for the sake of glory. As a result, he shot himself. After hearing the news, some of the boys calmed down, learning the error of their ways, but even today there is still division amongst the group. It's never escalated enough to where there's infighting, but it's clear that each believes in going down a different path. Roman, for instance, left along with a few others, but even between this small splinter group there were some disagreements, mainly between Roman and his friend the Admiral. The Admiral believed that they should occupy the mill to defend the valley, otherwise the mutants will take them over. His suggestion was overruled, but he still went anyway. Meeting him in the present, you could see that something broke within him. His friends are all dead, now just limp bodies that he occasionally speaks for as if they're alive. He seems to have killed them himself as he talks about leaving doses of something in the tea, and his reason for this may have been a fear of abandonment. No one wanted to go to the mill, and now being confined to a wheelchair, he's likely going to die here. It's another example of the harsh realities of the world impacting those still around. The kids had no hunting experience, and likely never needed any had the bombs not dropped. But the new twisted rules of the world required they step up or else get left behind. They acknowledge that in this world they have to do what they must to survive, but others took that too literally. Now it may seem a little unoriginal given this is the third group in a row with some kind of religious influence to it, but I think it's natural for people to form groups like this in the post-apocalypse. In a way, it's not far off from the real world. Each country has different values and customs that others don't partake in, and even here in the States it's the same. So it's only natural that when a group of people get together and form a collective, they start to establish the rules, ideals, and values for that group until eventually you get what you have here. With regard to Artyom's side of things, the whole mission just involves reconvening with Alyosha and then eventually leaving since it's learned that the dam near the forest is going to break, and if that does, all the radiation it's holding back will be unleashed into the valley and kill them. Alyosha would specifically hate for this to happen as he actually falls in love with Olga and would hate to see anything happen to her. The only difference between the good and bad ending here is whether or not Alyosha is injured on the way to the train. But with Taiga finished, that also means we finished the last of the open world levels. Recalling our discussion with Yamantau, it's quite hard to say if one is inherently better than the other, because both the open world and linear levels use their respective strengths to their advantage, so ultimately it just comes down to preference. Personally, I've always liked the linear levels of the previous games. I know that the team wanted to capitalize on their time with Stalker, but Stalker and Metro's open worlds are just too different to compare effectively. Stalker's lifeblood is in its open world. The firefights and skirmishes, the anomalies and artifacts, are just the overall vibe of the zone. That was key to Stalker's success as a series. Metro doesn't have that, and it can't if it wants to be a narrative-driven game like it started as. The team explicitly wanted to avoid fetch quests, which they did, and is something Stalker had plenty of. But that also comes at the cost of the open world not feeling connected or cohesive. Again, I don't think its open world is bad. I think the team made the best decision for their game and it worked out well, but I can't lie and say that I don't prefer the linear design from previous games. Now that said, this open world design did allow us to explore those other places besides those cramped metro tunnels, and if that's the trade-off, I'll happily take it. Our time with the metro was done. We saw all we could, and while there was much to explore, as there are quite a few factions from the novels the games never delved into, we would just be rehashing the same ideas over and over again. And the whole point of the series was to create a better tomorrow, and we can't do that from inside the metro anymore. The only way the series could have gone up was to the surface, and so to the surface it went, never to return home. But there really is no place like home after all, and all this exploration might make players nostalgic for the tunnels of the metro again. And if that happened to be you, well the next level was sure to satiate that need. The Dead City is the final level in Metro Exodus, and it's a complete 2-hour linear level in the metro tunnels, like back in the old days. See, Anna's not getting any better, so we have to go to Novosibirsk. Only Artyom and Miller are going to go though. The radiation is through the roof, way worse than anything the crew has ever seen. But these two are the ones that are going to risk their lives. Her husband and her father are not just the two most important men in her life, but the two men who also dragged her into this mess. Artyom with his dream of exploring the surface, and Miller for taking them to all these places afterwards. So it's almost like they're doing this to make amends for getting Anna sick. It's also a nice father-son bonding moment, or even father and son-in-law, as what's better than shooting hordes of mutants with your wife's father? The player should feel right at home with this level, as the game pulls out all the familiar tricks so as to give you that nice metro welcome. It does throw out more hordes of mutants than usual for this game, but it's just as many as previous games to keep it in line with that homecoming theme. But the two are more than capable of handling it. Miller and Artyom are the guys who get shit done. This is nothing new to them. Plus, they even get a little help along the way. The two run into a kid named Kirill while at Novosibirsk. He's initially wary of the two, but comes around once he realizes they aren't enemies. Kirill had mistakenly assumed they were rioters. Novosibirsk, like the metros, also had its own conflict, the remnants of which can be seen across the station. Riots, war, death. You know, if you didn't tell me this was a different station, I would have thought we were in Moscow again. According to Kirill, his dad was on a mission topside but left a month ago and hasn't radioed back in 3 weeks, so you likely know what that means. His dad was looking for radiation maps similar to the ones Artyom found near the Caspian Sea. These use satellites to show pockets of radiation so you can see which places are habitable or not. This is what the Aurora needs to find their new home, so Miller's going to find the maps while Artyom finds Anna's medicine. To help, Miller gives Artyom his railgun, a gun I've been wanting to use since 2033. It truly feels like a father passing down the family rifle. After experiencing a unique type of anomaly and run-in with some blind versions of the librarians, Artyom finds the medicine. As he tries escaping, a blind one almost throws him off the building, but thankfully he manages to fight it off, still having sustained numerous injuries. Miller comes in just in time, but things aren't looking good. As mentioned before, the radiation here is extremely deadly, worse than Moscow. Kirill, however, was able to procure what he calls green stuff, which is basically a shot of anti-rads, and gives one to each of them. Artyom used his earlier in the level when he started seeing hallucinations of Anna, but Miller still has his. Miller then wastes his on Artyom instead of himself, meaning that once the radiation catches up to him, well...
Can you drive? Hooray! We're moving again! Please, don't fall asleep. Get up! It's very close now! Can you hear that?
Beneath the blistering Florida sun, at the southernmost edge of the state, lies a place unlike anywhere else in the world. A vast, watery wilderness known as the Everglades. Spanning 1.5 million acres of marshy swampland, it's about half the size of Connecticut, yet much of it is flooded beneath a deceptively shallow foot of water. The Everglades is not just a national park or an ecosystem, it's a dark place, alive with secrets, a place where the line between the natural and the supernatural dissolves into mist and shadow. Come with me, and let's explore this dark place. So to start, I'm going to make a bold claim here, and I ask only that you hear me out. Among the many hairy beasts lurking in the woods of America, while I adore the normal Bigfoot lore and think there's some compelling stories out there, I think among these big-footed boys, Florida's variety might be the most compelling to me at this point because of the credibility of witnesses, frequency of sightings, and the sheer amount of detail reported by those who've seen it. I'm talking, of course, about Florida's infamous, foul-smelling cryptid, the skunk ape. Now, this isn't just another woodland myth. The skunk ape isn't confined to vague campfire tales or blurry secondhand reports. No, this creature, this alleged thing, has appeared in the testimonies of police officers, wildlife professionals, farmers, tourists, and families across Florida. Its stench has been reported with such consistency that you can practically smell it through this video. It's been shot at, run over, photographed, and blamed for everything from livestock mutilations to home invasions. This isn't just folklore, it's a saga. So let's dive deep, because once you start down the skunk ape's trail, you realize something. I don't say this for many folklore creatures, but there might actually be something here. Descriptions of the skunk ape vary slightly from witness to witness, but the fundamentals remain startlingly consistent. The skunk ape is a bipedal ape-like creature, thought to be a distant cousin of Bigfoot. Unlike its larger Pacific Northwest counterpart, the skunk ape typically stands between 5 and 7 feet tall, covered in black or reddish-black fur, with piercing red eyes that glow in the night. Let's pause for a second there. Those red eyes, that's not normal for primates. Unlike deer, raccoons, or alligators, primates lack a tapetum lucidum. Hopefully I'm not pronouncing that wrong, but that's the reflective layer in the eye that causes eye shine in the dark. So why, then, do so many report glowing eyes? And then there's the smell. Oh, that smell. Nearly every account mentions the odor, a gut-churning, eye-watering stench described as a mix of sulfur, wet dog, and rotting garbage. A smell so strong it supposedly lingers long after the creature has fled, and of course is its namesake. This is no fleeting whiff of something carried on the wind. It's an olfactory onslaught. It's the kind of stink that seeps into your clothing and memory forever. Though popular modern awareness of the skunk ape began in the 1960s and 70s, the creature's roots go back much further. One of the earliest records, honestly actually probably the earliest record of a similar creature, appears in 1818 in what is now Apalachicola, Florida. In this episode, a local newspaper reported a man-sized monkey raiding food stores and stalking fishermen. This isn't some vague reference to a hairy man. This is specific, detailed, and echoes through history. Some sources, it's worth noting, tie the skunk ape to Seminole folklore, allegedly calling the monster the Esti Kapkaki, which directly translates to furry tall man in English. However, these claims are difficult to verify, with most sources lacking authentic indigenous stewardship. Still, the name lingers in the air, another whisper in the reeds. Now, as for El Skunko's modern-day activity, the 20th century brought a surge of sightings. This all started in 1929 when witnesses at the Perky Bat Tower in the Florida Keys saw an ape-like beast drawn to the bats housed there. It reportedly shook the tower violently, perhaps in hunger or perhaps in anger, and then vanished into the darkness and the surrounding woods. In 1942, a man driving through Suwannee County was reportedly attacked by a creature that burst from the underbrush and grabbed onto his vehicle. It pounded on the doors, then slipped away as quickly as it had appeared. By the 1960s and 70s, sightings became downright frequent. In 1963, a rural family in Alachua County reported nightly visits from this ape-like creature. Now, one of the most harrowing events during the 1960s and 70s saga occurred in Palm Beach County, where deputies Marvin Lewis and Ernie Milner were stalked by a skunk ape through a grove. They actually fired their weapons at it, believing they might have hit the creature, and they later found hair samples and flattened barbed wire. Clear signs that something large, had barreled through. Lewis, even as late as 1997, maintained his belief in the creature. These weren't drunk fishermen or conspiracy theorists. These were trained officers, still haunted by what they saw. Then, the early 70s brought perhaps the most intense burst of sightings. Between 1971 and 1975, Broward County residents claimed a 5'7" ape-like being with reddish-black fur was breaking into homes, stealing food, and killing livestock. One law enforcement officer even reported hitting it with his car. This witness, Richard Lee Smith, said he struck what he thought was a man in a fur coat, until the creature stood up in front of his car at 7 feet tall and charged at it. I find this pretty funny, but 2 hours later, a police officer saw what is thought to be the same creature limping along the road before fleeing into the swamp. I can't help but wonder if that officer didn't think he just saw a drunk Bigfoot. One farmer in June of 1974 also found his 110-pound hog ripped apart, a clear sign of strength beyond that of any native predator. And in September of this year, a creature was reported on a construction site, again shot at and again vanished. In 1977, the phenomenon had gained such traction that the Florida State Legislature considered a bill to make it illegal to capture or harm humanoid creatures. Clearly, this particular act was a joke, but I personally love when the government even informally acknowledges a cryptid. Seriously, this tells you how pervasive the folklore is. Let me repeat though, they tried to write protective laws for something they couldn't even confirm existed. Going into modern day, the 90s and 2000s were no less active. In 1997, after a year of heavy Everglades flooding, a tour bus operator discovered a massive set of deep tracks near a bait stand. That same year, Vince Dorr, fire chief of Ochopee, captured one of the most infamous skunk ape photographs. He thought it was a bear until he saw it walking upright and steady, like no bear does. That image triggered 50-plus reports in Big Cypress National Preserve, a hotspot of skunk ape activity. Then came 2000, in what is likely the most notorious skunk ape sighting that resulted in the Myakka skunk ape photos. In this episode, an anonymous woman in Sarasota sent police photos of what she thought might be an escaped orangutan, stealing apples from her porch. The letter read, enclosed, "Please find some pictures I took. My husband thinks it's an orangutan. Is someone missing an orangutan?" Which is incredibly sweet and hilarious in equal measure. This photo, of course, over time would be identified as having been taken by an elderly woman near the Myakka River. Some folks doubt these photos' authenticity, though, because it looks an awful lot like a Bigfoot statue in a Ripley's Believe It or Not museum. That being said, while I am definitely a skeptic of these things, and many people yell at me in the comments for it, I say, of course it looks like a statue of Bigfoot, because this is supposedly Bigfoot. What else do you think it would look like? I'm not saying I believe in this 100%, but that is a ridiculous bit of criticism. Now, regardless, today, reports continue to trickle in, and 48 of Florida's 67 counties have reported skunk ape sightings. That's not isolated hysteria. That is a statewide phenomenon. Now, many folks will say it's just black bears, animals that are known to stand on their hind legs, capable of appearing humanoid in silhouettes, especially to the startled eye. Bears are clever, they're curious, they love food, and they sometimes stink. But they don't walk around like a man, and they don't have red eyes. Furthermore, you'd think these creatures caught in photos and in videos would be more obviously bear-like if these were truly black bears. If nothing else, the skunk ape occupies a unique space in American folklore, a bridge between native myth, settler history, and modern paranoia. A creature that lurks in the swamps, yes, but also in the blurred margins of science and story. You don't have to believe me, but personally, even as someone that usually thinks these things are silly, I think there's actually a pretty okay case being made here that something that isn't a bear is perusing the Everglades. Now you know how this goes. If you've seen the skunk ape, I'd love it if you could tell me your story in the comments, email your story to me, or even better, send me a photograph or a video if you have one. You know I'd love to see it. Now look, I know folks often talk about gators, or perhaps last year's Florida State football team as being the scariest things in Florida. But the truth is, the scariest thing to ever crawl out of the muck wasn't a gator. It was actually, at least in my opinion, a man named Edgar J. Watson. If the Everglades had a boogeyman, it wasn't some stinky wolf, or maybe the skunk ape, it was probably this guy. No claws, no fangs, just a shotgun and a bad attitude and zero regard for human life. Now, Edgar Watson was born in 1855 in Ridge Springs, South Carolina. He was the son of a Civil War veteran named Elijah Watson, who, according to most accounts, was an absolute bastard of a man, abusive, cruel, and feared in his own household. Edgar's mother eventually took her kids and ran to Fort White, Florida to escape Elijah's violence. But unfortunately, what she escaped in her husband, she couldn't erase from her son. Ed didn't just carry his father's temper, he magnified it. By some accounts, Edgar was already killing by the age of 9. There's a story that young Ed, while working on a farm, planted peas incorrectly, and fearing his father's wrath if word got back to him, Ed supposedly murdered the farmer just to keep him quiet. I think it goes without saying, but that's not something a normal 9-year-old usually does. Some say this is why the family really fled to South Carolina too. Not just because of Elijah, but because little Ed had already drawn blood and they needed to get out of there before a warrant could be served. Now, the first confirmed kill came later. Ed apparently got into a public argument with none other than his cousin. Things escalated, and Ed, always the charmer, threw the man to the ground and kicked him in the head until he passed on. That earned Ed his first warrant, and he skipped town fast, heading west to Oklahoma. Now, Oklahoma is where this story starts to read a little bit like a Coen Brothers movie. See, Ed found his way to the property of none other than Belle Starr, the so-called bandit queen. Belle was an outlaw herself, worthy of her own video, but after a stint in prison for horse theft, she wasn't allowed to associate with other criminals. So when she caught wind that Ed was a wanted man, she kicked him off her land. That, of course, didn't sit well with Ed. He didn't like being told no, and he really didn't like a woman who thought they were smarter than him because they were smarter than him, honestly. So what did he do? He waited, and in 1889, Belle Starr was gunned down in the back with a shotgun near her cabin in Briarwood, Oklahoma. Guess who the prime suspect was? Ed Watson. He was captured and tried for the murder, but because Belle had a rap sheet of her own and not many fans in law enforcement, Ed skated by without a conviction. At least these are the reasons most think he was able to evade the law here. But he didn't stop there. He was a suspect in several other murders across Oklahoma and Arkansas. People disappeared around him the way food disappears in front of a hungry dog. Eventually, he found himself back in Florida in 1891, despite the active warrant hanging over his head like a storm cloud. Once back home, Ed didn't exactly keep a low profile. He was quickly accused of killing a man in Arcadia, Florida. Somehow, he was able to successfully claim self-defense and was acquitted. And then another killing happened in Columbia County, and again, he was acquitted. What crazy type of luck is this? Luckily, after this second attack, he was run out of town by the local sheriff. If there was a theme to Ed's early life, it was murder, claim self-defense, get away with it, and move on. But finally, after years of chaos, Ed decided to do what many good outlaws would do when the law was starting to catch up. Go hide in the swamp. Specifically, he hid in the 10,000 Islands region of the Florida Everglades. And here's the part where, weirdly, he starts a business. Not just any business, he set up a sugarcane operation along the Chatham River, calling it Island Pride, and started producing syrup. And let me tell you what, the syrup must have been good because he started shipping it out to Tampa, Key West, and even Miami. He even earned enough money that he bought himself a 70-foot schooner. This man was living the Everglades entrepreneurial dream. But just because Ed had a legitimate business didn't mean he turned over a new leaf. Nope, he was still Ed Watson, violent, petty, and dangerous. In Key West, he allegedly slit a man's throat during a fight, but the guy survived, and Ed, in a classic move, paid him $900 to keep quiet, and it worked. Then there was his hiring practice. Ed liked to hire drifters, men with no families, no friends, and no ties to the area. He gave them jobs on his plantation, then allegedly got rid of them when they got too mouthy about their wages. Maybe burying them in the swamps, maybe feeding them to the gators. Either way, men were going missing and nobody was asking questions. Some think this practice is actually why he got so rich, that he hardly ever actually paid people for their work, rather burying them instead and keeping all the profits from their labor. But Ed's luck, like all bad men's luck, eventually ran dry. Sometime in 1910, a local boy claimed he saw Ed kill and bury a woman named Hannah Smith in the Everglades. The boy led some farmers to this site, and sure enough, there was a body. That same year, the Tucker family, who'd been farming land they didn't realize Ed had bought, asked him if they could just harvest their last crop before moving. Ed, of course, said no, because he was a bad old man, and then he killed them, all of them, and dumped their bodies in the river. That, you see, was the last straw. See, this time, when the bodies were found in the river, they were those of the Tuckers, a local family. In short, they could be identified and directly tied back to this land that Ed bought. The people realized the monster Ed was, and demanded that local law enforcement do something about this. The sheriff, frustratingly, said his hands were tied. The killings happened outside of his jurisdiction. He couldn't do anything about it because of this. But the community, they weren't going to wait for legal red tape. They were done with Ed. On October 24th of 1910, Ed would sail over to Chokoloskee Island and walked into the general store, a structure that still stands today. But when he stepped back outside, a crowd was waiting for him, guns in hand and furious. They confronted him, accused him of the murders, and demanded that he come with them into town. Ed, ever slippery, claimed it wasn't him. He said it was his foreman. Ed said the guy had gone rogue, and to prove it, he actually whipped out the guy's hat with a bullet hole still in it. Ed claimed he had already served justice to this man. The thing is, though, the locals knew he was full of it, and they were willing to take their chances. They weren't going to let Ed go. Then, Ed being Ed, he tried one last move. He reached for his shotgun, aimed it at the crowd, and fired. Except, it didn't fire. It misfired. That's the clock striking midnight, buddy. That was the end of Edgar Watson. The crowd opened fire, and he was hit 33 times. When the smoke cleared, the most feared man in the Florida Everglades lay dead in the dirt outside of a general store. They didn't even give him a headstone. They just threw him in the ground on Rabbit Key. At first unmarked, but eventually he was reinterred in Fort Myers Cemetery. No one was ever charged for the killing because nobody wanted to press charges. Done and done. Today, the general store where he died still stands, though it's a museum now. And back near the Chatham River, some of the syrup stills from Ed's Island Pride Company are still there too. So yeah, if the Everglades had a monster, it isn't a cryptid, it's the echo of Edgar Watson. A monster in a man's skin who, with a fun ending, got exactly what was coming to him. You'd think Florida has enough going on with wildlife, with the gators and all, and also the hurricanes, and then that guy who tried to rob a Wendy's with an alligator. But no, deep in the swamps of the Everglades, Seminole folklore warns of something even weirder, the Stikini. Now, if you've followed our stories from Oklahoma or Texas, this might sound familiar. Owl witches, owl men, perhaps Mothman's slightly less interdimensional cousin. Same general family tree, though. But in the Florida edition, things get messier and more digestive, and apparently this creature is particularly common in the Everglades. The Stikini looks like a regular person during the day, just your average, polite, maybe slightly mysterious Floridian with native ancestry. Someone you might pass on a boardwalk and not think twice about. But come nightfall, this person pulls off one of the most unsettling werewolf-style transformations you've ever heard of. No, it's not a full owl. That would be too graceful. Instead, the Stikini becomes a grotesque hybrid, a feathered nightmare stuck somewhere between owl and man, in the most taxidermy gone wrong way imaginable. And how does this transformation begin? Well, I'm glad you asked. See, they vomit up their soul, and also their organs. That's right, at dusk, somewhere in the quiet corner of the swamp, someone is just leaning over a log, barfing up intestines like it's their first college party. These essential body bits are then carefully hung from a tree, because apparently a soul and gut check is needed before you go full predator mode. This also means that theoretically, if you're hiking in the Florida Everglades at night, and you see some suspicious entrails dangling from the branches like the world's worst Christmas ornaments, you might want to turn around and do it fast. And don't listen for the birds. If you hear a scream, not a hoot, that's even worse. According to the legends, the scream of the Stikini is a death sentence, a Banshee meets Raptors kind of vibe. That's when the creature is hunting hearts. And yes, I said hearts. The Stikini is not out here nibbling on toes or eating your arms or anything. It goes straight for the ticker, and once it's done tearing out a victim's heart, it'll slink back to its organs, put everything back where it belongs, and blend into society like it wasn't just face deep in someone's chest cavity. Stikini witches are also said to be secretive, soft-spoken, and kind, like your shy neighbor who brings banana bread to potlucks. But if that banana bread is suspiciously red, maybe ask some follow-up questions. Historically speaking, Stakinis terrorized native Seminole villages, not exactly the kind of witch you want hosting a full moon festival. And saying the word Stakini, technically, according to native lore, that's dangerous. Only Seminole medicine people were supposed to even say the word Stakini aloud, as they had the spiritual chops to handle it. So the fact I'm saying it now is unfortunate, I guess. Let's all just agree. We're covered under the educational loophole and move on. Now, if you do find yourself stalked by one of these gastrointestinally challenged cryptids, don't panic, there is a solution. You can burn the organs. No, really, if you see a bunch of organs hanging from a tree, and again, run if you do, if you make the interesting choice of going on the offensive, your best shot at survival is to destroy them. If the Stakini can't reabsorb its guts, it just dies, or it stays stuck in its owlman form, exposing its true form and leaving it susceptible to daylight. So the next time you're out in the Everglades and you hear a scream that doesn't belong to a tourist, maybe say a little prayer and avoid using certain names, and keep your matches handy, just in case. So if you've ever been in the Everglades and for some reason saw organs hanging from trees, let me know, because that's super creepy and super scary, and it'll make me possibly believe in the Owl Witch. You know where to tell me. So we've just finished talking about a terrifying owl-human hybrid that vomits up its own organs. Great, let's lower the bar a bit, or try to. Meet Long Ears, another entry into the Seminole Nightmare catalog. While not quite as theatrical as the Stakini, Long Ears is still deeply unpleasant in its own right. Less shapeshifter, more biohazard on legs. This creature originally haunted the Florida Everglades, but thanks to the US government's thoughtful policy of forced relocation, the Seminole people and their folklore are now also associated with the rocky hills of Oklahoma. So congrats to Oklahoma for picking up another mysterious swamp monster. Good for them. But let's talk about anatomy. Long Ears is about the size of a donkey. Not exactly towering, but not something you'd want sniffing around your campsite either. It looks mostly like a gray wolf, if the wolf had made some questionable choices at a petting zoo. Long Ears also has a tail that's explicitly described in multiple accounts as being that of a horse, which is a fun mental image. A sickly, donkey-sized wolf-horse chimera sulking around the swamp like it forgot which animal it was supposed to be. Also, it smells terrible. That's its calling card. Before you see it, you smell it. Think roadkill meets mildew meets why is the air kind of chewy. According to Seminole tradition, this stench wasn't just an inconvenience. It was a warning. If you were a Seminole child growing up near the Everglades, the rules were simple. Smell something foul in the rocks or trees, it's time to leave fast. Why? Because Long Ears doesn't bite, chase, or roar, it infects. You don't get mauled, you just get sick. And I don't mean a mild headache the next day sick, I mean possibly fatally ill sick. This thing is a walking outbreak, a creature that embodies disease itself. Contact with Long Ears could leave you with anything from the sniffles to something considerably worse. It's like a plague doctor that never washes its hands. Even today, local non-native Floridians occasionally refer to the creature as the Stinky Wolf, which honestly feels too gentle a nickname for something that might leave you bedridden after a surprise encounter. But Long Ears isn't just a Florida problem. As I mentioned, like the Stakini, the Seminoles' unwanted transplant also brought this beast to Oklahoma, and at least there's a more modern rash of sightings of the creature. As the story goes, in 1951, a woman named Miss Lawrence Lobb saw something strange near her home in Oklahoma. She described it as somewhere between a wolf and a deer, not the most confidence-inspiring combo. Instead of fleeing, she threw a stick at it, which is a bold choice, but the creature just stood there and stared at her. You know, like it was deciding whether she was worth the germs. She eventually left, probably because the creature made it awkward, and she would of course recount this experience to her husband and neighbors, who also reported seeing strange tracks or similar creatures in the area, and they let her know that this strange beast was Long Ears. So either everyone was mildly ill and hallucinating, or something very real was out there sniffing around. Unlike Stakini, Long Ears doesn't seem to have a dramatic transformation or secret identity. It's just always a sickly gray beast with too many features from too many animals that lurks where no one wants it to be and makes everything just a little worse by existing. So if you're hiking in the Everglades, or I guess even the Oklahoma backwoods, even though this is the Everglades video, and you catch a whiff of something rancid, don't assume it's the usual swamp funk. Maybe steer clear of anything with 4 legs, a horsetail, and judgmental eyes. Oh, and definitely don't throw a stick at it. So if you've seen or smelled this horrible creature, you know where to tell me. This is a genuinely intriguing and very scary cryptid. You can't run away from germs, people. That freaks me out. Deep in the heart of Florida's Everglades, there's a place they call the Lost City, or sometimes the Ghost Village. No one's quite sure what it is, or even exactly where it is. It's said to sit about 8 miles south of Alligator Alley, swallowed whole by the Everglades and time. There are no roads to it, no signs, no maps, no GPS pin, just whispers. Those who claim to have found it can rarely find it again. It's the kind of place that seems to vanish as easily as it appears. But stories, oh, those are plentiful. Supposedly, it was once a large Seminole village, abandoned, overgrown, and now littered with native artifacts dating back over 1,000 years. Back in the 1970s, archaeologist Bob Carr trekked out there and uncovered artifacts from both the Tequesta and Seminole people. He called it one of the most historically impressive sights he'd ever seen, and he wasn't the only one. Folklore also says Confederate soldiers holed up there during the Civil War, hiding with a stash of stolen Union gold, but they made the mistake of camping on sacred ground, and as the story goes, they were killed by Seminoles in revenge. Ron Bergeron, yes, that Ron Bergeron, commissioner of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, swears this legend is real. He's even pointed out the old moonshine stills found there, claiming that those belonged to those very soldiers. But wait, it gets weirder. Jumping off of this moonshine still, some actually claim that Al Capone was distilling moonshine here in the Lost City during Prohibition. I guess he did own a bar off of Tamiami Trail and needed to make his liquor somewhere, right? What better a place than a lawless swamp filled with swamp rats, nameless men who knew how to keep quiet? Oh, and of course, don't worry, there's a skunk ape tie-in too, because of course there is. Florida's very own Bigfoot, but smellier, allegedly took over after the humans left. And these days, some of the folks that do manage to find the Lost City report to have run-ins with the skunk ape. So at this point I know what you're thinking. T, you are absolutely full of it. There's no Lost City in the Everglades. These are just urban legends. And I get what you're saying, but the thing is, archaeologists and wildlife officials have confirmed that this area is real and was very active for centuries up until the early 1900s. Credible people with credible roles in local government and research have claimed to find everything from crumbling buildings and a canoe to native tools and a massive iron kettle perfect for distilling sugarcane into bootleg liquor. The director of the Seminole Archives, for instance, even called this a Prohibition-era bootlegging operation that was built on the bones of an old Seminole settlement, though he didn't rule out the possibility that the Seminoles themselves might have been the one bootlegging liquor. The site is now listed in the Florida State Archives as an archaeological treasure. It even made the front page of the Fort Lauderdale Daily News in 1949 after some hunters spotted it from a Piper Cub plane and returned to it to explore by airboat. Since then, it's drifted right back into legends. It's still there, though. It's still hidden, and it's waiting for the next brave soul to stumble across it, and maybe not come back the same. Anyways, let me know if you've seen or heard of the Lost City. It frankly sounds like a magical place. So you've heard of the Flying Dutchman, right? Well, Florida has its own version. Only instead of sailing the high seas, this ghost ship is lost in the swamps of the Everglades. See, back in the 1700s, pirates roamed Florida's coastline like it was their own personal playground. One day, a merchant ship was sailing off of Cape Florida, just beyond what is now Miami, when it caught the attention of a pirate vessel looking to make a quick score. But the merchants weren't amateurs. They knew these waters well, and they fled into the narrow, winding channels of the Everglades, hoping the maze-like swamps could shake their pursuers. And it almost worked. Almost. Eventually, the pirates did catch up. They looted the ship, and in a final act of cruelty, they forced the entire merchant crew to walk the plank, including the captain's wife. Legend says that before she plunged into the swamp, though, she prayed to God to punish the pirates for what they'd done. And apparently someone or something listened. After that day, strange things began to happen. A curling line of white foam was said to appear out of nowhere across the still waters of the Everglades, lifting vessels into the air and dragging them deeper into the Everglades. The pirate ship was taken away in this manner, and vanished. Not sunk, vanished. And now, many say that the ship still sails the Everglades, with a rotting hull, tattered sails, and a skeletal crew doomed to wander the swamps for eternity. A floating phantom, a cursed reminder that's not allowed to leave. This story actually apparently made it into a 1901 article, and it's been part of the Everglades folklore ever since. Hunters, hikers, and even local tribes have passed down tales of this ghostly vessel. It appears without warning, silent, decaying, and its crew nothing but bones, but still gripping and rigging. They starved out there, apparently, according to the legend. They weren't able to escape, and now they haunt the same swamps that trapped them forever. So if you're ever out in the Everglades, and the water suddenly goes still, and you see a wall of mist curling towards you, maybe don't stick around and get out of Dodge as fast as you can. Because quickly, if you see that, you might hear creaking wood, the flap of a ragged sail, or worse, the rattle of bones on a ghost ship that forgot how to die. And now, we're going to talk about Flight 401. A story that, for the first half, isn't going to sound like a ghost story. But trust me, just listen and enjoy it. It is a ghost story, seriously, and a really, really great one at that. But before we get into the ghosts, we have to discuss the incident that created them. Flight 401 took place aboard aircraft 310, a L-1011 produced by Lockheed Martin, and operated by Eastern Airlines. My impression is that this batch of aircraft were slightly problematic, with small issues here and there requiring abundant maintenance and troubleshooting. Nothing particularly serious, though. Despite this, Aircraft 310 was one of the better L-1011s, and also, for this night in question, on December 29th of 1972, it would have one of the better pilots around, too. Pilot Robert Albin Loft, a tall 55-year-old pilot who worked for the company for over 32 years, being ranked 50th among the thousands of pilots in Eastern Airlines' fleet. He was joined by his co-pilot, Albert Stockstill, just before 9 p.m., who, while not as senior and experienced as Robert, had flown this model of aircraft extensively, and was by no means someone you'd consider inexperienced. Joining these two was Donald Repo, the flight engineer. The three of these individuals would be in charge of safely directing Flight 401 from Boston, Massachusetts to Miami International Airport. Now, regarding occupants, there were, as on every flight, a variety of passengers, but notable among them were Warren Terry and Angelo Donadio, a co-pilot and maintenance specialist who were deadheading or catching a ride on the flight to return home from a work assignment. At around 9:20 p.m., Flight 401 got the go to take off, and the pilots would propel this aircraft down the runway where it would begin making its way towards Miami, making it to Miami's airspace, essentially without a hitch. Heck, they'd go so far as to hear the seatbelt sign come on with a ding and hear the pilot's voice say, "Welcome to sunny Miami. The temperature's in the low 70s, and it's a beautiful night out here." As the flight prepared to land, ironically, just ahead of Flight 401 was National Airlines Flight 607, and wouldn't you have it, they were experiencing problems with their landing gear to the extent that they suggested to air traffic controllers that they might as well bring out the fire trucks because they were going to have to manually crank their landing gear down due to a hydraulic leak. The folks in the cockpit of Flight 401 would actually hear this commotion, and thus at around 11:32 p.m. they'd change radio frequencies to speak with a local controller to begin preparing for landing. But then, something was awry. They'd toggled their own button to lower their nose gear, their landing gear, but according to the indicator lights, it was not lowered. Because of this, they tried to press the button again, but once again, the indicator light didn't indicate it was down. Because of this, 401 had to start circling the airport, and this light should have been lit to indicate the nose landing gear was down and locked in position for landing, but it was not lit. Their first reaction here was to check the lights in the dash. They pulled the light out, thinking it wasn't seated in the light fixture correctly, and so they removed it and tried to reinsert it. But then they jammed it back in incorrectly and jammed the fixture. And now there was basically no way the light was going to turn on this flight. Not great news. That's okay though. There was one other way to confirm that the landing gear was down. A visual inspection, but this would require someone to go below the cockpit into an area called the hellhole. This was essentially a small bay you could access through a trapdoor in the cockpit, and inside of it there was an optical sighting device, which you could use to actually see the landing gear. Now if you listen to the actual records from this airplane, this whole ordeal was causing a bit of laughter as this was going on, and the pilot said, "To hell with this, go down and see if it's lined up. That's all we care about. Don't blank around with that blanking 20-cent piece of light equipment." It's worth noting at this point, Flight 401 was directed to circle over the Everglades. They sent Repo down to the hellhole while they continued fiddling. And among this, Repo would go up and down from the hellhole a few times. Given the Everglades were about as dark as it gets in Florida, he couldn't tell if the landing gear was lined up or not. Even shining a light, it was all a bit of an ordeal. And the audio logs largely suggest that rather than feeling afraid in the slightest, the pilots were just annoyed. And then the audio logs conclude with the following turn of events. The air traffic controller would say, Eastern 401, turn left heading on 80, to which Loft would acknowledge 180. Then the co-pilot, Stockstill, would say, we did something to the altitude, to which Loft would say, what? Then the co-pilot would reply, we're still at 2000, right? To which Loft would say, hey, what's happening here? And after this, the air traffic controller would see that Flight 401's data block read CST, which indicates the beacon target is lost or became too weak. The controller would radio them a few times with no answer, only to be answered by radio silence. And very shortly after this, at 11:43 p.m., another aircraft in the area, National 611, would report a big explosion over the Everglades. Just northwest of Miami, Flight 401's pilots had nudged the steering ever so slightly so it very, very slowly was descending while circling. And it was so dark they couldn't tell. They had crashed in the marshes while going over 200 miles per hour. Now, to some extent, they were lucky. The muddy, watery terrain meant this crash was much smoother than the typical crash, causing it to skid more than it typically would have. Despite this, the passengers were essentially ragdolled inside of the cabin, though luckily they were mostly buckled in. Not all survived, though. Many would be sitting aboard the plane one moment, and the next moment they'd find themselves on their hands and knees in the swamps of the Everglades in a foot of water, observing the flames around them. The first responders to this crash were Robert Marquis and a friend, who were out gigging frogs aboard Robert's airboat at the time. They actually caught about 30 pounds of frogs this evening, which is quite the catch, but then they saw a plane fly awfully close to the ground before witnessing a giant ball of fire in the distance, and they'd jet across the swamp towards the wreckage, hoping to rescue whoever they could. Upon arriving nearby, they reported they heard screams and yelling, and then as they continued making their way, they would actually nearly crash into some of the wreckage in the darkness. Around them at this point, people were dropping like flies, let's say. Marquis and his friend were doing their best to pull people out of the water as fast as they could, and luckily, soon the Coast Guard arrived, and Marquis could actually begin shuttling Coast Guard members to the main part of the wreckage on his airboat. Meanwhile, as they rescued who they could, ambulances were coming as close as they could, though the closest road to here was 8 miles away, so they were only able to slowly proceed on a flood control levee. Ultimately, despite all of these rescue efforts, of the 176 passengers, 103 would pass away. Everyone in the aircraft cabin would be among the victims. Also, sadly, regarding the nose landing gear, it was in fact working just fine. It was indeed a faulty light bulb that sadly cascaded to create this whole tragedy. So at this point, I should let you know, in the aftermath of this tragedy, you might imagine that Flight 401's remains were simply cleaned up and deposited in a junkyard somewhere, where they probably still remain. Clear cut, right? Well, not so fast. See, because this crash was a lot less destructive than a typical crash, many of the plane's components went undamaged, so these expensive aircraft parts in pristine condition weren't simply tossed out. No, rather they were actually salvaged by Eastern Airlines and reinstalled into other L-1011s. Yes, parts from the wrecked plane were reinstalled within their fleet. Of course, when an accident that claims over 100 lives happens on a plane, and parts from that plane are put in other planes, you're gonna have some fun ghost stories. I can bet you that. Anyways, thus there are a few supposed ghost stories attributed to the planes these parts were installed on. Let's start with Flight 318, which flew the same type of aircraft, obviously, an L-1011. And crucially, it had salvaged parts from the wreckage of Flight 401 installed on it. Now, the L-1011 was a bit of a chonky boy with 2 floors. The upper deck for passengers and the lower deck where the crew prepped meals and possibly gossiped about weird passenger requests. Connecting them were 2 elevators. So on one particular flight attendant Ginny is downstairs doing her thing, probably reheating the finest 1970s airline lasagna, when suddenly she's hit by an intense wave of dread. Not just, I forgot to pay my rent dread, real horror movie stuff, that unmistakable sense that someone or something is standing right behind you. Understandably freaked out, she noped her way back upstairs. Now enters Denise, another flight attendant, who in a cosmic comedy of timing took the other elevator down to the same spooky basement to check on Ginny. At first everything seemed chill, but soon enough Denise too was seized by this same inexplicable terror. She heard nothing, she saw nothing, but she felt everything, and all of these feelings were screaming, "Run!" So even though she didn't see anybody in the kitchen area or in the lounge that was down on that lower level, she bolted back upstairs like she was being chased by something. Kind of like that feeling when you're a kid and you're run into your bedroom as you turn out the lights behind you. The 2 women would meet again on the first floor, and would exchange the classic horror movie line of "Did you experience that too?" And whatever they experienced remains unclear, but it was spooky nonetheless. About a month later, on this same flight number 318, there would be some more high spookiness, with a different, more potent flavor of creepy. The senior flight attendant, let's call her Sis, started counting passengers. Math says there's 1 too many butts in seats. She recounts. Yep, there was 1 extra. And that extra? An Eastern Airlines captain, sitting in first class, staring straight ahead like he's buffering or something. Now, it wasn't weird back then for off-duty pilots to hitch a ride without formally checking in. As I mentioned before, this was called deadheading, as we discussed, which in this context is a hilariously ominous name. So Sis approaches him like, "Hey Captain, are you deadheading?" And he says, "Nothing." No nod, no blink, just silence and vacant staring. She asks again, and there was still nothing. Another flight attendant sees this happening and also gets a bad case of the heebie-jeebies, so Sis, sensing something's off, goes to grab the actual captain of Flight 318. When they returned, of course, this ghostly captain was still sitting there. But when the real captain locked eyes on him, he recoiled like he was seeing a ghost, because he was. It was Bob Loft, the very dead captain of Flight 401, and a man he personally knew. And just like that, poof, Bob would fade away in front of the crew members and some passengers alike. They searched the plane. There was no sign of him. But the plane still took off because, I mean, can you honestly delay a flight for a ghost? I mean, anyways, they land in Miami, like nothing happened. Except for the very real WTF report that gets filed afterwards. Eastern Airlines responded by doing absolutely nothing, and by some accounts they would actually dispose of a report that was filed by these individuals that saw Bob Loft, making sure that it never again saw the light of day. I mean, to be fair here, as Eastern Airlines, what do you even do? Call the Ghostbusters? Perform an exorcism with items in the beverage cart? Frankly, I'd also probably do nothing in this situation. Bob Loft wasn't done either, though. He'd appear again on other flights, sometimes even beside passengers, sometimes in the cockpit, but always uninvited. One time he actually popped up mid-flight next to a poor woman in her seat, and she would scream, as one does when a dead pilot appears beside you at 30,000 feet. Don Repo, who we mentioned, wasn't about to miss the ghost tour either. He showed up to a catering crew working in the galley, presumably just loading stuff up, maybe Biscoff cookies. And in one eerie instance, he appeared in the hellhole, that delightful aviation term for the maintenance access area, after some mysterious banging noises were heard down inside of it. He also once appeared and pointed out a flaw in an engine on a plane before again disappearing. And in this instance, funny enough, there actually was an engine issue. So he was dead, but he was helpful. Thanks, Don. Luckily, by 1974, the ghost sightings stopped. All of them. Which just so happened to coincide with Eastern Airlines quietly removing all the salvaged parts from Flight 401 across their entire fleet. Officially, there was nothing wrong with those parts. They were perfectly functional. But unofficially, I mean, if ghosts kept showing up every time you took out a landing gear, you'd probably swap it out for something less haunted too. So, I ask of you, was this just grief-fueled imagination, maybe mass hysteria, or did Bob and Don really just want to clock a few more miles on those planes before moving on? Riddle me that, frequent flyers. Let me know, do you believe in the ghosts of Flight 401 too? Alright, look, every swamp has its creature. The Pacific Northwest has Bigfoot, Scotland's got Nessie, and Florida, in addition to all the stuff we've already laid out, it apparently also has gator men. Yes, gator men. And before you roll your eyes, yes, it sounds like a rejected comic book villain, but there's always someone with like 3 PhDs and a medical degree who swears that these things are real, so let's just entertain this folklore. Witnesses apparently describe the gator men exactly how you'd expect. They're about 6 foot tall, covered in thick gator hide with claws, teeth, and glowing eyes. They're also bipedal, and they also have very human features in addition to their gator-like features like shoulders, elbows, knees, and abs. And as a matter of fact, they're kind of ripped. They have like a six-pack. Honestly, they're kind of hot. The only thing kind of separating him from a regular gator is the fact that he could probably beat me in a CrossFit competition. The first reported sightings of these things, and I'm not kidding, there are actually some real ones, go back possibly as far as the 1700s, when settlers and even early Spanish explorers claimed to see a tall gator-like man emerging from the Everglades. Some wrote it off as a Native American wearing gator skin, because that's probably what it was, but others weren't so sure. And let's be honest, beyond that, there's not really a ton of deep folklore on this guy. Local tribes don't seem to have passed down the legend, and it doesn't have the mythological depth of Skunk Ape or the Ghost Ship, but the idea stuck. Then in 1973, though, things did get a little weird. See, not in the Everglades, but in New Jersey of all places, residents of the Newton-Lafayette region reported seeing a large humanoid alligator wandering in the woods. So apparently Gator Man took a summer vacation up north to get away from the heat, I guess. So even though modern sightings are few and far between, early European settlers in the Everglades swear they saw a figure walking through the swamps that was too tall, too upright, and too scaly to just be someone in a costume, at least according to them. That's how the legend started, and yeah, maybe it's a little silly, but this is the Everglades after all, so we'll give it a pass. In the heart of Florida, where the Everglades stretch across an untamed swampland wilderness, there once thrived a civilization whose power, influence, and mystery continue to captivate historians and archaeologists alike. The Calusa people, long thought to be a lost culture, ruled over much of southern Florida, their name echoing through time as a whisper of a vanished world. The origins of the Calusa are shrouded in mystery. Estimates suggest they might have emerged as early as the 6th or 9th centuries, but their true beginnings remain unclear. What we do know, however, is that they were one of the most powerful societies in early South Florida. In fact, at the time of their first contact with the Spanish in the 16th century, the Calusa were said to number over 20,000. A militaristic and sophisticated society, they held sway not just over the southwestern part of the state, but over tribes along the east coast of Florida as well. It's hard to imagine just how influential the Calusa were. Despite their location in the far south, on the edge of an ever-changing and difficult-to-navigate landscape, they managed to command respect and power that stretched across the region. Archaeological evidence suggests that their society had deep social hierarchies, with complex structures of power and a reliance on a robust military presence. What is truly remarkable, though, is how they managed to build such a flourishing civilization, largely without the agricultural practices that sustained many other Native American societies. Instead of farming, the Calusa thrived on hunting, fishing, and gathering. They are often remembered for their mastery of the waters that defined their world, the intricate labyrinth of estuaries, mangroves, and saltwater channels. Here, they developed impressive techniques for catching fish. The Calusa's water courts, for example, were rectangular enclosures designed to trap fish for short-term storage. They would fence off sections of the estuaries, allowing fish to swim in, and then harvested them, drying and smoking them for future consumption. This ingenuity in managing food resources was one of the keys to their success, enabling them to grow in size and complexity over time. One of the more striking aspects of the Calusa civilization was their reliance on marine resources to fuel not only their diets but their entire way of life. Mound building is a common practice among many ancient cultures, but the Calusa mounds were unlike any other. These massive heaps of shells, bones, and pottery scattered across the landscape were not simply trash heaps, as some early archaeologists presumed. They were carefully crafted territorial markers, ceremonial sites, and even burial grounds. Mound Key, widely believed to have been the Calusa capital, is an excellent example of this. An island with an astonishingly complex structure, including post holes and foundation trenches, some of which indicated buildings of impressive size. It's hard to believe that these people, who seemed so attuned to the rhythms of nature and whose cultural achievements were so advanced, had no written language, no clear records of their history. Much of what we know about them comes from the accounts of Jesuit and Franciscan missionaries who came to the region with the Spanish in the early 1500s. These accounts, though invaluable, were often biased, filled with misunderstandings, and often painted the Calusa in a less than favorable light. The Spaniards were intent on converting the Calusa to Christianity, a mission they met with fierce resistance. The Calusa, fiercely independent and disdainful of foreign influence, refused to submit. The clash between the Calusa and the Spanish was inevitable. The Calusa's refusal to convert and their continued attacks on Spanish supply ships marked the beginning of an ongoing conflict that would ultimately lead to their downfall. The Spanish, however, wielded a weapon that the Calusa could not defend against: disease. European diseases to which the Calusa had no immunity ravaged their populations. Combined with warfare, this led to the rapid decline of the Calusa by the 1760s. The Spanish, with their relentless colonization efforts, eventually forced the Calusa into submission, but they would never fully break their spirit. The final blow to the Calusa came when they were driven from their island strongholds, including the famed Mound Key, which they set aflame themselves before disappearing. By the time the Spanish gained a foothold, the Calusa had already disappeared into history, and some historians believe they were entirely wiped out, while others speculate that they may have been absorbed into other Native American groups, their culture slowly disappearing over generations. Even as their civilization crumbled under the weight of European diseases and warfare, the Calusa's legacy persisted in the physical remnants they left behind. Their mounds, their ceremonial sites, and their carved masks, which have been unearthed by archaeologists, continue to fascinate researchers. Recent excavations of Mound Key, especially those conducted using LiDAR technology, have revealed just how sophisticated their structures were. Evidence of tabi, a primitive form of concrete, was discovered, showing that the Calusa possessed remarkable engineering skills for their time. Their ability to create such massive, enduring monuments using shell and stone is a testament to their ingenuity. But for all we've learned, much of their story remains hidden. We don't know what their daily life was like. We don't know how they got their complex social structure to operate, and we don't know why their society was so different from others in the region. These questions remain unanswered, and the mysteries of their culture are tantalizingly out of reach. That being said, archaeologists continue to study their mounds, hoping to unlock the secrets of a civilization that flourished in the shadows of history, only to disappear with little trace. Admittedly, some still believe the Calusa had a supernatural connection, that their abilities in warfare and their sophisticated way of life were the results of powers beyond the natural world. Human sacrifice is often mentioned in relation to their rituals, but little evidence has often been found to substantiate these claims. Whether these rumors were mere superstition or part of a broader cultural truth remains unknown. The Calusa have become, in many ways, Florida's lost civilization, mysterious, powerful, and ultimately vanishing before we could fully understand them. Their disappearance has fueled speculation, and many still search for the lost threads of their culture, wondering what might have been had their world not been so violently upended by European contact. Their mounds, their tools, and the fragments of their society lie scattered across the Everglades, silently reminding us that we may never fully know the story of the Calusa, only the echoes they left behind. Those of y'all that live near the Everglades, I had a heck of a time here with ya. I forgot how much I enjoyed this strange slice of America that I spent a couple of years in. Now, if you enjoyed this ride, hitting like and subscribing helps me get one step closer to my goal of 100,000 subs in 2025. Seriously, it's free, it's quick, and it lets YouTube know that this is the kind of stuff you'd like to see more of. Also, commenting what dark place you want to see next is a surefire way to get it on my list. As for what's next for me right now, though, I plan to wrap up the Southeast, and I'll be hitting Alabama and Georgia. And if you like ghost tours, well, there's a place I grew up near named Franklin, Tennessee that I think deserves a little bit of attention. Next up, after this though, we're moving on to the Northeast to have a little bit of fun up there. Regardless though, remember most importantly, whether you just saw an aircraft flying way too close to the ground, or if you smelled something foul and a large hairy man stepped out of the swamp in front of you, don't you ever forget, it's always story time.
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Nate here. And a little over 6 years ago, I uploaded a relatively short video investigating what I then, and still consider to be, one of the strangest locations in the Elder Scrolls, and its largely ignored links to the mystery of the Dwemer disappearance itself. That being the Dwarven Temple of Kagrenzel. Located on the far eastern edges of Skyrim's map, in the Velothi mountain range, Kagrenzel is a deep elven ruin of seemingly little significance on face value. No non-Radiant quests send us here, nor is it ever mentioned, even in passing, in any dialogue. However, it offers what is clearly among the most unique experiences of any dungeon. Upon our arrival, we encounter a strange orb, which traps us in a brass cage and seems to recognize our Dragonborn identity before flipping over and sending us on what is clearly the longest fall in the game. And as we descend, we'll get to that. Suffice it to say, despite its marginal role in the game itself, many within the community, including yours truly, believe that Kagrenzel's role in the Elder Scrolls' story is far more significant than what is immediately led on, and indeed, that the location may have even had a role in the universe's greatest mystery. Since we took a brief look at this dungeon all those years back, some new Elder Scrolls Online and some questionably canon Creation Club releases have further complicated our mystery, adding new layers of lore, and in this time, I've also encountered several additional details, a few of which are buried away in the game files that I, and I believe everyone else in the community, has also missed. Thus, a revisit and fresh investigation of Kagrenzel and all of its lore seems to be in order. So, that's what we're going to do today. We're going to dive into this obscure dwarven ruin, in some ways literally, and examine what makes this place far more important than has ever been let on. So, sit back, grab a bottle of your finest Blackbriar Reserve, set Lydia to idle mode, and relax, as we investigate Skyrim's strangest ruin. Alright, so as mentioned, Kagrenzel can be found on the far eastern edges of Skyrim's map, buried away deep in the Velothi Mountains, right in between the hold borders of Eastmarch and the Rift. A beacon-like fire helps illuminate and highlight the location, which at first really just seems like a small building. From a distance at night you can see it almost like a lighthouse, but the real story is on the inside. Upon our entry, we'll find ourselves in a large hall. Initially, it's quite dark, but after a few steps, the structure will quickly be lit up by the appearance of a strange orb that emerges atop a pillar in the room's center. The orb is surrounded by the perhaps somewhat fresh corpses of 2 bandits, suggesting a great potential danger posed by the object. Strangely, there's also a deer skull here, maybe implying some poor animal wandered in long ago and also met its end. Whatever the case, in the wake of these ominous symbols, the Dragonborn can approach the orb and will be prompted to touch it. Doing so will result in the ball of light coming to life, and a cage suddenly springing from the floor and trapping the player. The sphere will proceed to ominously circle the Dovahkiin about 3 or 4 times, and then vanish as the floor beneath us flips over into an insanely deep underground tunnel, which we, and everything else that was in the cage, will begin falling through. This is indeed the longest possible fall in the entire game, lasting around 20 or so seconds, and landing us in an underground lake within a massive dome-like cave. This cave, this chamber really, is huge. It could probably safely store millions of gallons worth of volume, to the point where if I didn't know any better, I'd be inclined to imagine this is a giant water reservoir or something. Regardless, before we explore any further, there are a couple of things I'd like to point out. For one, that orb. It's unlike anything else we see in the game. It seems to have been scanning or screening us, and for whatever reason, decided to send us down the gargantuan cave chute. Originally, I figured that this must be the point of the orb and Kagrenzel more broadly. It traps people in this room, scans them to make sure they're not a Dwemer or an ally or something, and then kills them with the booby-trapped floor thing. But that can't be the case. at least not always. Remember the dead bandits that were already on the same floor. They were likely subjected to the same cage and scan as we the player, but the contraption must not have sent them down the same chute. Instead, it somehow killed them outright, or maybe just left them in the cage to starve. These corpses we see upon our initial approach is clearly Bethesda's way of telling us that we're special. There's a reason we were sent down the chute and not the bandits. At least initially. Of course, we know there is something special about us. We're the Dragonborn, a human embedded with the soul of the Dova, and the clear suggestion is that this contraption recognized that. But why? Why would a Dwemer ruin care about the Dovahkiin? Well, there are some pretty good theories, but we'll get to those. The other big thing worth pointing out about our descent into Kagrenzel are the giant bones. These are very easy to miss. In fact, I'd wager most people don't notice them. However, during our fall into the cavern, several giant, clearly non-human bones can be found poking out of the shaft. Hello? Who did these belong to, and why are they buried so deep into the ground? Interestingly enough, these bones are even depicted in Kagrenzel's localized map, which, like all of the game's local maps, were drawn by Bethesda rather than rendered. So an artist at the company deliberately, perhaps on request, went out of their way to include these archaic remains in their depiction, emphasizing their significance. Bethesda is hinting at some mysterious, large, archaic creature having once occupied the depths of this area. But what creature could have left such fossils behind? Well, a look in the game's creation kit reveals that the Kagrenzel remains are all mammoth bones. Specifically, mammoth rib cages that have just been insanely enlarged by a factor of around 300 to 400%. So, was Kagrenzel once occupied by giant mammoths? Well, maybe. But the only bones we have are these enlarged rib cages. We have no further skulls, tusks, or even limb remains to work with that would affirm such a conclusion. If Bethesda wanted us to know there were mammoths here, they very easily could have done that. My personal suspicion is that the developers are hinting at a different species of archaic creature having once inhabited these depths, and the mammoth bones are a simple and rather common case of creative asset reuse. This notion is further supported by the fact that Skyrim's mammoth ribcage model is actually one of the most frequently used static meshes in the game, and variations of it at different sizes are regularly used around the map to represent the remains of creatures that are definitely not mammoths already. For example, the deer skeletons we can find around the game almost always are made using scaled down mammoth rib cages. In wolf caves, we can find tiny mammoth rib cages clearly being used to represent dogs, rabbits, and lots more deer. This asset is clearly just utilized as a generic animal rib cage whenever Bethesda needs one. So, if not mammoths, what then? Well, one particularly fascinating theory in the community, in fact, what seems to be the community consensus among the very niche group of people who discuss this stuff on forums, argues that these remains belonged to snow whales. Snow whales, as they're called, are a species of flying whale said to have once inhabited the mountain ranges of Skyrim before being hunted to extinction by Nords sometime in the late Merethic or early First Era. Snow whales, as a concept, were first described in a series of semi-canon forum posts by former Bethesda writer Michael Kirkbride in the early 2000s. Kirkbride was a Bethesda employee, and later independent contractor, who began working with the company in the late 90s, and contributed heavily to the lore and storylines of the Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard, the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind, and the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Furthermore, Kirkbride had, and even to this day maintains, a hobby of writing elaborate in-universe texts and posting them on forums and fan sites. And while all of these online works are technically just fanfiction, Bethesda and ZeniMax have frequently borrowed and canonized many elements of Kirkbride's forum posts. Snow whales are one such example. They were first mentioned in a Kirkbride story published to the Bethesda forums in 2005, titled The Snow Whale and the Dirt Bird. The text is written from the perspective of an ancient Nord author transcribing a popular oral tradition, and while it features many metaphysical topics that are beyond the purview of this video, it provides what is probably the most succinct description of the creatures we have. Quote, "Snow whales have been in Skyrim since the return of man, living at the tops of the highest mountains, singing in magic tones, jumping from peak to cloud and back again, spreading their joy snow in horn-like triumph from blowholes. We used to hunt them, our best climbers braving the rocks and ice sheets, carrying rope and hooked spears. They had much meat, these whales, and blubber, and fluids that made paint and rosewater for our women. The earliest hunters had no luck. Spouts of joy snow from the whales above would drift down from the clouds and turn the men goofy. They would laugh like happy babes, some getting so tickled they'd roll back down the mountainside in big flumps, which only begat more guffaws, or begin to pat each other on the back or hug in the masculine style to reaffirm their affections and camaraderie. In essence, the joy snow got in their heads, and they just forgot what they were doing. Eventually, Huggart the Wrinkled unto Unreadable, one of our clever men, made sure that the hunters remembered to occasionally hit one another out of the blue, or make lewd jokes of their respectable wives or mothers or sons that they had not yet shown promise, and steal and hide the shoes of their fellows, and to line the rims of their shields with wasabi, so that when they bit them, they might ignore all happiness in fits of burning nose and choked throat. All of these measures availed them not, for the potency of the joy snow of the snow whales remained unhindered by any attempt at anger, and its powder would inevitably reduce our hunters again to snickering children, who, when they saw themselves so war-laden in this state, made them chortle and jest all the more. Lesson learned. We left the snow whales alone." Unquote. So, Kirkbride describes the snow whales as inhabiting the skies and mountaintops of Skyrim with a penchant for singing and blowing joy snow, whose songs and substance are able to reduce hunters into a childlike state of laughter and jubilee that causes them to forget what they were doing and often become so reckless as to hurt themselves. This trance seems to be the whales' primary defense mechanism. Later on, ESO would firmly canonize at least the idea of snow whales in a couple of ways. Vigwen Owl Watcher, a Nord alchemist living in Elsewhere, claims to have developed a potion that allows its drinker to see and hear beings that exist beyond the spectrum of our pedestrian perceptions, as she states, and asserts that snow whales are one such being her concoction will reveal. She offers to give the vestige a taste if we can help poor Vigwen recover some recently stolen or misplaced bottles that she's lost. Though the clear subtext is that our friend is a charlatan, and whatever potion we find is likely to be mere snake oil. Long story short, we do find Vigwen her bottles, though it turns out they're empty. It's implied she drank all of them and just forgot about it. When we bring this news to our quest giver, she'll apologize for the mishap and offer a coin to compensate, stating that she intends to make more of her special potion, but can't do it without a couple special ingredients that she can only get from a certain cave in Skyrim that extends deep into the earth, though she corrects herself before revealing the precise location. Take a listen.
I was going to head over to Hammerfell. I hear that, in addition to sandvales, they also have sky mammoths that graze upon the clouds over Sentinel. I really want to see that. Alas, without my special concoction, I won't be able to see a thing. Sure, eventually. but not without my special ingredients. And to get more of those, I need to return to Skyrim. There's a cave I know that descends deep into the earth where... Oh, goodness! I almost did it again. I really need to stop talking now. Bye!
Now, because Vigwen gets a hold of herself before revealing the exact place she sources her ingredients from, it's unclear, and perhaps could even be Kagrenzel itself, given that the Dwarven Ruin is the very definition of a cave that extends deep into the earth. However, my personal theory, and the consensus of the community really, is that she's talking about Blackreach, the massive subterranean Dwemer metropolis populated by an assortment of ancient flora, including giant bioluminescent mushrooms, fungus, and even crimson nirnroot. It's likely that those plants are her secret ingredients, though, in fairness, Kagrenzel does have a fair amount of its own glowing fungus. If this is all true, though, and she really is after such rare and powerful alchemical ingredients, perhaps Vigwen's potion really is more than snake oil. No matter, our next reference to snow whales in the lore, this one, a bit more serious, comes from ESO's Carved Whale Totem Antiquity Furnishing. You see, the Elder Scrolls Online has this system called Antiquities, where players can gather unique items, weapons, armors, and even home furnishings across the world through this little archaeology minigame. Each antiquity comes with a codex entry written by 3 in-universe scholars who comment on the object's significance. Anyway, one such antiquity we can find is this carved whale statuette, or totem, we can find in Skyrim, no less. And its codex entries feature a brief debate between scholars as to whether or not it may represent a snow whale. Ugran Grothumog, an Orcish scholar, writes, quote, "A whale totem, eh? The Nord god Stun still has totemic roots. Never seen something like this hewn from opal, though. You typically only see this kind of stone in elsewhere. Can't imagine the Atmorans traded with the Khajiit prior to the Dragon War." Unquote. So, Ugran comments on the totem's potential religious significance, as whales are often associated with the Nord deity Stun, but he voices bemusement at the totem's opal material, which ancient Nords should not have had access to. This is followed up by a comment from Amalian, an Altmer antiquarian, who states, quote, "I recognize the Stun connection, but this statue feels less devotional than other Stun precursor carvings I've seen. It feels like a purely aesthetic exercise. See the whorls supporting the whale? Do they look like clouds to anyone else?" Unquote. So, Amalian thinks it's less religious, thinks it's just for looks, and believes the whorls on the base represent clouds. That this is a flying snow whale. The Altmer's radical remarks are then rebuffed by Mages Guild professor Reginus Buca, who thoroughly dismisses them, but clearly knows what her colleague is talking about. Quote, "Amalian, these rumors of flying whales are patently absurd. Nord warriors crossed the Whalebone Bridge to reach Sovngarde. Flying whales are just a cultural metaphor for the transition from Nirn to Aetherius. In any case, they look like waves to me." Unquote. Whatever this object is meant to represent, the scholarly correspondence we can read surrounding it clearly proves that the idea of flying whales is at least known to academics by the Second Era, though Reginus seems to believe them to be a mere myth or metaphor for the Nordic afterlife, whereas Amalian is more open to ideas. Anyway, this is all a very long-winded way of saying that mayhaps the mega-sized creatures these bones in Kagrenzel belong to could have been snow whales, and that the basin this chamber leads to could have at one point been a sort of Dwemer snow whale farm or sanctuary of sorts. Could Kagrenzel have been Sea World for the dwarves and their flying mammals? Or, more groundedly, could the dwarves have hit a deposit of snow whale skeletons in the rock when digging out this ruin? Well, I think so. Believe it or not, being mammals, the rib cages of most whale species actually look surprisingly similar to those of mammoths. So much so, I think they certainly crossed the good enough threshold for Bethesda to be willing to represent them with a mammoth ribcage like they use for so many other clearly non-mammoth skeletons. Now, in fairness, there is actually already a whale skeleton asset that exists in the game. The whalebone bridge we see in Sovngarde is clearly a depiction of such thing. However, this skeleton is also uniquely massive. It's all a single complete mesh and isn't split up to parts. By using mammoth rib cages, the developers could have fit more in the structure and still remained a little ambiguous. Now, I'm sure some of you will point out, but why? Why would the Dwemer be so interested in controlling a population of singing, flying whales? Well, there's a theory for that, but we'll get to it later. We're still not done with the Kagrenzel dungeon itself, though we almost are. While the chamber is huge, our remaining experience is quite short. After falling into the giant, possible snow whale pit thing, we can simply swim to the rocks and fight through a small, somewhat linear Fulmer-occupied tunnel. As we do so, a strange rumbling can be heard, and rocks will tumble from nearby. Perhaps we're the first to descend in so long that pressure changes and debris destabilize some other rocks in the area. Or perhaps there's a more interesting explanation. I'm inclined to recall how at Dunwich Borers in Fallout 4, a massive pre-war marble mine currently inhabited by a gang of raiders with some clearly supernatural connections, similar rumbles and thumping can be heard as we make our descent. Whatever the case, it's a pretty straight shot from here. We navigate through about a minute or two's worth of Fulmer fights and can eventually delve into Stony Creek Cave, a nearby cave currently occupied by a bandit tribe of little importance. Now just fight our way through these guys, and we can eventually escape the depths and emerge back in the outside world. Not quite at sea level, but close enough, and a good ways away from where we entered. Thus concludes a standard journey through this strange Dwemer ruin. Okay, so what's going on here? Like, we've maybe established that this place might have at one point housed or have been built beneath a deposit of snow whale fossils, but that hardly explains the strange orb or whatever else was happening here. Even if we assume this was Dwemer SeaWorld, which is not at all a guarantee, why? What purpose would that have served? Well, thankfully, there's more to investigate here. Let's start with Kagrenzel's name, and what exactly it seems to mean. You see, while our understanding of the Old Dwarven language, known as Dwemeris, is quite limited, we thankfully have enough samples to produce a rough translation of Kagrenzel's title, or at least a couple of potential rough translations. The suffix zel seems to mean city or place of, not unlike the Greek term polis. We know this because several in-universe scholars quite blatantly make this assertion. As part of Skyrim's Dawnguard DLC, there's this side quest where we work with the ghost of a Nord scholar named Katria who died studying Dwarven ruins. Katria left behind a journal with an entry where she mentions the name of a ruin called Bathar Zel, which she translates to Allied Bathar City Zel. Furthermore, a similar connection is often drawn by other researchers we can encounter in ESO. In the Elder Scrolls Online, in Markarth actually, we meet a Reachman who tells us the name of the local Dwemer ruin, Nichuand Zel, actually means Radiant City. So we can be pretty confident that Kagrenzel means Kagren City, or City of Kagren. But what or who is Kagren? Well, as far as we can tell, there are two possibilities. Both require a bit of context. In the city of Markarth, Skyrim's version, not ESO's, which itself, as we already kind of alluded, is a giant abandoned Dwemer city that's since been colonized by humans, we can encounter the local court wizard, an Altmer named Calselmo, who has devoted his life to the study of the ancient dwarves and the preservation of their artifacts. One such artifact in his possession is something that's come to be known to the community as Calselmo's Stone. It's a large dwarven-made tablet, inscribed with a passage written in the Fulmer, Snow Elven script on one side, and the same passage in Dwemeris on the other. It's not clear exactly where Calcelmo found this, presumably somewhere deep in the depths of the Markarth ruin, but nonetheless, its scholarly significance is immense, as by featuring the same passage twice in two extinct languages, it essentially serves as a Tamrielic Rosetta Stone for lost Elven dialects, and the High Elf scholar considers it and his efforts to translate the artifact to be of the utmost academic importance. Anyway, on the dwarven side of the text, we can see the words Kagr and Kagren clearly written in their old alphabet. But what mean? Well, lucky for us, in 2016, Skyrim's co-lead designer and evidently the creator of this stone in the game, Kurt Coleman, just straight up provided a full translation of the stone to the Imperial Library, a fan website dedicated to archiving and analyzing Elder Scrolls lore, which will be linked below. Turns out, the term Kagr means tone, and Kagren means music. Here's the translated text. Quote, "And so it was that your people were given passage to our steam gardens and the protections of our power. Many of your people had perished under the roaring snow-throated kings of Mora, and your wills were broken, and we heard you, and sent our machines against your enemies to thereby take you under. Only by the grace of the Dwemer did your culture survive, and only by the 15-1 tones did your new lives begin. We do not desire thanks, for we do not believe in it. We do not ask for gratitude, for we do not believe in it. We only request you partake in the symbol of our bond and the fruit of the stones around us. And as your vision clouds, as the darkness sets in, fear not. Know only our mercy and the radiance of our affection, which unbinds your bones to the earth before you, and sets your final path to the music of your new eternity." Unquote. Clearly, this tablet was some sort of message written by the Dwemer addressed to the Snow Elves following the Nord conquest of Skyrim in the late Merethic era, when humans sailing from the north destroyed Falmer civilization, torching their cities and massacring their people, causing the remaining survivors to beg the dwarves to grant them refuge in their subterranean fortresses, which the dwarves did, but at a strange cost. The Dwemer enslaved their Snow Elven refugees and, through unknown means, transformed them into the blind, somewhat goblin-like creatures we know today, who still inhabit their old steam gardens long after the Dwemer vanished. This paragraph is, frankly, one of the most significant pieces of lore on the subject ever authored, but the transformation of the Snow Elves is somewhat beyond the purview of this video, and is best left for another day. Suffice to say, Coleman's translation helps us prove that Kagrenzel may very well mean music, or tone city. This is an especially meaningful designation, given the significance of music, or tones, in Dwemer science. You see, by the time of their disappearance, the Deep Elves were becoming masters of something known as tonal architecture, or tonal manipulation, and it came to define their civilization and greatest achievements. This is a somewhat advanced topic in Elder Scrolls lore, but the Dwemer built the Great Steam Gardens, mined deep into the earth, forged their famous and somewhat mysterious metals, all not with typical magic, which is essentially energy channeled through Aetherius, but through the manipulation of sound and music, in a sense. The dwarves, perhaps correctly, viewed the structure of the Orbis, the world of the Elder Scrolls, as a song or a collection of rhythmic notes, and that by injecting their own notes or tones into the song, they could manipulate the fabric of reality in incredible ways. The most familiar example of tonal magic to players is likely dragon shouts. By discovering and shouting the appropriate notes into the Orbis, a dragon, or dragonborn, or just sufficiently well-studied mortal, can produce incredible effects that manipulate the world around them, all independent of magicka. If you've ever dragon shouted in Skyrim, you know that how much magicka you have is entirely irrelevant to the skill, entirely different concepts. The dwarves understood tonal manipulation better than any civilization before or since. Rather than learning a few fun words, they instead built massive machines and resonators capable of producing these sounds for them on great scale and changing the world on their behalf. Sadly, due to their disappearance, our understanding of the depths and limitations of dwarven research into tonal manipulation is somewhat flawed, and what we have is filtered through the rather baffled interpretations of more recent in-universe scholars. In ESO, Gabrielle Benallet, a Mages Guild scholar, briefly summarizes the current academic understanding and confusion around this topic. Quote, "Tonal architecture, the dwarven craft of using sound to shape reality itself. It was a powerful form of magic, or machinery? Although I'm not sure the dwarves differentiated between the two." Unquote. In the same game, another scholar, this one a Dunmer named Voronara Cleave, writes, quote, "At the height of their power, the Dwemer exhibited near total mastery of tonal forces. Even now, countless centuries later, they remain peerless in this respect. Sound, not magic, facilitated their rise to power. I am continually astounded by tonal forces' range of uses. The Dwemer used sound in mining, medicine, architecture, even psychology. It's the latter use I find the most intriguing. According to ancient Chimeri scholarship, the Dwemer could employ tonal forces to bend weaker minds to their will, a form of complex auroral hypnosis. Luckily, the dwarves never managed to mobilize this technology on the battlefield against our august ancestors." Unquote. Note the emphasis on psychology in this paragraph, how the right tones can manipulate a being's mind. Recall how earlier, that's exactly what Kirkbride claims the songs of the snow whales were doing to mortal men, sending them into joyful, childlike trances. The snow whales, like the Dwemer, were using sound to bend the world and the minds of its inhabitants to their will. Perchance, Kagrenzel was named Music City in honor of its hypothetical, massive snow whale population, whose songs and abilities were kept here for study by the deep folk. More on this theory shortly, though, because there's another possible interpretation of the name Kagrenzel. Rather than Music City or City of Music, it may have been called the City of Kagranak. Kagranak, or Lord of Music, as his name would literally translate to, was a character who played a major role in the disappearance of the Dwemer in the First Era. Indeed, the whole episode was likely his doing, and we learn a good bit about the character posthumously during the events of the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind. But to fully understand this character's story, we need to go back to the early First Era. By the 400s of this age, the region of Morrowind was both divided, but also somewhat united, between two major races. The Dwemer, of course, who were led by a certain Dumak Dwarf King, and the Chimer, or literally, the Northern Elves, who bowed to their great Ashkan Indoril Nerevar. The two peoples maintained an alliance known as the First Council, where, despite still existing under separate kings, their leaders, Dumak and Nerevar, were still wholesome friends who told each other everything. Well, Kagranak is described by most of our sources as King Dumak's chief tonal architect during this time. Several books and characters also variously refer to him as the Dwemer High Craft Lord, High Engineer, and at least one text even calls him the High Priest. Whatever his preferred title, our sources quite unanimously describe him as the greatest scientific mind the Deep Folk had produced. Sometime during, or maybe even shortly before, the First Council period, dwarven miners digging beneath Morrowind's Red Mountain discovered the Heart of Lorkhan, an ancient artifact, really an ancient organ having once belonged to the god Lorkhan, or Shor, that was allegedly sundered from the deity shortly after creation. Kagranak, according to our sources, sought to harness the power of this divine rock, largely without the knowledge or oversight of his king Dumak and the rest of the council. Kagranak, the Lord of Music, aspired to use the Heart of Lorkhan to create a great colossus, more powerful than any creature or thing crafted by mortal hands, the Numidium, as it would become known. Exactly what Kagranak's plans for the Numidium were vary depending on the source. Several historians believe that he intended to use it to drive the Chimer out of Morrowind, effectively securing total control of the province for the Dwarven people. Others argue he had territorial ambitions far beyond the boundaries of Morrowind, and Yagrum Begarn, the last living dwarf we can encounter in Morrowind, tells us that the Numidium was created in part out of Kagranak's obsession with the secrets of immortality, hinting at a more metaphysical and divine role for the great brass tower he hoped to construct using the heart. Alas, there was a hiccup. One way or another, the Chimer, second party to the Council, found out about Kagranak's intentions, and the Alliance was sent into a tailspin. Chimer King Nerevar confronted Lord Dumak, who himself was likely kept in the dark or misled about the construction of the Numidium, and Dumak took great offense to the accusations. Ultimately, war erupted. The full story of the ensuing battle is, frankly, say it with me now, beyond the purview of this investigation, and very much worthy of its own video. But, in short, the Chimer marched on Red Mountain to secure the heart from the dwarves before the Numidium could be completed. Two armies engaged on the mountain slopes, and in an act of desperation, Kagranak is said to have done something to the heart, attempted to manipulate it with his tools before his enemies could reach it, likely very prematurely, and in an instant, right in the middle of their greatest known battle, the entire dwarven people suddenly vanished. With one known exception. Yagrum Begarn, one of Kagranak's underlings and a lesser tonal architect, was spared the fate of most of his kin thanks to him being in a realm that was not Nirn at the time of Red Mountain. It's implied to have been Oblivion, but may have been Aetherius, we don't really know. We can meet him during the events of the Elder Scrolls 3, and he serves as one of our best sources on the life of Kagranak and the Numidium project. No one knows the precise fate of the Dwemer, if they all disintegrated and perished, or were perhaps transported somewhere, to an outer realm beyond the Orbis, or maybe to a different moment in time. Nor is it exactly known what Kagranak did. It's not even entirely confirmed that Kagranak's actions were responsible. That's simply the consensus. Nonetheless, such was the story and fate of the Dwemeri chief tonal architect, and if Kagrenzel was not the city of music, it may very well have been the city, or perhaps the hall, of Kagranak. This brings us to one of the more popular theories surrounding the purpose of this dwarven ruin, one that I was very sympathetic to in my original video, and still remain a bit. That Kagrenzel was something of a laboratory, or facility for Kagranak. That the strange orb, mysterious fall, and giant chambers were all constructions of the great Dwemer Highcraft Lord, who perhaps used the unique structure of the chambers, which he likely crafted, for further harmonic experimentation. Perhaps even, given the enormous size of the main chamber, Kagrenzel could have been used to store large parts of the Numidium while the Colossus was still under construction. While we know that the Heart of Lorkhan was found deep buried beneath the Red Mountain, and we know the Great Tonal Architect spent much of his time here tinkering with the artifact where it remained, it's unclear where exactly the Numidium itself was being assembled. Our sources that describe the Battle of Red Mountain and subsequent disappearance of the Dwemer all suggest that Dwarven King Dumak was aware of the existence of the Heart of Lorkhan and knew where it was being kept, but did not have knowledge about how Kagranak planned to use it in powering the Numidium. This has given way to speculation that perhaps Kagranak was building the rest of his coming brass god in secret, further away from the well-known and trafficked mountain, and that Kagrenzel, a location far on the frontiers of Morrowind on the other side of the Velothi Mountains, away from the centers of both Northern and Deep Elven society, could have served as a tempting place to store the construct from prying eyes. That strange orb we saw earlier? Perhaps a sensor of some kind to measure one's affinity to tonal architecture before allowing entrance, permitting only Kagranak and the greatest of Dwemer engineers entry into his laboratory. And of course, the Dragonborn, who naturally possesses such a gift. The mysterious bones we see on our way down, possibly harvested for the Numidium's construction. You see, while the towering artificial god was to be constructed largely out of brass, there are several suggestions in the lore that it was being built out of more than just dwarven metal. During the events of The Elder Scrolls III, we learn that the game's primary antagonist, Dagoth is seeking to build a replica Numidium, and like the first, power it with Lorkhan's heart. Dagoth calls this second colossus of his the Akula Khan, and he aspires to use it to conquer Morrowind and later all of Tamriel in his image. Long story short, Dagoth's plans fail thanks to the intervention of the protagonist, but during the game, we can actually get a good glimpse of this Akula Khan while under construction. And just take a look at it. While it incorporates some brass, a great deal of Akula Khan, a Numidium replica's material, is definitely not. There are all kinds of material here, including, but not limited to what seems to be genuine osseous tissue. Bones. This likely implies that the Numidium 2 had something of a bony skeletal frame, a suggestion that seems to be affirmed by some of the limited art we do have of the Colossus. This illustration, found in the book Divine Metaphysics, allegedly authored by Kagranak himself, provides one of the few canon representations of the Numidium we have, apparently straight from its creator, and the structure clearly features some sort of skeletal frame, particularly a rib cage. Notably, the text of Divine Metaphysics itself is written in Dwemerus and has never been translated. It seems to really just be an amalgamation of Dwemer characters with no rhyme or reason by the developers. Anyway, if the Deep Elven Archmage sought to use bony tissue in the creation of his unnatural god, few creatures in Tamriel seem like a much better candidate than the already tonally inclined and very large snow whales. Could Kagranak's Numidium have been built in his Great Hall using the remains of snow whales extracted during the chamber's creation? Well, mayhaps. But there's another, somewhat more divine explanation for the creature Kagrenzel's bones may have originated from that I've yet to discuss, and that I completely ignored in my original investigation. In The Elder Scrolls Online, within the province of Valenwood, there's this location called the Bone Orchard. It serves as the burial site for a number of extremely large bones thought to have once belonged to the old Elnafey. The Elnafey are described by most of our sources as spirits that existed back before the linearity of time in the Dawn Era. They are described by some accounts as almost ephemeral beings, but others refer to them as great creatures that very much existed in the physical form. It is said that there were two groups of Elnafey that inhabited Nirn after the sundering of Lorkhan. One group gave themselves to form the structure of the world, becoming known as the Earthbones, and another would serve as the progenitors of the mortal races, the ancestors of all men, mer, beast folk, and creatures. Anyway, those are the spark notes. There's always existed some debate within the community regarding the fate of the first group, those who gave themselves to form the structure of the world, and what exactly that entailed. The general suggestion of most in-universe text has always had a more metaphysical explanation, that the Earthbones really refers to the structure and laws, the metaphysics of the universe, and that the Elnafey became, the Dwemer might say, gave themselves to become the tones of the song that is reality. But the Bone Orchard in ESO quite clearly suggests that, certainly in some cases, they became, or at least left behind, very literal, giant physical bones. Perhaps the osseous material we encountered in Kagrenzel was not the remains of snow elves, but an ancient burial ground, a deposit of Elnafey origin. one that was encountered and likely exploited by the Dwemer. And in choosing the material for the bones of his new god, I can think of none better than those of the old gods, the bones of the Elnathe that may have served as the frame for Kagranak's walk brass. Thus, this has become a far more convincing explanation for myself than the Sea World for flying whales theory that's so prominent, though there's plenty of room for discussion and variation. It's possible that Kagrenzel was really just a giant mine for Elnathe bones, conceivably commissioned by Kagranak to fuel his Numidium project, but not necessarily the site where they were stored. Perchance, both was done here. The parts of the Numidium were both harvested and assembled in the Hall of the Lord of Music. Though this isn't without flaw. There's a certain big one we'll get to in a bit, but just right off the bat, while Kagrenzel is certainly large enough to fit the Numidium, there's no obvious way for such a device to get out. The hole in the ceiling is way too small, and an elevator would also be needed. Though the chief tonal architect may have had more creative ways of extraction, if you catch my meaning, such as teleportation. I will say, Kagrenzel does look pretty similar to the chamber where Dagoth was storing his Akula Khan in Morrowind. Frankly, Dagoth would have had the same problems, as there's no obvious way for the Akula Khan to get out of its cavern. Again, we just don't know where the Deep Elven High Priest was storing the bulk of his creation. We know he was working on the Heart of Lorkhan beneath Mount Vardenfell, but he somehow kept the creation of the Numidium itself a secret from King Dumak and most of his people, who knew about and visited the Heart, making it very possible the brass god was being built somewhere else in secret. What better place than Kagrenzel? Furthermore, whatever the true intentions of this ruins architect, there remain additional mysterious elements yet disclosed. Remember that orb we encounter? Well, it actually plays a sound when approached. Take a listen. You know what this sounds like? It sounds suspiciously similar to the chimes made by Wismothers, mysterious elemental creatures found along Skyrim's northern coasts and in some dwarven ruins. The exact origin and nature of Wismothers is unknown. They're extremely hostile to all mortals and attack with an assortment of frost spells, and they make a very similar sound to the one we just heard. Listen. No one knows where these creatures come from or why they're so hostile, or why they make those mysterious chimes, but one of the leading theories, which I personally subscribe to, is that these creatures are in some way descendants of snow elves, who quite possibly, like their horrific goblin cousins, experienced some sort of transformation at the hands of the Dwemer. This is hinted at by their ears. Rarely can players get close enough to perform a proper inspection, but should you no-clip up close and personal with console commands to a Wismother's profile, it becomes blatantly apparent that their ears are elven in character. Furthermore, their habit for appearing in dwarven ruins also seems to be something of a clue, and I suspect the strange chimes they make, not unlike Kagrenzel's orb, could be an artifact of Dwemer tonal experiments on their people. Suffice it to say, I think it's no coincidence that Kagrenzel's orb chimes in such a similar way to these spectral creatures, but the exact reason as to why completely eludes me. Furthermore, a pretty significant, relatively recent wrench was thrown into this whole mystery on November 11th, 2021, Skyrim's 10th anniversary, when the game received its Anniversary Edition update, where, for $20 and the cost of temporarily breaking the game's script extender, Special Edition users could upgrade their copy to receive a new edition that featured all previous Creation Club content and several performance patches. Notably, one of the major marketing points of this Anniversary Edition is that it also shipped with several new, relatively large Bethesda original creations that were free, I use that term loosely, with the update. One of these was the Ghosts of the Tribunal creation. Now, I'm normally somewhat hesitant to discuss Creation Club features in lore investigations like this. Bethesda likes to be really coy regarding whether or not any of this content is canon. My vibe is that it largely isn't, but they want to leave the possibility open to encourage sales. Personally, my rule is that unless explicitly stated otherwise, we should disregard most lore implications from this content. However, given Ghosts of the Tribunal's unique position in the Anniversary Edition release, the fact that it was largely made by Bethesda in-house rather than through the community, and that it does, to an extent, mention Kagrenzel, I think it's worth discussing. You see, Ghosts of the Tribunal revolves around the sudden reemergence of a cult of tribunal worshippers and their quest to recover the artifacts of the Old Faith. For those of you not super tuned into Morrowind lore, the Tribunal were originally 3 counselors of Nerevar, leader of the Chimer in the First Council, and later leader of the Chimer side during the War for the Red Mountain, in which the Northern Elves attempted to seize control of the Heart of Lorkhan before the Dwemer could use it to power the Numidium. Following the disappearance of the Dwemer, Nerevar and his 3 top lieutenants, Vivek, Sotha Sil, and Almalexia, found the Heart of Lorkhan, as well as the tools Kagranak was using to manipulate the artifact. According to Vivek's own account, the alluring sight of this well of unlimited ancient power proved too tempting for Nerevar's counselors, who murdered him, seized the tools, and used the Heart of Lorkhan to ascend into their own sort of godhood. The Tribunal, as they became known, were soon worshipped by the Chimer as gods. Azura, a jealous Daedric prince, punished them for such blasphemy by darkening their skin and reddening their eyes. Hence, the Chimer became the Dunmer, the Dark Elves. The Tribunal continued to rule Morrowind, being granted autonomy by Tiber Septim up until the events of the Elder Scrolls III in 427 of the Third Era, when Dagoth Ur's attempt to usurp the heart weakened their connection to its divinity, to the point in which Sotha Sil and Almalexia both lost their immortality. The loss drove the latter, Almalexia, mad, who in turn murdered Sotha Sil and was then put down by the Nerevarine, Morrowind's protagonist, leaving Vivek as the group's last living member, who subsequently went missing. As later books in Skyrim reveal, following these developments, with their gods dead and/or AFK, the Dunmer gradually moved away from tribunal worship and back to their more ancient ways, venerating the Daedric princes Boethia, Azura, and Mephala, while considering the tribunal as mere saints in a cosmology that they no longer dominated. Anyway, Ghosts of the Tribunal follows the emergence of a cult on Solstheim that seeks to reinvigorate tribunal worship, rejecting the new or old teachings of the Dunmer and seeking to restore Almalexia, Sotha Sil, and Vivek to the top of their pantheon. In service of this goal, they've been scouring Tamriel in search of any tribunal artifacts they could acquire. One such artifact they seek is the legendary Mask of Sotha Sil. Evidently, they dispatched a woman, a certain Curate Melita, to track it down, but haven't heard from her in a great amount of time. During the Creation Club quest, we'll be sent after her. We're given this note left behind from the woman to go off of. Quote, Priestess Velothi, I think I've found it. The Mask of Sotha Sil in Kagrenzel, a dwarven labyrinth with a surprisingly high vowel count. It's high up on the Velothi Mountains, and you're a Velothi too. Funny how that works. There's just one problem. I caught myself in some contraption, and now I'm not sure where I am. We've decided to make camp here and have one of the mercs I hired find help. He can't write or read or put together a coherent thought, but that's why I'm giving him this letter. Really, I should have just taken the mask and left the orb. You'd think I'd know better than to fall for a trap that obvious, but the orb was glowing and cute, and looked kind of lonely. Side note, if you come to rescue me, do not touch the orb. Unquote. Thus, as Curate Melita's correspondence reveals, the Mask of Sotha Sil was being stored in the ruins of Kagrenzel, where she found it. Her document also frustratingly suggests that just about everybody who touches the orb falls down the trap, which contradicts what we saw when we entered the structure the first time. The dead bandits around the sphere all indicated that the orb saw something special in us, the player, that was likely connected to our being a dragonborn and or understanding of tonal magic. But this Creation Club correspondence seems to just disregard that. Whatever the case, should we head down to the ruins to rescue Curate Melita, we'll find that the woman has since been taken captive by the bandits beneath the ruin in Stony Creek Cave. We'll have to slay the bandits and free her in order to acquire the mask. Alternatively, we can just slay her and take the mask that way. Now, mind you, this is all very much a Creation Club quest. There's no real dialogue, pretty much all of the story is communicated in notes and letters. However, the position of this mask may be of some significance. You see, among the Tribunal, Sotha Sil had a unique fascination with tonal architecture and the legacy of Dwemer engineering. He dedicated himself to the construction of the Clockwork City, a metaphysical pocket realm powered by a mechanical heart of Lorkhan, where he hoped to remake a more perfect Mundus, free from the impositions of the Aedra and Daedra, inhabited by biomechanical, part organic, part machine fabricants, largely based off of Dwemer research into their own automatons. And while Sotha Sil is ultimately killed in his Clockwork City shortly before we find his corpse during the events of the Elder Scrolls 3's Tribunal DLC, killed by his co-tribune Almalexia no less, we know that his legacy persisted centuries past his death up to the present day. The Clockwork City continued to function, continuing to build itself autonomously, and his human and elven followers, called the Clockwork Apostles, continued to inhabit and maintain the realm long after the loss of their patron. We know this thanks to an expansion from the Elder Scrolls Legends game, a now defunct online strategy card game inspired by Magic the Gathering, where players could face off and duel each other and AI with collections of character and creature cards. TES Legends was ultimately retired by Microsoft and its servers taken offline back in January of 2025, likely due to a dwindling player base, thus the game is now effectively considered lost media. Nonetheless, way back in 2017, one of Legends' first expansions was called The Return to Clockwork City, set in the year 201 of the Fourth Era, just about contemporary with the events of Skyrim. And in it, the player, dubbed the Forgotten Hero, would intervene to save the realm from a rogue Clockwork Apostle who sought to take control of the mechanical heart and remake the dimension in his image, against the opposition of the player and many of the remaining apostles. The expansion quite definitively confirmed the survival of Sotha Sil's followers up to the events of Skyrim. The expansion story could end with the Forgotten Hero either saving the day completely and sending the Clockwork City into a new age of prosperity, or destroying its mechanical heart and dooming the city, forcing Sotha Sil's apostles to flee back to Nirn. The canonical ending remains unknown, but regardless, the apostles were still around circa the destruction of Helgen. Given that in Morrowind, his mask is not lootable by the player and his corpse remained in the Clockwork City, presumably the next entity whose custody it entered were his followers or fabricants, and from them it somehow made its way to Kagrenzel, Music City, or the Hall of Kagranak, where the later Tribunal cult sought its discovery. Furthermore, it seemed to have remained above the orb trap, given that the curate falls into it after finding the mask, according to her letter. The question is, why? Why would Kagrenzel be considered a fitting place to store the mask of Sotha Sil? Well, as you might imagine, the answer isn't obvious. It's entirely possible, perhaps even likely, that the folks at Bethesda behind this creation frankly weren't really interested in the broader lore implications about what they were doing, and Kagrenzel just seemed like a sufficiently mysterious place for the player to clear in search of the mask. Alternatively, perhaps there was some true intent here, though the lore implications would be so contradictory, it makes me scratch my head. You see, despite his fascination with and study of the Dwemer, Sotha Sil's apostles, at least, seem to have despised the Deep Folk, regarding the dwarven creations as crude and blasphemous, and the Numidium as the worst of them all. We know this thanks to a sermon we can read in ESO, written by a certain follower of Sotha Sil named Deldris Morvain, which speaks directly to the missing elves and their works. Quote, "By the word I wind the gears. Speak not of the dwarves, child of the tribunal. The simple clockworks of the Dwemer pale before the sublime machinery of Sotha Sil. Let Dumax's lament be a silent one. Let his hissing tombs stay buried. Let his automata rust and crumble. For his was the greatest failure, driven by Lorcan's great lie and churlish pride. His is a tale of woe and terror, and those that pursue his ugly maths shall pay a great price in blood." But was Dumac not a creator, you ask? Were the brass child's hands not covered in oil? Did they speak the words of making and set wheel to axle? Hear the words in sequence, followers of Set. That's just another name for Sotha Sil. Intention dictates the worth of a machine. Where the mainspring Everwound seeks the convergence of the Nirn ensuing, the ghosts of the Dwemer cry out. Multitudes, multitudes, Myrrh and machine parted, wisdom and ambition parted, made and unmade parted. And from those sunderings, 1,000,000 skittering machines are made, left to wander forgotten halls, aimless and profligate. One may twist a knob left in preparation for another to twist the same knob right. One may loosen a pipe so another may tighten it. They exist only to maintain the brass children's folly, and so they are redundant and profane in the eye of Sotha Sil. But the most profane is this, the walking horror that bears the name NM. Numidium, the brass tower of vanity, the mindless guardian of the Nirn Prior, the antipodal god thing that reigns on the darkest pole of the sacred Nirn sphere. Of all the threats to Tamriel, final, NM, Numidium, is the greatest. Anu Vanasi. The Daedra can be banished in thought, but Numidium must be sundered on Nirn. It is the welded knot at the center of Anu that must be untied. The god puzzle, the mainspring Everwound, remains silent on this point, and where there is silence, there is great wisdom. By the word, I wind the gears. Unquote. This is all to say that Sotha Sil and his followers had little love for Kagranak or his great brass god. So, placing Sotha Sil's mask in the Hall of Kagranak, or even just a great center of Dwemer harmonic science, seems bizarre. Perhaps the intent was to signify the Tribune's triumph over the missing elves and their brass god in the place where it was assembled, but if that were the case, you'd think Bethesda would have done a little more to emphasize that connection. Indeed, we are quite possibly giving this item placement significantly more thought than Bethesda themselves did. This is one of my great frustrations with the company's lurch towards microtransactions post-Creation Club. By blurring the lines between what is and isn't canon, Bethesda lead writer Emil Pagliarulo has previously described Creation Club content as parallel canon. We're constantly left with these somewhat frustrating meta-debates that just end up cheapening everything. You know, Bethesda doesn't want to just say, no, ignore all of it, it has no lore implications, because that would greatly cheapen the experience of all these add-ons they're trying to sell. But by failing to give any of said add-ons serious attention from the writing department, supposedly Creation Club content is run by Bethesda's writers, whatever that means, they frequently run afoul more established themes and narrative that cheapen investigations like this. Overall, my preference is to disregard the implications of the Ghosts of Tribunal creation, even if we reluctantly admit that there may have been some loose narrative intent. Regardless, this is all where the curious case of Kagrenzel finally begins to run cold. Over the past hour, we've dived into a nearly 15-year-old mystery that has taken us through the history of the Dwemer, forgotten mythical creatures that once roamed the skies of Skyrim, possibly, and a myriad of unique Dwemer achievements that remain difficult to discern. Suffice it to say, the ruins of Kugrenzel remain one of the strangest sights in Skyrim, and that doesn't seem likely to change anytime soon. Thanks for watching, everybody. I prefer for these investigations to end on more conclusive notes, but after hundreds of hours of research over several years, I've grown convinced that that simply isn't happening with a place like Kugrenzel. That said, in more exciting news, at least for the channel, this video came out about twice as fast as I expected, and I have hopes that our next one will be done quickly as well. So hopefully we'll be back pretty soon. Thanks for watching, everybody, and I hope to catch you all in my next video. Peace out, everyone.
Let's give it a try. We're going to build some power infrastructure. And we're going to sell our power, making tons of money. Okay, let's put a road down.
The commercial district is booming.
The commercial district is booming. And put it right here. And it's not going to fit. You absolute piece of filth. I did not need to buy that many tiles.
Make money through the means of horse semen.
Not enough money. Oh my god, I bought the 3 tiles and now I don't have enough money. Alright, let's take out another loan. The loan is increasing, everybody. And we need 650k. That's expensive. That's very expensive. Very, very expensive. I can up the tax rate. Even more. They're all pretty happy. They're all wealthy. Well, then they can afford it. Tax is going up 3%. Sorry, busters. Electricity. Service fee. Tiny town. Oh, we got 125k for free. Yep. Fees. Yep. Export 23,000. Okay, we have the money. Let's place down our gas power plant. And hook it up.
The financial spiral has already begun.
It needs a ton of water. A ton of water that I do not have. And we do have it. A ton of water that's very close to the poopin' machines. The poopin' fartin' machine. Okay. Are we making money on electricity? I swear to god if we're not. Are we actually not? Oh no, we are. 66,000. Here's an interesting question. If we lower the budget, does that lower the electricity generated? So we've got 60 megawatts. 60 megawatts, and we're spending 50%. We spend 100%. How many megawatts? 250. Okay, that is way more efficient. I'm gonna guess 100% is the most efficient.
Yeah. I have an idea. Good morning, Frogman. Make the quality of life in your city sleep for me so I can make it through the day. Lowering wages. That's how this works, right?
What? Could you sleep for me so I can make it through the day? Yeah, sure. You should make the quality of your life in your city worse by increasing prices and lowering wages. Now you're talking. Now you're speaking my language. This is not making a lot of money. I'm gonna be 100. I'm going to be 100 with you all.
You had a jump at the bottom of the incline. Michael demands blood.
I want to put something here that just like, it's just like a big fucking rock. Just a big boulder. No, a tombstone, that's even funnier. What the fuck? Why did that get rid of that? Old mill ruins. Old cemetery ruins. Stone head. Hmm. Rest in peace. Boo. Boo. Okay, well this is making money. Let's be honest, it is making
you took
money.
out multiple loans and bought a bunch of unnecessary land just to make a power plant that only barely pays for itself, right?
Yeah. Oh, I could have just upped the budget on this. Well, shit. Service fee. Through the roof. We're dropping all of our budgets. Budget cuts.
Yeah. After increasing prices and lowering wages, you should blame your rival political party and tell the people that only you can fix it, which you will not be doing.
Dude, you're a genius. Someone should do that in real life. Let's up the budget a little bit. There we go, now we're producing water. We need more single-family homes. They just can't get enough. Mixed style. Oh, yes! These are really cool, these mixed style apartment buildings. Big fan of them. I'm gonna put waterfront houses, not on the waterfront. Sue me. Alright. Jobs and growth. And also jobs. They don't want anything right now. They want nothing. They don't want to come here. Walter front houses. Nicely.
Will you be able to maintain your service level agreements on your power exports?
Out of service level agreement. Out of service level agreement on power. Ah! Killing myself. The coal power plant has... Oh my god, it has way less upkeep. Why didn't I just build one of those? Am I stupid? It's got way less upkeep and it produces twice, like almost the same amount of power. And it pollutes high. That's a good thing. Oh my god, it's big. Big boy. That's a real chungus. Too bad I can't... Oh wait, no. I can borrow 500k, but that's gonna put me in the red. Let's save up some money. Let's save up some money. Do some thinking about how we want to structure things. I'm restructuring. Oh my god, they just can't get enough of single-family homes. Why? Why do they want so many? Don't you guys know that you can live on the mountain in the bigger homes? As if you don't want to do that. Come on now. We got 2 residents in the pop musician mansion. Because not everyone in your city is Tibetan.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys.
Why are
We
they
can
leaving?
promise a minimum uptime of 0% on the nuclear power plant and only a small chance of a world-ending cataclysmic failure.
I can be trusted around the nuclear power plant controls. Hear me out, unicycles. You're a fucking genius. Why do they not like it here? Oh, it's the taxes. High water fees, high electricity fees. Okay. Okay. We'll put it back. That barely moves the needle. We're gonna
Coal
put
is
the service fee
superior
at
to
0.
gas power in every way. You burn the rock and all the bad goes away. As we all know, gas is bad because it's liquid dinosaurs, and dinosaurs were planted on Earth by Satan to misguide men into evil acts.
It's true. It's true. It's real. Okay, I don't think they like our tax policy very much. I've kind of... Yeah, we've got... Building the gas plant was a huge blunder, I'm afraid. What if I just turn it off? It only costs 30k a month now for maintenance. This is probably not accurate, because that includes service trade, which is half of our income. Okay. Maybe it is worth it. There we go. So what are we at now? Plus 7,000 an hour, 7,300. And then we turn this on. Oh. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. The service trade will pop up. We'll be making cash. They can't wait to get a load of this electricity.
As I said, it is extremely important you blame these mistakes on your political rivals, then proceed to do nothing.
Fucking genius. I should hire you on the spot. Why doesn't... They just want single-family homes. I don't get it. Oh, it's the taxes. It's gotta be the taxes. Oh, now we're making cash. 21,000. Okay, that is way more. Ow. I don't even know how that works. Service trade, 600,000. Fuck, we're making a lot from service trade.
Level agreement.
No. No. My service level agreement was violated. Exported electricity, 600,000. Exported water. I didn't even know you could do that. I can export water. We just... Does this work? No. How do we do that? I don't know. I don't really care. Okay. No, it's making money. It's making money. I guess I'll lower the tax rate back down to 10%. What does that put our budget at? We're still in the green. Come on, people. Move in. Move in. High crime risk. We need to fix that. With 10,000 small police stations. They want more single-family homes. They just can't get enough. Or...
Yeah. The service level agreement is being violated by the fact all the nuclear fuel rods are inside the reactor and not in microscopic particles in the clouds covering the entire continent.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why is that not happening? There's a lot of crime. There's a lot of crime in our beautiful city. We're gonna have to put some anti-crime measures in. I feel like all the vehicles are in use. There's one police car. Okay. That might be part of the problem. We have a single guy. He's patrolling the streets, keeping everybody
You
safe.
can export water by building a bottling plant, selling cheap plastic bottled water for 10x the bottling price, and sucking the local water supply dry.
So many business ideas that I should really look into.
Citizens are advised to
Police.
until the situation passes.
Nope, I need 160k. Can I take out more money? I can. I'm gonna take out a bigger loan. I love taking out loans. Take out an even bigger loan. Alright, this is gonna go right here. And that's gonna fix all of the crime. How many police cars does this one have? One. What? Garage extension. Put the garage extension in. 3 now. It. What a piece of shit. Come on. Stop deploying your cars. Arrested criminals. Oh, it's because I might be stupid. I might be stupid. Now it's got 12. Okay. I might be stupid.
Yeah. Instead of making plastic bottles for water like that smart guy said you should instead dump it in the ocean on an industrial scale.
People will pay a lot of money for that. You'd be surprised. Yeah, I run a... What do you do for work? Oh, I run a service where I dump plastic bottles in the ocean. What? Yeah, that's what I do. Why?
Please exercise caution.
I don't know. Best response to any question.
This has been a local public service announcement.
Especially questions about your work. Just go, I don't fucking know.
Poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station...
We need more! More housing. High crime risk. It's the crime is getting worse. Go, my little minions. Go forth. Why is only one car in use?
The commercial district is booming as the area.
The commercial district is booming. Put a radio mast in. This might generate some money.
You can now shop for designer shoes
Potentially.
while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me.
High crime risk. Lack of entertainment. What do you want for entertainment? Do they want parks? Outdoor recreation. +3 outdoor recreation. More plaza +2 outdoor recreation. Okay, I wanna go by space. This one's got +2. And it's that size. This one's got +1 and it's literally one tile. Any of these have +2. This one's got +2. One's nice and small. But this one's nicer and smaller. I'm gonna put a lot of corridor parks in. Out of money. Fuck! Give me more money. The death spiral must continue. Yup, there goes there. There goes there. There goes
Industry
there.
$200,000 housing, $150,000 power, $800,000 giant fucking bike path, $3,600,000 water, $150,000 someone who is good at the economy, please help me budget this. My city is dying.
Giant fucking bike path. I don't know what I'm doing, but the giant bike path is $800,000. Is that a lot? I don't know. I don't know. IDK. I don't know. All right, we're gonna get more single family homes. We're gonna get them underneath the giant bike path. I need people to look up and be like, oh, oh. Ding. Watch out. Don't crash into the... Dies. It's over. Oh my, they just cannot get enough of the low density. I don't get it. I don't get why they want it so bad. It's so weird. Why are there only 4,000 people in this city? It's huge. There's only 4,000 people. Does anyone live in these? One resident. There's one resident in each fucking house. Why? What have I done? I feel like I've done something horribly wrong.
Is it possible to make an underground bike path that exists all around the city, some sort of bike subway thingamabob of your good and justified actions?
What? Is it possible to make an underground bike path that has entrances all around the city as some sort of bike subway thingamabob? Yes, it's definitely possible to do that, but it's funnier if I just make it all above ground. Like, really far above ground. What was the other one? To help with your budget, you should quadruple taxation, stop upkeep, and assassinate anyone with negative opinion of your good and justified actions.
Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected.
Yeah.
Citizens are advised
Yeah, that's smart.
until the situation passes.
This guy gets it. This guy gets it. How are we doing on loans? I could borrow 500 grand. I really want to build that, big power plant. I don't know how much electricity we can export, but I think caps out at like $1 million bucks. $1 borgillion dollary-doos. 2 people living in this fucking house. Bruh. Noise pollution. I don't like the noise pollution. High crime risk. Come on, police cars. Go and sort it out. Fix it. Fix it. The solution to high crime is always to add more police. We all know this. Welfare office. Let's do a welfare office. City Hall. Bureaucracy. I love some bureaucracy. Let's put down our welfare office. I need to take out another loan. Welfare office. Oh, it's huge. Gigantic. Whatever, that's going here. Does that affect everyone? Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's costing us money. Our money is going down. High crime risk. Yeah, still.
Mark, I just got here. Why have you constructed the Roman aqueducts above your city? Also up the roofs too. Oh, get done, Turkey.
Get it done. Where's the fucking... Why is no one coming up here anymore? No one wants to... No one wants to bike anymore. Where are the cyclists? Oh, and suddenly it's daytime. You've created a robust system of undercover government police. Of course. Yes, of course. We have 5,000 people living here now. That's a little better. Get some workplaces underneath there. Officers. No one wants to move in to medium density. No one wants to build any medium density. Medium density is for chumps, apparently. For some fucking reason. 12 people living in this one. 29 in this one. And these businesses up here are profitable.
The bike city vanished when taxes went through the roof. Now only the paws on the ground level are left.
Yeah, I think I did some long-term damage with that. Unreliable mail service. You know what? They're moving in. We're making money. We're making pretty solid money. But we could be making more. You could always be making
messaging
more.
Only to say you scare me.
Oh, why has this got garbage problems? Landfill, do your thing. You silly goose. More garbage trucks.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
Storm spotters have reported a tornado currently heading
What
towards
is this?
the city. Extreme wind conditions.
Seek shelter. There's a tornado.
All citizens
Where?
are advised to seek shelter at this time.
On the edge of the map. Okay. I don't really care. The tornado in this game still looks like complete dick. I don't get it. The rest of the game looks pretty good. It looks so bad. Quite remarkable, I must say. Oh, these are snow-capped peaks. Ooh. Ooh. We could build up in the snow. They done taxed my bike to death. You know what? I want to sleep. Go to sleep. You can sleep. Actually, no, you can't sleep. I'm your boss.
Yeah. Not first time chatter here. You do not scare me as my amygdala was eaten by a rabid dog.
Oh, that's a shame. Or is it? Wow. Wow, look at all these people. Look at all these people not biking. Why aren't they biking? Why aren't they biking? Get behind the wheel of your bicycle and go forth. Can we do like this? Is that a good idea? What if we just like cut through the middle of this? Big old bike lane. No one, okay, yeah, no one wants to live in the, oh no, they do want to live in the medium. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense. Put a house there.
Where are the roundabouts?
The roundies. Somewhere. They're around about here. How do we encourage more bike use? Are there policies that we can enact? Can I create a district? Ban walking. Urban cycling initiative. More citizens choose bicycles over private vehicles.
City without a horse come factory?
What the hell? Cyclists also gain a minor health bonus. I don't know why that... I initially thought they gain a health bonuses and they get more hit points. That's not how that works. No bicycles. Recycling. Roadside parking. Oh yeah. Speed bumps. Gated community. Make the top area a gated community. Alright, is the cycling initiative producing any cyclists? We will see. Let me open up the bike thingo. Parked bikes 24. There's a parked bike.
Hey Mark, have you seen your JC3 record has been beaten and you are now third on the leaderboard?
No, I have seen it. It's really fucked up.
Face.
It's really fucked up. Really, really fucked up. Do you have any advice on how to edit vids like a professional?
Where's the horse come factory?
Where's the horse come factory? Somewhere. I don't know, man. It's fucking... It's like, how do I draw good? It's difficult. You just gotta do it a bunch and then you'll figure it out. That's just how it goes. No one's cycling on my cycle lanes. There's a lot of walking, though. I'm happy with the amount of walking. That's good. There's only 5,000 people in the city. No one wants to move in. Why? Why? They hate me. They hate me. Tax the uneducated. We're gonna tax people with no education. 30%. Sorry, guys. What if we just temporarily jack the taxes way up? Make some money? Make some money real quick? Yeah, they don't like it. They don't like it. Okay, put it back. All right, we just real quick extract some money out of their pockets. Look at them all. Look at them all. None of them are biking. Arrgh. I think none of them are biking because no one wants to go up the mountain. Which is a damn shame. Because the mountain is full of great job opportunities.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor...
There's no demand or any medium density. And it's killing me. I just want some medium density. That's all I am asking for. Damn, we are fighting tooth and nail to get, like, 10 citizens an hour type shit. Ugh. Alright, we're making good money. Why don't we jack up the taxes just a little bit? That should increase our money a fair bit.
Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something.
Alright, and then pay off the loan more. So that we're not losing money on the loan. Unreliable mail service. Okay, I'll fix that. Get a post office. Mailbox.
My sister say.
Use the left click macro. I just fucking spam him. Yep. Yep, we got reliable mail now. One mailbox here. Another one there. There are... What is with all the taxis? A lot of people moving around. Jeez.
as they say.
Alright, Michael. Post office time. I need to take out another loan. Oh, I love taking out loans. Oh, I love it. Small post office. Post vans 4. Post vans 20.
Interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
Yeah, the post office is more efficient.
And the likelihood of hail is very high.
But we'll do the post office.
Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected.
Oh, look at them go.
To remain indoors until the
Post vans.
passes.